Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Glad that you're with us. This is a continuation of our regular City Commission meeting that was to be held last Thursday. Unfortunately, we had to evacuate the building, and so it was continued until this time and date. We appreciate everybody's patience. We'll go ahead and call this meeting to order and get to our agenda adoption. I do see some new faces in the chamber, so let me just kind of walk you through a couple of our procedural elements. First of all, while masks are not required, they are strongly encouraged. If you pay any attention at all to the news, even for vaccinated people, there was just a case of a bunch of New York Yankees who had all been vaccinated that all contracted COVID. One of our Olympians contracted COVID. It's still a very serious thing. We had over an 8% positivity rate in our county over this past week. We haven't seen that high a positivity rate in many, many months. And so I just encourage everybody to be as responsible and cautious as you possibly can. If you speak at the lectern up here, in between every speaker, Miss Malden, the amazing Miss Malden, will come and sanitize the area. And so we just ask that you give a little time in between speakers and give everybody space too. Especially indoors, masks are strongly encouraged, and social distancing of at least 6 feet is strongly encouraged. And we know that you all will do your best to keep everybody healthy and safe as they're here in chambers today. The other kind of elements, I think it looks like many of you are here to speak to one particular issue. And so when we get to public comment after adoption of our agenda, there are 2 sections of public comment. One is called early public comment. This is for anybody here that wants to make any comments to anything that is on our agenda later today. And you'll have 3 minutes to comment on any of those items. The idea is that you can come, comment, and then you can leave. You don't have to stick around until when the item comes up later on our agenda. If you want to speak to more than one item on our agenda today, then you have up to 5 minutes to do that. Same thing, you can then leave and you forego your opportunity to speak at the introduction of the item later in the agenda. After early public comment, we'll have general public comment. This is for anybody who would like to speak on any items not on our agenda today. So if you're here to speak about anything other than what's on our agenda, then you can speak during general public comment. You'll have 3 minutes to share your thoughts with us at that time. There will be a little light signal up there next to the microphone. When your time starts, a green light will go on. When you're down to 1 minute left, a yellow light will go on. And then when your time has expired, a red light will come on. And I'll ask for the next speaker to come up after the area has been cleaned. So hopefully that's all clear. After all of that is done, then we'll get on with our regular business on the agenda. So with that, Madam Clerk, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay. Our first item is the adoption of the consent agenda.
Okay, and we have one modification, I believe.
That is correct. File 201238, fiscal year 2021, second quarter investment performance reports, added item.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move consent agenda with one modification.
Second.
Motion and second to adopt the consent agenda with this one modification. Any members of the public wish to speak to the motion? Mr. Scott.
Yes, good evening, afternoon, Mayor Poe, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. So with respect to the adoption of the consent agenda, I would respectfully request that CA9 be removed, as well as the audit items, and hopefully we can have a discussion about the errors property. I think errors is very important, but I think that, hopefully that would have been done pro bono. It's a big expenditure of money. Certainly it's a worthy expenditure, but certainly there's some conflicts that might arise from the city paying for that. Certainly we should seek whether we could get legal services for free, which pro bono is big in the legal community. But more importantly, on the audit items, I don't think enough attention is given to that in audit and finance. I think the commission as a whole has a fiduciary duty to take a look at some of these audit findings and have intelligent discussion thereof. Particularly on CA9, GRU operational updates. I'm here today because specifically, I had a question on that agenda item at the UAB. And unfortunately, the UAB chairman, Mr. Wes Wheeler, was obnoxious, rude, doesn't want to hear from GRU customers, doesn't want to hear from citizens, doesn't want to hear from taxpayers. So I could not ask my question. And I let him know that. And I let him know that I would appear before you, Mayor Poe, and let you know that the chairman of your UAB doesn't seem to have the ability to ask intelligent questions, and I tried to ask one. So I hope that I could get an answer, because the item that came up was GRU's modification of the Deerhaven 2 plant. Mr. Brown stated that they had not reached full design load capacity on natural gas. That was represented to the commission that they would. I'd like to understand where we're at in that process versus what was represented, any problems, so that they have dual fuel capability to fully rated load, which is 228 megawatts of capacity on natural gas. But unfortunately, I wasn't able to ask that question. I was denied the right as a GRU customer who's paying for that conversion, by the way, because this is how committees of the city, as well as the city commission, disrespects citizens and taxpayers despite having a sign saying that you want to hear from us. So I hope that you will listen on a go-forward basis. I hope that we can have some more intelligent discussion about items that are just routinely rubber stamped on a consent agenda that, you know, have a lot of fiscal impact. But again, I'll limit the remainder of my time because I think there's some important comments that you need to hear today and general public comment. Thank you.
Anybody else wish to speak to adoption of the consent agenda or any items on the consent agenda? Beatty, welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Joe Beatty. And I too want to ask for the removal of several items on the consent agenda. These items used to routinely be presented on the regular agenda, and we'd get a presentation to the public and to the whole commission. And the consent agenda really is supposed to be used for things of routine in nature. And I think that the citizens, who you like to call your neighbors, but we're really your employers, the citizens would like to know about how our money is being spent and the oversight and recommendations. So I normally would just ask you to remove the whole consent agenda, but I know that won't happen, and I hope that there's one of you there that will ask for these items to be removed. And I support all of Mr. Scott's comments before, but let's start with the CA-6 fiscal year 2020 individual audited financial statements. And I'm not going to read the whole thing because it's taking my time. Citywide succession planning audit. I think that's very important that the citizens hear what those of us that were in attendance heard and get this report. So that's CA7, CA8, CA9, CA10, CA11. I too would like to hear about the heirs property program. I'd like that pulled. And that's CA13, CA14, which is GCRA and the CWC partnership. I've got a lot of questions. I've been watching what has happened with the city and the CWC over the years, and I have some questions about that. CA15, that's the second year, 2021 second quarter investment item, and I'll stop with that. For a commission who prides itself, or at least gives lip service to openness, transparency, wanting to hear from us, I need more than words. I think the citizens deserve more than words. Your employers deserve more than words. We need action, and we need to see you really mean that. And so far, the agendas have been removing things that traditionally had been on the regular agenda and push everything to the consent agenda to hide it. And I think it's about time you stepped up and you lived up to what you profess to be your values. Thank you.
Appreciate your comments. Give us a sec to clean. Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. Do we have anybody else that wishes to speak to the adoption of the consent agenda? Okay, real quick, Mr. Blarsky or Tom, can you give us a quick update on the item that Mr. Scott referenced, the capacity with natural gas at Deer Haven?
Mr. Mayor, I can do that. I don't believe we ever represented that the plant would be capable of 100% firing solely on natural gas. And that remains to be seen, how effective it will be. At this point in time, we have demonstrated it will do about 170 megawatts on natural gas, and then supplemented on top of that with coal. We can still do what the plant always did on coal. We have not degraded from that capability at all. What we've introduced is the capability of either solely firing on gas or dual firing on a combination of gas and coal. We will be doing further testing on the unit over the next few months. We still have some challenges with the commissioning of the unit that we're working through, in particular the main gas control valve actuator. We run it in manual. It's not running in automatic, but the operators can operate in the manual. So as soon as we get that corrected and adjusted, we'll be doing further testing on the unit. It's not unusual since this unit was designed as a coal unit and the boiler structure was sized, the boiler box was sized for coal, that firing natural gas, you might get a little bit different result. With coal firing, you're relying a lot on radiant type of heat transfer. With natural gas, you're looking at convective. So with the different type of heat transfer, we would expect to see a little bit of a difference. But all that being said, you also have to realize that we typically only run that unit up to about 125 megawatts, just because of the rules that we have to follow, being a load balancing authority. That means that we have to have the ability at any given moment to replace the largest operating unit in our system that we have online. So at this point, 125 megawatts is typically about the most we can replace at any moment in time. So that's kind of where we run it. So the fact that it may not get completely to 220 megawatts on natural gas really isn't an operational issue for it. 170 is more than adequate for anything that the utility is going to need out of that unit going forward.
Okay, thank you, Tom. Okay, so with that, we'll move to a vote. All in favor of adoption of, oh, I'm sorry, yeah, caller, I apologize. Do we have Adam?
Good
Bethany?
afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. This is Bethany. Yes, nice to be here with you all. We have three callers on the line waiting to comment on the consent agenda. We'll go first to BOB. B will be followed by Helen Sconyers and Jerry Plain. BOB, you're up first. You may start your comments.
Thank you very much, Bethany. Brian K. O'Brien for the record. I would like to ask the commission to remove item CA-6. That's 201240 to do with this very dirty audit, 2020 individual annual audited financial statements. This audit, as we know from past years, has been bifurcated into two pieces, which is not the way the audit is intended to happen. We, in 2019, of course, had the Community Redevelopment Agency, which still had money when it was eliminated by Mayor Poe and his group, and those monies should still be accounted for in single audit reports according to state law. The number of various things that are not correct in this audit cannot be consolidated into a 3-minute presentation. But what we do know is that City Auditor Virginia Bigby, has not reviewed, has not approved, and does not accept this 2020 audit item. These were very irregular events that are contrary to the wording and intent of your charter. Your charter clearly states that the city auditor should have a audit and finance meeting every quarter, mandatory. There was no audit and finance meeting in the third quarter. On Tuesday of last week, the mayor did not have anyone present the item. Mr. Feldman had presented this item in direct contravention of the charter requirements, and he did not achieve the standard that is required by your code, by your charter, by the state of Florida, and by the Auditor General of Florida. Mayor is recommending you, fellow commissioners, to take this audit on his recommendation, and that is not a legitimate use of his powers. Please do not let this slide by on the consent agenda. Ed Bolarski has already stated that he will not be the designated felon just 2 weeks ago. Mrs. Bigby is not going to be the designated felon. I do not believe that Mrs. Ramos will be the designated felon. Please do not allow yourselves to be pulled into this sinkhole that has been created by the little fella sitting in the middle there. We need to get our arms around the budget of the city of Gainesville and the auditing process. It's been a travesty to see the way this mayor has abused the citizenry with excessive taxation and limitation of their rights of speech and attendance of these meetings. Part of the abuse has been his excessive use of executive authority under an emergency. Shame on you, Poe, for using a national and global catastrophe like the COVID pandemic to limit speech. Your behavior is so out of line, sir, that this will be reckoned with.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien.
There is no
The next speaker,
chance
please.
that the red lines you have crossed will not be.
Our next two callers will be Helen Sconyers and Jerry Plain. First, we'll go to Helen. You may go ahead and start your comments.
I have a concern on item number 6, the planned cluster subdivision with 120 units on that lot of 10.7 acres. Are the builders aware that Northwest 55th Boulevard is a private road not maintained by the city of Gainesville? And I have a concern because I work at the end of the street at Creekwood Apartments that
Madam
we
Clerk,
repair
this is not a
potholes,
consent
we pick
item.
up trash, we've been mowing,
Bethany,
which we are not
ma'am,
going
I'm
to
sorry,
continue to do. And this road,
Yeah, ma'am, I'm sorry, that item is not on our consent agenda. That's what we're hearing comment about right now, any items on our consent agenda.
I apologize. We had thought that fell under that area. We'll turn it back to you.
Was there one more caller, Bethany?
It was for the same item as Helen.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, those are not our consent agenda. Just for the commission and the public, we did have an audit and finance committee meeting last week. All of the items on consent were forwarded to the commission for their consideration by the audit and finance committee, which is myself and the mayor pro tem. And the audited financial statements were unmodified, which in auditor speak is the highest level that you can receive a clean audit, in other words. And so I know that you all had a chance to look at all of those, and they were both routine and positive. All right, so with that, we'll move to a vote on adoption of the consent agenda with this one modification. All in favor say aye. All opposed?
No.
That motion passes 5-2 with Duncan Walker and Areola in dissent. Madam Clerk.
Our next item is the approval of our regular agenda with updates. File 210005, amending the open container ordinance, new PowerPoint added. File 200883, land use change, 9.99 acres of property located at 2020 West University Avenue, moved from second reading to adoption reading and additional backup. File 210082, settlement of state opioid litigation, new backup added. File 200884, quasi-judicial rezoning of 0.99 acres of property located at 2020 West University Avenue, additional backup added. File 210105, cluster subdivision review, Terra Serena to create 120 lots on 10.7 acres, additional backup added. File 201103, proposed cost agreement with St. Johns River Water Management District, remove item.
Thank you. And that last one, actually, I think in the motion, if we can continue that item until the joint UAB meeting, the folks from Water Wastewater that put so much work into that were not able to be with us today. They were here last Thursday, but they would very much like to be here for that, just to explain the outcome and also answer any questions. And that meeting's coming up shortly and still will fit within the time frame we need to settle that with the St. Johns River Water Management District. So if in the motion, if number 7 was to continue that item to the joint UAB meeting instead of remove, that would be helpful. Commissioner A. Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we adopt the regular agenda as modified, and then continuing item number 201103, the wastewater or the water management district item to the UAB meeting.
Okay, joint UAB meeting, very good. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Ward. All right, any members of the public wish to speak to adoption of the regular agenda? Again, this is not for any items on the regular agenda, just the whether we should adopt it or not. Ms. Martinez, welcome.
Oh, thank you. I want to make sure the commissioners have an opportunity to listen. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Debbie Martinez. Former District 1 City Commissioner Ed Jennings Sr. Let me repeat this. I don't think you could hear me. Former District 1 City Commissioner Ed Jennings Sr. during both of his terms while serving our residents on the City Commission always protected and supported our valuable open container prevention policy. Commissioner Ed Jennings Sr., if he was alive today, would be outraged, Mr. Poe, to hear you are trying to pull off this stunt under the guise of equity. I ask members of this commission to please permanently remove item number 210005 from the agenda and never bring it back again. It's a death sentence for our community. The item in which you, Mr. Poe, want to make it permanent, where people can walk around outdoors in and around neighborhoods drinking alcohol, an activity that appeals to young people and teenagers. There is not one city in the entire state of Florida that allows people to walk around their entire city drinking alcohol, and we should not either. Mr. Poe, if you will not remove this item permanently from the agenda, will you give the public your home address so when students and others fall off their scooters and are injured from participating in these outdoor alcohol events, parents can come to your house and ask you why you did this? Thank you for your kind consideration.
I'm just going to say while it's being cleaned, it's crossing a line where you're encouraging people to show up to my house where my kids are. That's crossing a line. They can show up here.
That's not what I said.
Yeah, that's exactly what you said. You can show up here and protest, do whatever you want. Let's leave my family out of this. Thank you. Next speaker, please. Ms. Martinez, you're out of order. You're out of order. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor Poe, Commissioners Nathan Scott. Ever so briefly, so again, with respect to that item, the open container, we had another tragic shooting in our community last night. Just more gun violence, more violent crime. I think there's better priorities that the City Commission should focus on in terms of policing and other things than having free reign of open container throughout the city. We told you there would be issues with that, but I would ask that that be removed and we have a more full agenda, so I mean, we could talk about that another time. Moreover, with respect to the multi-year unjustified GRU rate increases, which represent the largest unjustified multi-year GRU rate increases in GRU's history, I think it's appalling that this commission would entertain rubber stamping those arbitrary and capricious increases on hardworking Gainesville families when we haven't even had an intelligent discussion about GRU's budget. We haven't had a line item by line item discussion. Matter of fact, that item got canceled, that meeting, that 4-hour meeting for GRU in the city commission budget. We haven't had a line item by line item review in years. So it's interesting that you guys are going to have that item, and we'll speak to that, but I'd ask that that be removed pending having an intelligent discussion on what the rate should be versus just picking numbers out of thin air, because that's not the way it's done at the Florida Public Service Commission. That's not good utility rate making policy. It's driven by a revenue requirement, not just picking out whatever number you want it to be and imposing hardships on hardworking Gainesville family and low-income households. You're looking at a 22% electric rate increase spanning 5 years, not including the 25% on wastewater. There ought to be some justification for those excessive rate hikes. And I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Good afternoon again, Joe Beatty. I would support Ms. Martinez's request, and I would ask that you, Mr. Poe, as conducting this meeting, that when citizens come before you and ask for things to be pulled from the consent agenda, you don't go into your spin on what was asked for and move right to a vote. In many recent meetings, noticed that if you don't want these things pulled, you just kind of give the message. You don't even give commissioners a chance to say whether they would support our request to have things pulled from the agenda. People have written to you and asked for things to be pulled, and I think by not giving an opportunity so that we know whether it's just that the commissioners don't care that we asked, or perhaps, I mean, if I was sitting there, you don't give half a second, does anybody have anything to say in response? Would anybody make a motion to have this pulled? I hope that when you go to this vote, and you commissioners have heard Ms. Martinez's request, at least there be some discussion, somebody either support it or not, but at least give the time for your fellow commissioners to say something, because often you just move to a vote and leave them in the dust. At least I think a few of them might have something to say. So please, for the sake of the public, it would be nice to hear a little bit of conversation about our request. And I just feel that commissioners are getting cut off. And commissioners, please use your independent minds, put on your thinking caps, hear us, and respond, please. Thank you.
Yeah, and so if any commissioners want to talk, they have a button they press, and so if there's no lights, I go ahead and move to a vote after a motion. That's always been the case. Anybody else on adoption of the regular agenda?
Christina Fields. The open container recommendation to me is a head scratcher. I don't understand who's going to be benefiting from this. The comment was that, in fact, during COVID, when the open container was allowed in the restaurants, crime didn't go up and there were consequences. I would say that essentially crime went down across the board during COVID. People were not getting out and about, but I don't see who is going to be benefiting from an open container law. I know very few places in the whole country support this rationale. It's a head scratcher. Thank you.
Would anybody else like to speak to adopting our agenda? Not any items on the agenda, but adopting the actual agenda. Okay, back to the commission. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right, Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Our next item is early public comment.
Okay, so again, if you wanted to speak to any items on our agenda at this time, but don't want to stay around to speak when those items come up later, if you would like to speak to one item on our agenda, you'll have 3 minutes. If you want to speak to multiple items on our agenda, you'll have up to 5 minutes. Then you'll forego your opportunity to speak later in the meeting when that agenda item comes up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Armando Grundy Gomez, resident of East Gainesville. Last time we had this conversation, last week we were having a conversation when you all were going through the preliminary budget about having a conversation about having deaths in our community. I want to circle back and have that conversation once again. We had some shootings that happened once again.
Okay, Mr. Grundy Gomez, you're here
This is
for
early public comment. You said I won't be here for later. You
Yeah,
said
that item's not on our agenda, so you just gotta wait for general public comment.
Fair enough.
These are for items on our agenda,
Okay.
actually on our agenda.
Fair enough, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I'll get you, let's just see if
you.
there's anybody for any items that are on our agenda later. You wanna speak now, but you don't wanna stick around later, when they come up on our agenda. This is a new thing we were doing before COVID hit, and still kinda new to everybody. Okay, are there any callers here for early public comment?
Mr. Mayor, we have one caller for early comment. That is Brian O'Brien. Brian, you may start your comments now.
Yes, it's my understanding that I can pick 2 items on the agenda and comment on those 2 items. Is that correct, Mr. Poe?
Correct, you'll just forego your opportunity to speak when they come up later.
So I would like to speak on the first one, is this amending the open container ordinance 210005. I agree with Ms. Martinez, and if anyone would bother to study the history of this in the city and Shands hospitals and other emergency rooms in the areas, this will be a catastrophe, especially for the young people who are not as mature in their development, and their brains just can't handle all the alcohol they're going to be swimming in while you encourage them to walk all over town drinking. Not to mention that people that are underage can now just blend right in. Nobody can tell who's of age and who is not. I would ask you to permanently take this off the agenda and never bring it back up again. I also would like to speak about the ordinance amending the Consolidated Police Officers and Firefighters Retirement Plan to amend the earnings definition for firefighters. Item 210066 has also been accompanied by a radical shift in the presentation of the city's liability for the pension plan. When you changed the methods of accounting and now no longer contribute to the plan during the pay period in which the liability is incurred, but you want to accrue this and flip it into the next year, October 1st is coming up. This is another element of subterfuge and a breach of the normal practice for the city of Gainesville and for the police and firefighters. The idea that you're just going to pay them off with extra hours is a laughing stock. You already had to borrow $200 million the last fiscal year, which was deposited into the city's account on the last day of the fiscal year in September. $200 million. And the fact that you're again kicking the can down the road, your liability for these pension funds, clearly demonstrates that you have the intention, again, of using their pension payments as your little line of credit. so that you can play with that money and come up with other projects. The idea that the fire folks would go along with it, I'm sure, has been contested, as they would not appear to convene their last meeting of the police and fire board. Takes right into this dirty capper with these single audit reports. Commissioners, if you review your agenda on page 5, you will see that the recommendation from the Audit and Finance Committee is the City Commission accept the external financial statement audit reports prepared by Purvis Gray. That is in direct contravention of the required language. The required language is not in there. This highly irregular event, you will be responsible for if you vote to pass this tonight on consent. It's very, very disheartening that you would attempt to trick your fellow commissioners into being co-defendants in this upcoming prosecution, sir. I'm very disappointed, but I would again like to thank Ms. Bigby for refusing to participate in your scheme. Thank you. Have a good afternoon, sir.
Bethany, anybody else?
No, Mr. Mayor, that is the only caller for early comment.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk?
Our next item is general public comment.
Okay, so this is for anything not on our agenda. You'll have up to 3 minutes. When 1 minute is remaining, a yellow light will come on, and when your time has expired, a red light will come on. I'm going to alternate between in-person and callers so we can have some time to clean the speaking area, and then when there's no more callers, we'll just sort of be patient with one another. And with that, I'll recognize Ms. Martinez.
Thank you so much, Debbie Martinez. Maybe this is coincidence, but I find it a little strange that our city manager is giggling and snickering while citizens are speaking. Maybe he's watching cartoons, I don't know, on his laptop. But it was just concerning. Thank you.
Okay, Bethany, do we have anybody for general public comment?
We do. Can you give us just a moment? I believe we were screening a call. And we'll go ahead and open it up to comment. Our first caller is going to be Geraldine McMillan. Geraldine, if you're there, you may go ahead and start your comments.
Hi, my name is Geraldine McMillan. I'm calling from Archer. I'm a citizen of the Archer community where the proposed solar farm was listed as. I want to say something. I have a statement. Enough is enough, Mayor Pope. And we want these people to stop the citizens of the Gainesville Commissioner, to stop disrespecting us and the property owners that's living in Archer. We didn't want that solar farm dumped in our backyard out there. And the developers were tone deaf. The county denied this application, and which was inconsistent with the comp plan due to the proximity of the historical rural African American community. We had overwhelming support from the community, the public opposition of the project being dumped by Archer. But even the city of Archer opposed it. Commissioners Johnson, Commissioner Walker, please take a stand on this and hear the citizens of Archer. Archer remains tone deaf and wants to walk all over us with the county denial. Just like a pit bull has been unleashed, that they need to be toned in, reined in, and put a leash on. The Gainesville City Commissioner needs to let Archer know to find a more suitable location, a project that everybody can support. We're all for solar, but the wrong location was envisioned. And I need to make sure you guys hear that. These Miami-based and Texas company coming here into our county and trying to take over, and that you guys need to take a stand. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker in chambers, please.
My name is Hattie Osgood. I have property in the community where they want to put the solar plant. Actually, it's 150 feet from my property. I worked hard for that property. My family was sharecroppers. I wanted a place where my family could come, walk through the woods, in a community where people look out for each other. We lived in projects and everywhere else where if my mom didn't have the rent, they say, you gotta move. My dad got sick when he was a sharecropper. They said, you have to move. We've been moving and moving. I'm the second child of 12 brothers and sisters. I made a decision. I was gonna buy a place, and I'm not quite sure if I was even 12 years old. I watched my mom's face when she would have tears in her eyes because people were telling us, you have to get out. Where was she gonna go with 12 kids? I worked 2 jobs for a whole lot of years. I worked for Shands 41 years. Other places just about as long, 2 jobs for that place, for my family, my children, my grandchildren, so that they could have a place to come to. They could not live in a neighborhood where everybody was crying about crime. They can come there. They love coming out there. I'm asking that the officials, that the mayor would please just say no to GRU and to my community. It just seems that all the bad stuff comes to the black communities. Who wants to watch a black field of panels in their community? I'm asking that it be denied. It was already done a couple of times. Please just do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Bethany, back over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our next caller for general comment is Joe Rolland Atwaters. Joe, you may go ahead.
Yes, this is Joe Rollins Atwaters. Archer, Florida is my home. The people that have spoke, my family. We have been out there all our lives. I just feel that the solar plant is being dumped on African Americans, and I feel that they need to find another location. This is not something that we want. It has been denied. So, Mayor and your staff, I'm asking that you remove it. Do the right thing. It's not that I oppose of a solar plant, but just not in the area where my family is. That is home, and it will always be home for us. And to have that plant out there, it would really not be home for us. So again, I'm pleading with you that you please remove it off the agenda or turn it down for the Archer community families. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Commissioners. My name is Dottie Fabacy. I'm a resident of the Pleasant Street neighborhood. And the reason I'm here today, when it seems a little odd when I'm bringing up when there's so many very serious things happening, but I'd like to know if you have any plans, I'm looking towards the city manager, if you have any plans to reopen Northwest 2nd Street off of University Avenue. It's been closed off for quite a while when you all opened up space for the bars and restaurants. Well, it's been over a year that street leads into our neighborhood. The other streets that were closed off are not going into a residential neighborhood, but Northwest 2nd is an entrance into the Pleasant Street neighborhood. So I feel like, we have done our share of our duty for COVID, for the businesses, but we would like to have that street opened again. So I don't know if you have plans to do that anytime soon, but we would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Bethany, back over to you.
Mr. Mayor, no additional callers at this time.
Okay, very good. And Bethany, I'll check back with you when we're getting towards the end of our speakers in the chamber here.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm Dorothy Roundtree from Archer, and I live on Highway
Amanda,
346.
you just might want to pull that mic down just so they can hear you at home. I think we can hear you fine, but there you go.
Okay.
Very good.
I'm here in the project, the solar project that was denied by the county. Yet Oris is still in the area trying to get another application for approval on 346. Mayor Poe, enough is enough. The county has denied this project, yet the out-of-town company still wants to put it in our neighborhood. The project was inconsistent with a comprehensive plan due to proximity to a historic Black community. Oris remains tone deaf in the wake of the county's denial. Mayor Poe, I'm asking you and the commission to encourage Oris to find another location for this project. Mayor Poe and commission, why are you supporting out-of-town developers instead of your county commission? Equity does not stop at the city limits. Archer community citizens will be here when Oris moves to its next project. Please do the right thing. Help Oris find another location for their project. I am a descendant of slaves and sharecroppers. My grandfather purchased this property to leave to his descendants. I can only imagine what he had to go through to purchase this property on 346. I want to leave this legacy for my children also. So please tell Oris to move on. Do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
I also am a member of the family on County Road 346, which Oris is at this time seeking to and have already been denied by the county commission here within Alachua County. And just here to say that enough is enough. This is an out-of-state, not just out of town, but an out-of-state company. We do not fight against solar. We are 100% for solar within communities and within areas in which it would benefit the population. We live in Archer. We do not receive utilities from Gainesville Regional Utility. We receive our utilities from Clay Electric. We have absolutely no benefit other than the repercussions, and there are repercussions, that will come along with having a solar field of 648 acres of 640 some panels that they are seeking to put within our community that will service the Gainesville Regional Utility area, but not our area. And we're saying we have absolutely no benefit coming from this for our community, but we're going to be the ones who have to suffer years down the road. Because if anyone knows, when you purchase anything, it eventually comes to a point where it does fail. And for a solar field as large as what we're speaking of, not enough questions have been answered as to what are the repercussions. What are you going to do with 648 acres solar panels that you're going to put in our area at that time, 30 years down the road, when my great-grandchildren, who will be living on the 100 plus some acres that we own in the area, how is it going to affect them? And these questions have not been answered. These questions
first of all, should not even be existing for our community. Again, we are not beneficiaries at all. We will not be receiving utilities from this project. And Origis has turned a deaf ear to us. The county did listen. The county has agreed with us, and we're coming to you, and we're pleading to you, and we're saying enough is enough. And we want you to take into consideration in telling Origis that there are other areas, possibly in the Gainesville area, that will benefit them for their project and the customers they desire to service on the Gainesville Regional Utility.
Appreciate your comments. Mr. Granny Gomez, if you just give a second for Ms. Mulder.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Malden. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Armando Grundy Gomez, resident of East Gainesville. It's interesting. I'm appreciating our neighbors, as you all like to call them, neighbors. I wanted to tell our friends from Archer that are coming up here and talking to you in such a meaningful and effective way. And really, we're having a conversation with a lot of our white progressive friends, too, about why we don't want something. And it seems like it's really rich every time we have this conversation about when we don't want something, but it's good for you. Please put up a solar panel because it's good for everybody else. And some of you on your social networking sites and pages, the Kristen Youngs and so on and so forth, you'll talk about why you want something and why it should be going there. I think that the conversation we should have as a solution is, there is a solution, commissioners. There is a property owner near there, near the substation, that wants the land. Shock, surprise, surprise. You don't have to force it in one spot, but Mr. Bolarski or whoever you all could direct should maybe talk to our neighbors about where we should have this. But I want to have a conversation with you about something else. It seems like when it comes to us black folks, it seems like it's always a conversation that we have to have. Mr. Mayor, you said last week it's a difficult conversation. It's a nationwide problem. Yes, it is. But the people that are getting shot don't look like you. When it comes to happening, people look like you. Let's contrast it. When Laurel or Becky or Karen was killed on University Avenue, it was something done. Same U.S. student killed on East University, crickets. Crickets. Buchholz student killed on 20th, crickets. And you know what? There is a common denominator here, folks. The common denominator here is that they're Negro. Negroes can die, and it's not a problem for you all. We get shot, not a problem. It's just another black person that's dying. But I'm here to tell you that it is a problem. It is absolutely a problem. It's not a problem for you all because we want to talk about when it is black on black issues. Well, it's just a black on black problem. You all can charge us more to pick up our trash because it makes you all feel good about doing renewable. You can overcharge us for stuff. You can make sure we're dying, but we have to pay the same taxes to the same GPD that's supposed to protect us, the ones that you all want to harangue week after week and do investigations on for doing their job. But when we want to have actual meaning, effective conversations, one of my neighbors has her house shot up around 23 times, twice. Did y'all say anything? She met with your manager twice. She's sitting right here. What are we doing about it? Crickets. Crickets. Not all of you, some of you, most of you. Crickets. Why? Help me understand. I hear Commissioner Ariola saying something about it last week. He wasn't saying it was difficult, Mr. Mayor. He wasn't saying the police are doing a great job. What are the police doing? We're asking for solutions. You know what we could do? Shut down T.B. McPherson and let's have a real effective conversation so we don't have shoot 'em up Sundays every single Sunday and more people dying. That's what we can do. Real conversations and real solutions, not nonsense.
Thank you, Ms. Malden. Welcome.
My name is George Strickland, and I live in Archer. I'm a retired law. I retired from the Sheriff Department in 2014, and the solar that they want to put up is adjacent to my property. And when I served this community, I did it with honor. I did it for many years. Only thing I wanted to do was just be able to live my life and leave it to my kids when I left. See, but the problem I'm having, anytime there's something new goes on, you put it in the black community. It was just dumb. One of the things I can say, because I've been dealing with the Mike Millans and stuff like that, they're my neighbors, Geraldine received the first notice, and it's been going on for a while before she received the first notice of a meeting. And then when she received the first one, the second meeting, I received it. So I had to pass the words on to them. Now, orders say that they couldn't come and contact each and every one of us, but they could have. But not just that. They got a sign on side of the road. If you ever been on 356, the speed limit, 346, excuse me, I'm nervous. The speed limit is 50 to 60 miles per hour. If you ever been that way, when you driving, you're not gonna look at no little small sign to see what it says, because you got deers running in front of your cars and stuff like that. So you're gonna drive right on past it. Now they say they put it in the Gainesville sign. Okay, they did. We don't read the Gainesville sign. I definitely don't get it. And you try to Zoom, I live in the woods. The internet don't work good out there at all. So it's like, they say they tried to contact us, but if it was a white neighborhood, I promise you, they would have received that information. So I'm asking you to have them to look out. Well, you know, everybody here who complaining about this solar, none of us is against solar. We really not. We think it's a great idea, but just not in our neighborhood. We didn't have a chance to digest this before we were saying that it was gonna happen. We went to Archer Commissioner, they agreed with us. We went to the Lottery County Commissioner, they agreed with us. Now, we just hoping you all agree with us and have them go somewhere else.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Shirley Whitfield. I am a property owner. I am a descendant. My name is Shirley Robinson Whitfield. What I don't understand is that we tried to follow the rules. We tried to follow the rules. We followed all of the steps. We did not throw up and did not do a march. We did not go and show out. We followed the rules. We went through the Archer Commission, we went through the County Commission, and we made phone calls to you. And we would thought that it was over. I thought I could get a break. But at this point, we're back to this again, that we understand the city is trying to do something different. You're gonna change the name of origin, change the name to something else, you're gonna refile this, but it has already been approved. So the question is, probably for some of you, is why are these people here? These people don't wanna be here. But it seems like the African American community has been disrespected. That, okay, they don't want it, we're gonna do something different and we're gonna do it differently. We don't accept that, and I don't think you would accept it. We have heard from the community. They have supported us. Those who didn't, they say, well, not in their community, but they don't want to propose where they want it to be. But we're not fighting against solar. We're asking that you look at this, turn this down, and let this go and talk to the city about re-envisioning and putting this in a different neighborhood. That's what we're asking. And we thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Before again, Mayor Poe. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Poe, Nathan Scott. I'm honored and privileged to have represented pro bono as an attorney many of the people that spoke today from Archer. You may ask yourself why we're here. It's because the City Commission, you, Mayor Poe, and the City Commission approved another heavily redacted contract. You had the unredacted contract before you approved it, but you overlooked the fact that you didn't have site approval. You overlooked the fact that you created this ambitious energy policy without thinking through the ramifications, the inequities, the environmental injustice, the environmental racism concerns. So you guys have the ability to be the solution to the problem that you created. The problem is Orgeous. Somebody needs to put it on a leash, because despite the county denying it, it continues to thumb its nose at the county commission. It continues to disrespect and cause emotional distress to African American property owners that descended from slaves and sharecroppers. This commission needs to stop sitting silent and help us be part of the solution. There are better options for this project that do not have these racial and environmental impacts. There is a better option that doesn't require trenching through wetlands and habitat to gopher tortoises. Mayor Poe, a year ago when this was brought before the commission, there was a caller that called in that offered one of these alternatives. Again, they're one of many alternatives. I'm not into picking winners and losers, but it was a better alternative. You would not meet with this person, as evidenced by this email. You disrespected that person, as did GRU, when they called, asking about site control, asking the same relevant questions that many of us, including myself, asked. So again, we need you, the city commission, you as the mayor, to engage, to not sit silent, to direct Orgeous, irrespective of what your contract says, to go find a more suitable location, re-envision a more appropriate location that everyone can support. I'm sure everyone in this room would support this. There's a great location north of Archer Road, both sides of Parker Road, and the benefit here is that it's possible, assuming it's contiguous and some other things, to potentially voluntarily annex that property if the solar project was put there as one of many locations, which, ding, 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 tax revenue for you guys. So again, I need you, Mayor Poe, on behalf of these hardworking African-American property owners. This project was denied because it was incompatible due to its proximity to a historic rural African-American community. I need you to engage and solve the problem that you, Mayor, and the City Commission created. Find a more suitable location everyone can support. Thank you.
All right, next speaker, please. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pope, Commissioners. I'm Mr. Maycomb, and I live right down the streets from this solar panel in Archer off of 346. We have been disrespected. We go back 100 years when y'all sit up there and call us niggers, black, colored, and everything else. And now, here it is, 2021, and you got a bunch of white folks coming out of Texas, dumping a whole 670-something acres of solar panels in the black community because we don't matter, according to y'all. We are tired of it. It's been said already. We fought real respectfully. We didn't get out there and shoot, cut, cuss out like y'all expect us to do all the time. The man came up here and talked about how niggas are being shot, nobody doing nothing about it. But let a white boy get shot, a white girl get run over, and you see it all on the news for the next 3 or 4 months. We matter. Our black community matter. I worked on a job where I was the only black on the job. I took racism and all other kind of names. I was back in I'm 69 years old. So that was back in the early 70s. when we were niggers to y'all, and y'all disrespected us. We are not. I own land out there. I got cows out there. I got all chickens out there. I got goats out there. I haven't asked the white folks for nothing. I work for what I got. And now I'm coming to you, Mayor Pope, asking you to help me as a black man, not the nigger, not the color boy, a black man that live across the streets from this solar panel that they're about to put up. We need you and your committee to say no. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Juanita Miles Hamilton. On Sunday, April 18th, 2021, at 8:15 p.m., shots were fired. GRU came out. They found 23 casings from 2 separate guns right at the intersection of 8th Avenue and 25th Street, right near my home. That Monday morning, I called all the commissioners, the city manager, requesting a meeting over the phone. I received messages and had a meeting with Mr. Feldman, your city manager, with Commissioner Desmond Duncan Walker, with Commissioner Gail Johnson, with Mayor Poe, with Commissioner Adrian, David Ariola, and Commissioner Rena Sacco. And I want to thank you. And Commissioner Sacco went even further to do a police riding after that event. And I thank all of you. 2 commissioners I did not hear from. Regrettably, Commissioner Harvey Ward and Commissioner Adrian Hayes Santos. Too bad, too bad. Since then, usually on Sundays, evenings, in our communities, we have experienced guns being fired, loud music, speeding cars, broken bottles on sidewalks from the open container laws that we will be talking about later. As a result of the peaceful Sundays, there's everything but peaceful down at TB McPherson. Those same cars ride through all the neighborhoods, creating all kind of problems and compromising the health and safety of the residents in East Gainesville. There's a book that I read, and it's The Human City on Politics and Poverty by Joel Kotkin. And he tells us of the urban processes that creates a growing problem of inequity and illuminates the middle class. We, as African Americans, cannot take much more pain.
Thank you, Ms. Miles Hamilton. I'm afraid your time has expired.
Yes, and I'd like to say that I support the residents of Archer.
Very good, thank you.
My relative was a principal and school teacher out at Archer, C.W. Norton, and I stand in support of these hard-working citizens.
Thank you, Ms. Miles Hamilton. Appreciate you being here. Welcome, Mr. Blunt.
I'd like to repeat for you a report I gave to the County Commission last week about my experience attending conferences with the public housing lobbying groups over several years' time, it happened somehow that our conferences coincided frequently with national developer groups having conferences. So I got to speak on several times with large national developers and told them, hey, I'm from Gainesville. You ever been to Gainesville? And they would kind of smirk or laugh out loud. And, oh, yeah, we know Gainesville. That's the honeypot. That's a place you can go to and get all kind of public money. Yeah. A lot of people don't know that behemoth at 13th University got stalled for so long because back then the city commission finally got smart when the first group came back for their third dip in the tax increment pot. So that's why it stood empty for so long. So this is the reputation that Gainesville and Alachua County have nationally amongst developers. They think they can come here and abuse the local governments. And now they see that these governments are abusing their own citizens, and they can come and do that. You can have a REIT out of Texas come up and just kick out 90 residents who've been a generation in housing at Pine Ridge to create a new crisis in our housing market. You can have a Waffle House dump traffic right into the driveway of a 92-year-old resident, and nobody blinks in city planning. You can have somebody try to do a drive-through out into a neighborhood up in where St. Michael's used to stand. These things should not take local residents rising up and having to make loud protest. We should expect protection from our local elected officials. 3 times GRU has tried to foist solar farms on black neighborhoods over in Archer. And it's getting to be, it's a pattern. And one of those developer groups even bragged about how many great solar arrays they put up at airports. We got an airport? Why don't they go out to the airport? It's like they don't even have to bother to think about how it's affecting people. What is the more rational way? They can do whatever they feel like, because this is Gainesville, Alachua County, where you can get away with anything if you're dropping money.
Thank you, Mr. Blount. Bethany, I'm going to check back in with you. You got anybody on the line for general public comment?
No, sir. No one else has called in for comment.
Okay. Anybody else in chambers wish to speak to general public comment? These are items not on our agenda. Going once, going twice. Okay, appreciate y'all taking time out of your day to show up and share your thoughts with us. It's greatly appreciated. We'll start with Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. Miles Hamilton isn't here right now, but I did want to let her know that I did call her back and left a voicemail and left my personal cell phone too. I'll be happy to talk with her again when she comes back in. Thank you.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to thank the residents of Archer for coming out and letting us know their concerns. I have a couple of questions for Ed Bilarski, if you can. Can you go through what the engagement process was for Origis and the site and choosing the site? And then can you also, after answering that question, bring the commission up to date on how this is moving forward?
Yeah, Commissioner Johnson. The engagement was handled through a Regis with site managers from GRU. Chuck Height was a GRU responsible party. We had some Zoom calls that we had some engagement questions. We also met with folks down there. Quite frankly, over the past, 45 days, when some of the citizens were engaged by legal counsel. Our folks, Regis was kept from talking to those folks. So it's interesting to hear that there has been not any public engagement recently. It's for a reason. We were following protocol with them retaining legal counsel, and you all know that that's inappropriate to do. But there were private conversations with citizens. The format was laid out, and I think Regis took into account really some significant setbacks from the roads and other properties to mitigate whatever impacts there might be. I mean, some of the folks that spoke for the site said things like, you can't see it, you can't hear it, you can't smell it. And quite frankly, I don't view it as an industrial site. It is there were some things that were said tonight as well, that it doesn't benefit the community there at all. Well, anytime you sustain an electric grid, it's for the welfare of the community. And you can't look beyond the property taxes that go to Alachua County when that site is going to be built. So it's not true that there are benefits. There are not benefits to the community down there from a structural perspective of property taxes as well as the grid. But no, there were many private conversations as well as public conversations. Where we are now is that I think Regis is trying to figure out what the next steps are. We are in a contract. It is a legal issue. And we're meeting with them, I think it's this week or maybe into next week, to see what the next steps are. That's what I have.
So when the residents were talking about that Regis is still looking at spaces in Black communities in Archer, is that accurate?
I don't know that, what they're looking at the present time. That's what the meeting will be all about. But I know that area down there is being looked at by many other utilities because it's flat land, it's close to the interconnections, it's close to other substations. So there's viability from that perspective. So I don't know whether that's Regis or whether that's Duke or whether that's FP&L or FMPA. But people are looking across Florida looking to install solar installations. And I mean, you're not talking about just 50 megawatts here, you're talking 30, 40, 50,000 megawatts across the state that's going to be built in all kinds of urban, rural areas. So yeah, I don't have the exact information on that.
Okay, thanks. We clearly have a problem that we need to address. And I am incredibly sensitive to the plight of many of the residents and Black land ownership and Black neighborhoods and Black communities. I believe that we can do both. I believe that we can reach our goals of 100% renewable, and I believe that we can also do it without disrupting generations of Black land ownership in Archer. And I think that that should be the directive of this commission. As a matter of fact, not just Black neighborhoods, many neighborhoods, period. But like many people in the audience said, I understand how projects and development and Black communities have been targeted. It's the truth. And I don't know if it was intentional or not. I'm not going to say that. But clearly people have come to us with a concern that we need to address. And I also am wondering about the community engagement process. We get to this point often when we do not engage communities early and often, consistently. this is where we end up. And I support the county commission, the decisions that they make, because eventually, when we vote in the ways that we do, people will start getting the clue that we need to engage communities early and often, and they need to be part of the decision-making process. With that, Ed, can you illuminate how you envision us moving forward, considering some of the concerns that have been brought to us? I know that I'll just finish my thought. I personally would like to see what the plan is moving forward for the site plan and engaging communities. That needs to be absolutely 100% approved by this commission. One, and I would love to also hear your ideas. Thank you.
Sure, Commissioner Johnson. As I suggested, we'll be meeting with a Regis and looking at next steps. I think we need to come back as a utility to the City Commission and brief you all in a transparent, public way as to where we sit with that contract, where we sit with site selection, and what those options moving forward are. And that's exactly what I plan to do. Don't want to do this in a vacuum. This is not going to be a Regis just moving forward. You all have decisions to be made with the facts, and that's what we'll proceed to do. So, and I'm not even biasing myself moving forward. This, I believe, was a very good contract. I think it provided things to GRU and its customers that were, very, very beneficial from an environmental perspective as well as a rate perspective. That all being said, if it's, we're at this crossroads and there's a, bump in the road, then we will sit back and we'll re-envision from the perspective of the City Commission.
Thank you, Ed. Do you have an idea of when that's going to come back to the commission?
I don't see why we can't put something together after meeting over the next week or so. So I would think that we do something pretty quickly.
So would it be safe to say in 3 weeks at the next City Commission meeting, August 5th?
I certainly think we can bring something back that may not be fully baked, but at least will be something that you all can think about and provide direction. And I think that's what you're saying as well, in that sometimes you don't want things that are fully baked because then you can't change the recipe, right? So, we'll bring something back with what we know, and then we'll ask for direction from the City Commission.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Ed.
Sure.
Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for leading that line of questioning, Commissioner. That answers a lot of the questions that I was going to have, and I'm in full agreement with your statements. The one thing that I think should be added to this conversation, besides figuring out how the city approaches sort of the next phase, is sort of the reality that we're going to have more conversations about renewable energy in our community for the rest of our lifetimes. And I heard a lot of people say we're not against solar. It's not that solar panels are bad or all of that, but sort of the tertiary language, like it's being dumped on us and all those things, it's really giving a bad rap to renewable energy, which I don't want us to go towards, because we need to change our mentality as a society about how we provide energy to our civilization. It just came out last week. The Amazon rainforest is now producing more carbon than it's taking in. The Earth is not on a timetable that any of us are in control of, and the most conservative estimates say that the polar ice caps will be melted in 15 years. So I cannot, in good conscience, allow for that conversation to happen without the stark reality of survival on this planet facing us. So having said that, I'm looking forward to the next discussion as to how Regis goes forward. And you know what? It would have been inappropriate for us to be talking to Regis while they're looking for land acquisitions, because we're a representative body, not an executive body. So it would have been inappropriate for us to be involved in those in terms of what site selection. But now that they've had their application rejected by the county, it is appropriate for the commission to give direction for how we want to see this solar panel farm go forward, because we are not going to back down from renewable energy. But we are absolutely, for me, I appreciate everyone who came out and took all the time to drive out here, because if you don't, then we don't hear your perspectives, and your perspectives matter to me. So we are going to go back to the drawing board, as was just stated by the general manager, and this commission is going to figure out a solution that works for your community, but that also allows us to keep the good name of renewable energy strong. Thank you.
Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to say thank you to all of the residents from Archer who came out and who spoke so eloquently and presented a very clear picture and made an incredible argument for something that I feel very strongly about. I heard one of the residents say that they did everything right. They followed all of the rules. She said, we didn't march or stir up a ruckus. I've marched and stirred up a ruckus because I believe in good trouble. I believe in everything that you've said here today, and I look forward to working hand in hand with my colleagues to arriving at the solution that's most appropriate. Because I wasn't here when these initial decisions were made, I'm going to ask a couple of questions, either from Ed or perhaps you, City Manager, can help me with some contextual things here. But I'm curious as to who the property owner was who offered their site for this solar panel development that was refused. You don't know that? Ed, could you speak to that?
I don't know the exact title of the property owner. I've heard, the Uncle Willie's name, and I'm not sure, what the LLC or whatever that is. But I can get that information to you, Paul.
Okay, that would be great. And also, Ed, why they were not considered and if their offer still stands.
Oh, well, wait, I'm sorry, I must have misunderstood. Did you say the other property owner?
Yeah, the property owner it had come to me that there was a property owner who offered their site for this project to actually be built on, and it was one that the residents were in agreement with. It was not very close to where they live. It was something that they could actually live with. Someone offered that. Is that correct information?
Oh, yeah, no, quite frankly, no, I thought you were talking about the one that had been rejected. I'm sorry, I apologize. No, I'm not familiar with the specifics of the other site, but I am aware that there are a host of other land, pieces of land, parcels that are down there. So yeah, I don't know who may have went to somebody like a Regis or an FP&L or whomever is looking for that. So yeah, I'm not party to that.
Okay, all right. Well, I am certainly on board with circling back with my colleagues to move on behalf of what will be not just environmentally just, but also what is just for the longstanding residents of that area who really deserve for this to work out in a way that is fair. Thank you very much.
Mr. Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to everyone who took time out of their day to come here to talk about this once again. And I hope that we can engage you in a way that helps you make the best use of your time when you come talk to us. I will tell you that last week I spoke with Mr. Bolarski and about exactly this, what our next steps are and what things look like going forward and what our options are. But as Commissioner Ariola pointed out, we have not been, as commissioners, in a role where it made sense legal, not only made sense legally, but was appropriate legally for, please don't shake your head about this. You know this is true, sir.
Y'all, if we could just keep the
Absolutely.
comments going through.
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor. It is not up to us as 7 individuals to go choose a site. We have a contract with someone who negotiated this with a landowner who was a willing seller. Where we are now is at a point where we may be able to rethink that. Because of the county's decision, we are at a point where we probably have options. But it would be inappropriate for any of us or all of us to go knocking on doors in the neighborhood and saying, we're not sure about this deal. Would you sell us your property instead? And if we had done that, I'll promise you that there's an individual here with us today who would be ridiculing us for that because it would have been legally improper. So I'm glad that we're in a position where we can discuss some options, and I look forward to, in 2 or 3 weeks, having that opportunity. Thank you.
Mr. Saka?
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Bolarski or Ms. Shalley, do either, I can't recall, but does the contract we approve have a deadline by which construction needs to start before the vendor loses the contract?
Do you want to answer that, Ms. Shalley, or?
That was a no.
Oh, there are conditions by which actions need to be taken. I don't have them at my fingertips right now, but all the more reason that we need to take the next steps in a very judicious manner, because we are party to this contract and we both have duties and obligations under the contract. And I want to say that, I don't want to go off on a tangent here, but there's this idea that GRU is all knowing and all, capable of doing everything under this contract. When you get into a PPA like this, where somebody's providing you these services, you do allow them, certain responsibilities for particular reasons, because it's about risk and mitigating risk. You don't want to be in the business of some of these things that, we've been discussing. But yeah, we will come back to you with, I think that's some pertinent questions that we'll come back with you and let you know that if by X something isn't decided, then there'll be this liquidated damages or that liquidated damages. So we will go through what those options are for the commission.
Thank you, Mr.
Does that help?
Yes, sir. So I don't have a copy of the contract readily available. So I was just curious what those deadlines were, because I know we can break the contract, but we would have to pay out damages, or you just could break the contract and pay out damages. But I think I remember there being a deadline by which things had to start, or the contract would be voided on its own. And so that's the date I'm interested in finding out, given that we started down this path several months ago.
Well, and that's one of the issues that Regis, as a party to that contract, needs to get all their T's crossed and their I's dotted, because there's issues under contracts like force majeure, which are events that are outside their control that, and you well know, I'm sitting there talking to an attorney, look at me, that put them in a different legal position. So some of the things that I've heard tonight from citizen comment are examples of that party trying to get full closure on exactly what the issues are, so they know where they stand from a legal perspective. And I think that's what's happening right now. And the more we keep this to a objective perspective and move forward, I think we'll be better off. I mean, I will say that I appreciate what everyone has brought to the commission and GRU's attention through the citizen comments and some of these discussions. But at the same time, we need to let the process play out.
Thank you, Mr. Bilarski. So if your office or Ms. Shalley's office, if whoever has a copy and can give it to us, I think it has to be still in hard copy because so much of it was redacted. But if somebody could get in whatever media possible, get us that copy of those, I guess, those requirements on time, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, everybody. Again, thanks to the folks that came down today. You know, we'll keep working through the process. You know, I hear the concerns. I know they're sincere. You know, we'll certainly look at other opportunities that we have for this. At some point, we're going to reach a sort of inflection point where all of us are going to be demanding solar in our backyard because simply our lives depend on it. So, you know, if this is not the right spot and time right now, then I think you've heard that we're all open to looking what other opportunities exist out there. But we're not going to have a lot more time or luxury to afford choosing where we place non-fossil fuel producing energy production. It's reaching a crisis level. So we'll work. I think we have a target for August 5th. We'll see if we can get everything together by then. If not, we have another meeting late August, and we certainly should be ready by then. And with that,
Mayor Poe, may I have 15 seconds to
No, you may not.
please?
So
It's
no,
very
no,
important because
you may
Commissioner
not.
Johnson,
Thank you.
I'll do it in my next comment.
That's fine. Madam Clerk, if we could please have the next item.
Our next item is BD2, appointment to the Gainesville-Alachua County Regional Airport Authority.
Okay, thank you. We have two applicants for one full term that will end in July of 2024. We have Harriet Davis and Randall Wright. Ms. Davis or Mr. Wright here with us today, either of you? Okay, come on up and introduce yourself and tell us why you would like to serve on the Airport Authority. Welcome and thanks for being with us, sticking with us.
Thank you for having me. First of all, I want to say good evening to everyone, you, Mayor, Commissioners, and everyone in their prospective places. I want to introduce myself. My name is Harriet Donnell Davis. I am not a native here of Gainesville, Florida, but I have resided in this community for over 2 years. And I have been raised to service my community and be a contributor. I recently was indoctrinated with the Flight Attendant Academy as a flight attendant, and I do not, so I am just being introduced to the aviation team, and I want to contribute. I do not know everything, but what I don't know, I am willing to learn, and I am coachable. And I just want to thank you for your time and listening to me. I would love to service on the board, and thank you again.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Davis, for sticking with us throughout the afternoon. It was good to meet you in person, and we appreciate your willingness to serve. How about Mr. Wright? Are you here? Or Bethany or Madam Clerk, do we have Mr. Wright on the phone? No? Okay, then we'll turn to Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. I move that we appoint Harriet Davis to the Gainesville Authority.
Second. Okay, motion by Commissioner Johnson, second by Commissioner Ward to appoint Ms. Davis to the Airport Authority. Any citizen comment on that item? Okay, back to the commission. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Ms. Davis, congratulations and thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, up next.
Our next item is BD3, Business Improvement Grant Program, Historic Masonic Lodge LLC application, with a recommendation that the commission approve the Historic Mason Gainesville LLC's Business Improvement Grant application as described, and authorize the city manager to execute the grant agreement.
Okay, welcome. Mr. Feldman, did you have anything you want to say before we get going?
This is just one of the programs that we have through the GCRA, and GCRA staff is here to answer any questions that you might have.
All right, very good. Welcome.
Thank you, Commissioners. Pleasure to meet you. So,
Again, this is the Business Improvement Grant Program. We had one of the applications come in from the Historic Masonic Gainesville LLC. Next slide, please. It jumped a little too fast there. So they submitted the complete application on June 9th, 2021. The building address, I expect that you're going to be familiar with it, is at 215 North Main Street, Gainesville, Florida, 32601. The proposed improvements total $245,358. Upon completion and receipt verification, the applicant would be eligible for up to $122,679. We're bringing the item to you because per program guidelines, any applications for grants of over $100,000 require City Commission approval. Next slide, please. So the recommendation, City Manager, Gainesville City Commission, approve the Historic Masonic Gainesville LLC Business Improvement Grant application as described.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Jesantes.
Thank you, Mayor. So I guess we retooled the program. Is this for future? They have not started on these specific improvements they're asking for as part of the grant program, or is this on the improvements that have already been completed?
So the way the program is designed, the applicants have to come to us prior to any improvements beginning.
Okay.
So none of these improvements of these specific improvements have started yet. It has to go through and be approved by the City Commission prior to.
And what kind of improvements will these ones be that they're working on now?
So there are a number of improvements that are being sought to be done. Tricia, if you could pull up slide 18 on the application, and then this will just be a quick list of the types of improvements so you can see them. It might be a bit small, but work to be performed includes sidewalks, walkways, earthwork, rainwater tanks, pavers for the entrance, the sidewalk and patios, landscaping, landscape maintenance, new downspouts and gutters, awnings, exterior lighting, new front railing installation, repairing and sealing of the front steps, sealing of the precast concrete to prevent erosion, and painting of the new addition.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm curious because the remaining balance will be $65,000. Should they fulfill all their reimbursement requirements at the end of their contract? And so I'm just jog my memory for our next budget. We're going to be replenishing this fund. We're going to continue this grant going. Is that correct?
Correct. The funding FY 2022. I believe our request is for $350,000 in new funding for that.
Okay, so this is a fairly large request. Is my concern right now, and so I just want to know, by approving this today, does the city retain the option to reduce that $122,000 amount? Because looking at that list, there's a lot there that I can see why it would be the city's responsibility to reimburse some of these costs. Not all of it, though. And so the figure $122,000 to me jumps out a lot. And so if that's what I'm being asked to approve today, I won't. But if I can have assurances that the City Commission retains the ability to reduce that amount, then I could vote for it today.
So I don't believe this type of question has come up previously. The way the program is written, the City Commission is being asked to approve the amount because the applicants would be then entering into contracts to perform that work. So
that answers my question. Thank you. I appreciate that. So then my concern then would be, commissioners, there are some items there I do not think fall within the public realm to pay for. And if y'all want to go back and forth on that, we can. Because I simply don't see why we would have to pay for example, awnings. It just doesn't seem as though there's a public utility for that. But I could see, for example, gutter repair and sidewalks and things like that, because it's general, the public vicinity. But everything else, I just can't see that.
Thank you. Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I concur with Commissioner Ariola. Was thinking the same thing, and my concern is that we would be diminishing a significant amount of the pot, and so I have a question about any other applicants who might want to apply for this money. So they wouldn't have the opportunity to get nearly as much, because if this is approved today, this will be a huge chunk out of that. So they would what, just wait until the next budget cycle? How does that work?
So if this were to be approved as it is currently, there would be $65,000 remaining and change for the program until October 1st, which is when the fund would get new funding coming in from the new budget if the city budget is passed as we have requested for this program itself. So there are a number of other applicants that are looking to apply, but I do not have applications in hand from other applicants at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So is there anyone from the project in the room to talk to us today or online? Okay. Let me be real positive first and say that the building looks wonderful and the work that's going on there is laudable. But then I have to go and say that when I voted for a larger package of opportunities, business improvement grants, this is really not what I had in mind. Now, we didn't spell that out, and that's fine, but this is not the sort of thing that I had in mind. Traditionally, CRA monies go to things that are specific to infrastructure, like sidewalks and that sort of thing. And if it were about specifically that, or if it were about creating opportunity where opportunity does not exist, I could see that, and I would probably be enthusiastic about those sorts of things. This really doesn't seem to be that. I would say to anyone watching who might be interested in putting one of these grants together that if you ask for significant funding, it might not be a bad idea to show up. But maybe that's just me. And we did move this meeting, so I apologize if those folks were ready last Thursday and were unable to be here today.
So
Yes, sir.
just to answer that, the representative was here, but they had to leave because their car broke down.
Gotcha, okay. So $120-some thousand is a lot of money to ask for. And I don't find myself able to support this today. I would ask from a budgetary standpoint, would this roll over into the next budget year if it doesn't get spent this year? Okay, all right, thank you. That's all, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Saka?
Mr. Mayor, I have a few questions just to make sure I understand the chart correctly, and the application overall. Is the theoretical grant that we would vote on today for the 122,000? Correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that would be, and I'm looking between a couple pages and that's where I'm getting confused. It would be to cover half of these or I guess half the cost of all of these projects, not just any particular projects?
That is correct. So the way the grant program works is they have to get pricing from multiple vendors, and it's based off the lowest pricing for that type of work. So the 245,000 and change is the total of all the lowest cost bids, and then the maximum that they would be able to get as a reimbursement would be half of that at the 122,679 upon delivery of receipts for verification.
Okay. So walk with me very slowly here. Mr. Keith Perry is one of the owners of this building, correct?
Keith Perry is involved in it. I do not believe that I am aware if he's a direct owner. I don't have that information. I have the applicant's information here, Keith Perry is not in the application itself. He's not the one that's applying for the grants.
Okay, but he is involved in the project.
One of the vendors is Perry Roofing. It is being managed by some of their personnel. Because they were one of the vendors that did request for that type of work, that they submit 3 different vendors as opposed to just the 2. And so they did comply with that and give 3 different vendors for pricing for the roof work.
Okay. But the bid that went out would be Perry Roofing? Or I guess the lowest bid.
The lowest
that I see
pricing
here.
was Keith Perry Roofing for that component.
So here's my reservation. Because I'll agree with Commissioner Ward, the building looks lovely. However, I have 2 very prominent reservations. One, I don't necessarily see a public benefit other than we have another nice venue in the area, which would be nice, but it doesn't apply to the vast majority of the community because it's not like everybody's going to go have a wedding every day or every month. That's just not going to happen for most people. So I don't see these funds going to help our community. The second is, if I recall correctly, well, Keith Perry might not own the business, his business partner does and represents himself frequently as Keith Perry's business partner. And I think it's a little, for me, it's a little squeamish to ask your business partner to request money to then give it to you as the lowest bidder on a project. And that to me just doesn't feel right. That you will somehow benefit from the public's money to enrich yourself. However many degrees that is removed. That to me is squeamish is the word I can think of that is most polite. So I cannot, and it is a lot of money. It is a lot of money out of the pot going to one building that does not necessarily benefit, not even a majority, like many people in the community. So I can appreciate the work they put into the application, but I really can't support something like this today. Thank you.
Commissioner Asante?
Thank you, Mayor. This program took the place of the facade grant program, is that correct, in essence? And that program was to areas that were visible to the public, and kind of interacting with it would be replaced at a 50%, or would be reimbursed at a 50% amount. I think we also, when we created the program, created higher amounts for historic buildings. That meets it as well. I do believe that I don't think we should be, I think this meets all of the parameters of the program. And we also said that historic buildings should be, I think, a higher priority as well, and when they were received as well. I think we need to be careful about deciding on who gets money from a program based on who the applicant is, and we should treat people, I think, fairly. I think this meets all the requirements of the program, and I believe that we should move forward on it, and I would move staff recommendation.
Okay, is there a second? Motion dies for lack of a second. Commissioner Johnson?
Oh, well, I mean, if the motion can't pass. I'll say what I have to say, is that I agree with many of the statements up here. In this case, and in the next case, to me, this is it's an interesting game that I see being played at the city in terms of really multimillionaires or people that own businesses that are worth millions requesting a handout from government. And to me, when we expend taxpayer dollars, it should be used for businesses and for people that need it. And we have the power to make those decisions, irrespective of what the applications, who the applicants are, or what the parameters of the application are. And I actually felt a little bit enraged when I saw this in the next item with staff recommendation, because to me it is not a good use of taxpayer money. Money should be used for the people that need it the most. And when you have corporations and people who are multimillionaires coming to us asking for a handout, we should not give it. These should be used for the smallest business, for small businesses in areas that are within the CRA districts that are experiencing slum and blight. And they need help from us to be able to contribute to the community. This business does not need it. I have a problem with this, and I'm going to continue. I always vote against these. I voted against it with the Hyatt. I'm very happy that they're coming, but I also didn't think that we needed to give $300,000. So I'm not going to be able to support the, well, I didn't, the motion failed, but I needed to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. I was trying to pull it myself. Can we pull up that list again, please? Yeah, there's no more motion on the floor right now. There's no motion on the floor right now.
No, I just wanted to know, did the motion fail for lack of a second?
Correct.
Or is there no motion?
Well, it failed for lack of a second, so there is no motion. So with, you know, the way I look at these is if there's a public benefit, you know, that I'm more likely to support it. And so I look at this list, and some of these things I do see a direct public benefit. Basically, it's the connections to the public realm. So what connects to our sidewalks and our roadways and lighting, things like that. Those do serve a public benefit, whether you're inside the building or not. You know, and so things like sidewalks, walkways, lighting, you know, even the steps, like that, like people will walk, I guarantee you, people will walk up there and get their pictures taken and stuff, even if they're not, you know, like renting out the building or using it. And so I see a nexus between what makes sense and some of those projects. The rest I don't. I mean, I think that's just purely for private benefit. And there is no, to me, rationale for doing that. So the exterior lighting, I think is not only a good allowable use, but actually important, something that obviously we need lots more of and would benefit the area, not just the building itself or the folks inside it. The sidewalk and walkway, same thing. That would benefit everybody. You know, and makes sense to do it now while they're advancing the project. The rest of it, I don't see a direct public benefit, and don't think it makes sense to support it. So, you know, we'll see if another motion gets on the floor that gets a second that approves a limited scope. I think I could support it. If not, I'm fine letting this you know, just go on without a vote as well. Commissioner Sacco?
Just as a question, is there a way, or rather, were we provided any documentation that breaks down the site work box? Because it includes a lot of different elements, and I'll agree with with Mayor Poe that, you know, exterior lighting, I can see a public benefit for that. Sidewalk, I can see a benefit for that. But the earthwork and the rainwater tanks and everything else for the benefit of the building, I don't necessarily think we should be burdened with that cost. So is there anything to tell us exclusively the sidewalk value? It's okay if you don't have it.
So in the packet, they did submit all of the, I need to find that section in here.
What page? I got 82 of them.
I want to find that.
I have a lot of liability insurance certificates, but I don't find I can't find the estimate.
So they did submit all the work. So I don't know if you can see, if I put this up here for display purposes. But they did submit a binder with all of the work that was going to be done.
I can't actually. Is there
It's
a way
going
to-
out on broadcast, but not inside here.
Is it?
So we take down screen share. There we go.
Okay.
So the site work as submitted, general conditions, demolition, earthwork, paving, concrete, utilities. This was from Osteen Brothers doing the site work.
And does it say how much is the sidewalk? I'm not a construction expert, that's why I'm asking which one would be the sidewalk.
So Osteen for this one, the lump sum was $116,000. Sidewalk is going to be under concrete and row. Sidewalks per instruction, $19,482.
So is that the 19,000 is the one for the sidewalk?
That is for the sidewalk. I'm going to assume some of the earthwork that's probably going to be done is probably going to be in preparation for the sidewalk.
Okay. So, trying to look at math. Okay, hold on. Because I think the lights were 30,000. I didn't want to print this thing or not. Okay, there it is. So the exterior lighting is coming in at 25, just under 25,000. And with that, let's round it up to 20,000. I would be comfortable agreeing to 45,000 of what they've requested to do, well, they can only do half of it, right?
Correct. It's only 50%
So
match.
that's half of 45. 22,500. Did I get that right? So I would be comfortable approving that amount for the use of the sidewalk and the lighting, because there is a public benefit to that. And so I move that we approve this award in the amount of 22,500 for the purposes of lighting and sidewalk.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Sacco, seconded by Commissioner Santos, for approving amount up to $22,500 that would be used specifically for exterior lighting and a sidewalk. With that, actually, we'll go to Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I appreciate Commissioner Sacco, Mayor Poe, you all looking for a way to make something good from this, and I laud that. But we're guessing at this. We put our staff in a bad spot to try to perceive what is intended in breaking down individual components of this, and I don't think that's where we should be. If the applicant were here and we could ask them for clarification, or if they wanted to make a separate offer or something like that, I might be willing to support it, but I cannot support it as is because we're guessing at it, and I don't want to do that. Thank you.
Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that comment, Harvey, because I think I might fall in that same area. If the applicant were here, we could hear arguments, we could hear clarifications that until now we can't. And so I'm convinced by that argument. So I won't support the motion. I would rather us reschedule this and have the applicant be here, because it seems it's the will of the commission to not go with the full requested amount. But we are trying to make good on as Adrian said, a program that we are asking people to apply for, and so we should show, I think, at least that type of extension to allow them to come up to make their arguments plain.
Certainly, one of our options could be definitely to continue this to the next meeting. Commissioner Sacco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I have no problem continuing it. I do have a question, I guess, in terms of process. So hypothetically, let's say this gets 4 votes. If the applicant thinks it is not sufficient, or the amount, because we specify it is for lighting and sidewalk purposes, if it is not to the amount, if they have a correction to make, can they refuse our grant and reapply or modify or appeal?
So there is no appeal process built into the grant program itself. to answer your question there. They could, I mean, any of the applicants, any of the businesses can in theory reapply, but for the program itself, if they were to do that, they would not be able to start any work prior to doing so. So it would delay, obviously, them getting work done.
Thank you, sir. So with that answer, I think I'll agree with Commissioner Ward and Commissioner Ariola. It might be best to continue it until we can get the applicant or their representative to answer some of the questions rather than guessing at an amount. So how do I kill my motion?
You could just amend it to say to continue it instead of
Okay. I'll
approving any money.
amend the motion to continue it to a later meeting until the applicant can be present.
So you could continue to August 5th?
Continue to August 5th.
Okay, Commissioner Santos, you okay with that?
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Santos?
Yeah, that's why I was supporting continuing it. Thank
Okay. Members of the public, motion is to continue this item until August 5th, until which time such time we can hear from the applicant. Ms. Beatty.
Good afternoon again. I want to thank all of you. It's refreshing to hear some thoughtful conversation and to hear people that have differing views and for you to discuss them. I don't know how many of you were here when they came. I think there was a zoning change or there was some change before they bought the building. And if I recall, and I could be wrong, I need to go back and look at the meeting. They were saying they weren't asking for anything from the city. They were going to make all these changes. This would be an enhancement. And so I was pretty shocked to see them coming back for this grant. Like Ms. Johnson, very concerned about things like this. And as she said, the next item on the agenda is just another example. About the sidewalks, I have a problem if they're doing things to the sidewalks on their property. For the fact that, an example, on our street, there's a problem with water drainage and stormwater runoff. And a driveway needs a culvert, or the road actually there's a private road, and there really should be a culvert to allow the water to run. And we were told that there would be no work done, even though it's in the right-of-way. It was still our property. And I'm not talking about my personal property, it was a neighbor's property. But it was still the property of the resident. And the city doesn't do work on private property. They wouldn't pay to put in a culvert under, this was a private road that hasn't been deeded to the city. And so, therefore, there was no way around this. The water would have to flow from the property preceding and around in the road and flood the road and such. So I think it's an analogous situation that if they are putting pavers and upgrading the sidewalk that leads from the city's property to their building, it's on them. And in any case, I don't care who the applicant is. And, you know, if it's that way for individual residents, I don't think that, you know, they took this on, they knew what the expenses were, and I don't think it's right. I hope you vote to postpone this and go back and look at the backup, go look at the meeting when this item was approved, and I think it was either a zoning change or a use change or something, and it wasn't too long ago, but, well, maybe it was, I was in here, so, and look at all the aspects of it, and please consider whether we really should be helping to fix private property. Thank you. Thank you.
If you'd please just pause for a second.
Good evening, Mayor Poe, Nathan Scott. So with respect to the motion, I'm okay with it being postponed. I think holistically, if the budget is part of the consideration and you want to get the most bang for your buck and you don't have that much money or you don't want to expend $122,000 in a matching grant, then maybe prioritize what's on that list. Let's think about this like an engineer would. Roof, very important, keeps water out. Building envelope, very important, keeps water out. Lights, public safety. The rest of it, interior of the building, maybe it doesn't need to get done right now. Maybe you wait until you have some more money, or maybe use some reinvestment funds for that, or find some additional grants. But it doesn't have to all be done at once, but protecting the building envelope is very important. Now, I do want to take the opportunity in my remaining time, I'll keep it very brief, but Commissioner Johnson asked a very well-intended question, and the answer was uninformed and false, and it affects my professional reputation. So I think I should be afforded.
On this item?
Yeah, no, Mayor Poe, across the street, I'd be given an opportunity. Just give me 15 seconds,
But
please.
if it's not on this item,
It's
no.
very important.
Yeah, if you can do it up during general public comment.
We don't have general public comment again. Just please let me have 15 seconds.
Of course not. No, you need to
So
stay to the
Ed
item.
Bilarski's going to lie against my professional reputation.
You can
to a
take it up.
commissioner.
You have to stay on topic. You
I
gotta
am
stay
staying
to
on.
the item.
I asked before. You said I could do it.
No.
It's 15. You wouldn't
Not
let me
for-
do it. Then why do you not want to hear from the public?
Because these are the commission
All right. Well,
rules.
I'm gonna say
simply
it.
enforcing
Contrary to
them.
the false narrative, Mayor
Mr.
Poe,
Scott,
I
I need
contacted
you to stop
Orgis.
your comments and
I
stay on
contacted
topic.
Orgis through their
Mr.
counsel
Scott, I'm
on
gonna
March
ask you one more
22nd.
time. You are preventing
I
the
asked them to
orderly running of
contact
this
me on
meeting.
behalf of my clients,
Mr. Scott,
and they
you are
did not pick up
preventing
the phone,
orderly
and they
running
refused to
of
do
this
so.
meeting.
So, Commissioner
I
Johnson,
need you to
we
stop
tried.
your
We did the
comments,
right thing.
Mr.
Thank you.
Scott. The rules are very simple to understand. No, I don't make the rules up. The commission makes the rules and I enforce them. The rules are you must stay on topic to the item that's on the agenda. You were absolutely not on topic. Origis has nothing to do with this project. Solar has nothing to do with this project. Okay. Mr. Manager, if Mr. Scott cannot keep from his outburst and if he cannot keep from preventing the orderly running of this meeting, I'm going to have to adjourn. I do not want to do that. I think that is a horrible waste of all of our time. But if I can't run this meeting in an orderly fashion, that is what I'm going to need to do. Would anybody else like to talk to the motion, which is to continue this item? Back to the commission. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. All opposed? No. That motion passes 5-2 with Johnson and Ward in dissent. Okay, I'm sorry, I did not hear your vote. If y'all would help me by turning your mics on when we take a vote, that would be helpful. So that was Duncan Walker, Johnson, and Ward in dissent, Madam Clerk. Okay, our next item, please.
Our next item is BD4, Phalanx Defense Systems LLC requested lender modification with the recommendation that the commission direct staff to make the appropriate modifications to the loan documents that would accommodate the request.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. Nice to see you all in person again. By way of introduction, I wanted to mention that we were contacted, the staff was contacted about a month or 6 weeks ago by representatives of Phalanx regarding an opportunity for the building that Phalanx occupies right now. So I wanted to, they're going to speak to that this afternoon, but I do want to give you the context. So, because some of the commission, I don't think was on the commission when some of these decisions were made by the commission. So I'd like to roll back the videotape, so to speak, and just go over the points that I have in the agenda. The building that we're talking about is located at 1125 Northeast 8th Avenue. And back in May of 2016, after the building had reverted back to the city did a request for proposals for reuse and development of the former U.S. Army Reserve property. That was in 2016. And at the time, Phalanx Defense Systems made a presentation and submitted as part of the solicitation, and they were ranked #1. And the city commission directed that they move forward, the staff move forward with a contract for the actual building.
Mr. Bredfeld, I'm sorry. I was derelict in my duties and forgot to ask for public comment via phone. I need to go back to that item.
No
and
problem.
Submit that public comment. I apologize. Bethany?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We do have Tana Silva on the line to comment on this item. We'll wait for her to unmute. Tana, if you're there, you may go ahead and start your comments. And before you start, we did have Kathleen Pagan waiting to speak as well. So Kathleen, if you're still listening and you would like to call back in, please do so. Tana, please go ahead.
Yeah, all right, thank you. I hope you will restart the vote and allow Kathleen and me to have our opinions heard about it. I was kind of appalled that the city went ahead with this grant program in November when so many businesses had been wiped out and harmed by, the government actions. But given that they did proceed with it, I am happy to hear the discussion about city incentives and grants, because that's an area that's been, just kind of passed routinely without a lot of follow-up. As far as the specific application, I would just like to point out some items in the applicant's package that I found interesting, that the property pays no property taxes. It's not a business per se. The office address is a one-bedroom student apartment. As far as the content, the improvements on the exterior seem to be something that, would be required or expected by someone doing such a large renovation. The sidewalk, certainly, anything having to do with that. As far as the ownership, Keith Perry was on TV 20 when he bought the property and said, he was in partnership on it with Luis Rodriguez, and that they were spending $1.7 million to renovate it. And so I share the concerns about, of course, the applicant process has to be fair. But I will say that as far as Keith Perry is concerned, especially as a senator who votes on issues that affect the city, this doesn't have a good look, really. And for him to get half of the pot of $250,000, almost half, takes up a lot of money that could be used for smaller local businesses who don't have such backing financially as the Keith Perry has and on that project. I also would like to say that Mr. Perry also received benefit of city taxpayers' largesse a few years ago when he bought the Dunbar Hotel that was renovated by the city, as I recall, for $200,000, turned around and sold it after a few years of a fraternity in the building, sold it for $600,000. I would ask that you just vote it down today, not continue it till next time when he has a chance, or this representative has a chance to talk. Thank you. Bye.
Mr. Mayor, we have not heard back from Kathleen just yet. I will turn it back to you. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, Ms. Begon. I truly apologize for that. Okay, we'll go back to our original item then. Go ahead, Mr. Bredfeld.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. I was just trying to walk back a little bit so that I could explain sort of how we're at where we are right now based on the past. So the city, and I'm just following the material that's in the agenda item. The city entered into a purchase and sale agreement with Phalanx in September of 2016, and the purchase, which was based on an appraisal of the building, and the purchase price at the time was $635,000. So it was based on an appraisal. And the way it was set up was sort of like a seller's financing. In other words, the city secured a mortgage provided by Phalanx with a promissory note in the amount of $635,000 at 0% interest, payable within 10 years unless forgiven prior to that 10-year period. And the way the terms of that worked was that Failings could get forgiveness for basically 2 tranches of the $635,000. One was when and if they put capital improvements into the building and the grounds up to a limit of $335,000. And in 2018, the staff went out. We secured documentation that they had done that. I believe at the time it was actually they exceeded it. It was more somewhere in the neighborhood of $500,000 in improvements that they did to the building. We brought that to the city commission. The city commission was allowed to forgive that, basically. So the city commission did that. So then there was another tranche of $200,000 that was forgivable based on employment that could be documented, employment opportunities. And the way that was structured was laid out in the promissory note. If the commission will recall, just in December of last year, the failing CEO came to the commission and asked for the forgiveness for employment. At the time, the staff said that we could probably give some forgiveness. However, we needed to get verified documents, and those documents that we needed were stated in the promissory note. So at the time, I worked with the auditor's office to review the situation. We essentially got to the point where we couldn't really get the documents to allow any forgiveness. So right now, there's $300,000 that is still on the table for the 10-year period, basically. Let's see. The proposal that we heard about 6 weeks ago involves bringing another company to the Armory building, a company that has a platform currently in town. They're located at the Innovation Hub, and their corporate offices are in Cambridge, Massachusetts. And the question was, could we basically allow failings to almost sort of like sublet the building? So for me, as the economic development staff, I'm wearing one hat as the economic development director. Sounds like a good opportunity, possibly. On the other hand, I have to do compliance. I have to do compliance based on what's in the documents. And based on the review of the documents, I didn't really think explicitly that we could allow the subletting within the context of the documents. So I think I indicated to management that if this allowance, if we were going to move forward with this, then we would have to bring back this to the commission, and the commission would have to make a decision whether pursuing this opportunity made sense or not. So that's really what this is about today. It's really about asking the commission, do you all feel like it makes sense to bring another company into that space? I do want to say that 5 years ago, I wasn't involved in the intricacies of the deal, basically. But I think the intent of the commission was to have failings go in there and also to make it sort of like a vital job center, because otherwise you wouldn't have given the forgiveness for jobs created. So I think that was the intent. So my perception has been, although you'll see in the documents that are in your backup on this opportunity that failings is still at the building, failings still has a footprint at the building, but it's not its full footprint anymore because they've moved operations, some of their operations somewhere else. But to me, as staff, if the intent was to make it a vital job center in East Gainesville, then we thought it would be worthwhile bringing it to the commission to see if you felt the same way. And then if you feel the same way, I think what we're asking or recommending is that you have to modify the documents to allow that, because there's language in there that would need to be clarified. And this is being done in the interest of transparency. So that's my report for
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bradfeld.
There's somebody here to represent the actual opportunities.
Sure. Before that, we're going to go to the city manager.
Yeah, Mayor, I just want to, and Commissioners, I just want to clarify 2 points. So what we're talking about is in the second attachment that's in your agenda package, the special warranty deed. It has two reverter provisions within it. The first reverter provision is no longer applicable because the time period has expired. The second reverter clause is applicable for 10 years, and we are still under that. And in that reverter clause, it says that if Phalanx ceases to occupy the building, then the city can purchase it back, and it has a little formula in there for what that cost would be, but not to exceed $500,000. There's not, as you know, all documents are, they're as clear as mud. And there is a question as to whether or not a full sublease of the space to a biotech companies, which wants to occupy that, would trigger that reverter. We as staff do not think that was the intent of the commission. The intent was to create jobs and keep those jobs there. And there's a potential occupant who can create up to 100 jobs in a 10-year period. And we think that that's good for the city. So our recommendation, and this is what I want to clarify, is just to amend the reverter clause to make that occupancy, make that clear. There is no forgiveness of the remainder of the loan. There's still $300,000 owed on it. $200,000 which was tied to jobs, which, as you know, did not have substantial documentation, and so we are not recommending that it be forgiven. And there was a report that came out to the commission about that, and another $100,000 which is non-forgivable. So that $300,000 mortgage is still there, and we're not asking for that to be amended or replaced in any way. All we're asking is to modify the reverter clause that makes it clear that a sublease that's going to create jobs can go into this space so it can be more active than it is right now.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Feldman. And then representative from the applicant. Welcome, tell us who you are.
Good afternoon. Jason Herswood Colliers, representing the applicant Phalanx Defense Systems. My real estate team was hired in January of this year by Phalanx to lease out some excess space at 1125 Northeast 8th Avenue as incubator space. Since Phalanx transacted with the city to purchase this building, they have made some significant operational decisions to reduce their space needs in order to proactively reduce overall costs due to the economic strain of the pandemic, as well as to reduce direct exposure to COVID-19 to their staff and their work environment. Unfortunately, we have seen these decisions made by several businesses throughout this market. As you know, there is that reverter clause, which we just discussed, in their agreement that requires them to remain active at this building until October of 2026. Phalanx has fulfilled that requirement to date and has had no plans to deviate from that obligation. They have also made our team very aware of this requirement. In our marketing of the newly found excess space, we have been approached by several multinational firms who we'd like to make this building available to be their home as well. To my knowledge, the topic of equity in the development of East Gainesville and creating jobs has been a priority issue for the city for some time now. One company in particular, Avanti Bio, has recently approached us about leasing this space in its entirety. They have assured us that they will create no less than 100 jobs over the next 10 years for the Gainesville residents. On a broader scale, it has now become apparent that companies like this are diligently seeking opportunities such as the one posed here by this 30,000 square foot building in East Gainesville, and having a business with a multinational and or regional presence would be a major win for our city as a whole, especially East Gainesville. With that said, I would like to explicitly request that the city revisit and remove the second reverter clause outlined in the property deed to give Phalanx more flexibility in accommodating these types of opportunities, which would be mutually beneficial for the city of Gainesville and specifically East Gainesville. This will also give us more latitude as real estate agents to propose options for either lease or purchase to pursue and attract these types of companies, which have appeared and have been, which appears to be the original intent of having enacted the reverter clause originally in the first place. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hurst. Okay, back to the commission. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the staff and the manager's office for bringing this before the commission. It's an appropriate discussion for us to have because I think we were all aware of Phalanx's decision, which was, of course, a very difficult one given the circumstances of the pandemic. So I think this is where we get the opportunity to ask some pretty good questions. My understanding is exactly as it was outlaid, which is that the only question we're being asked to consider today is whether to essentially allow for Phalanx to continue to access that tranche of forgiveness by subletting to another company. And I think I'm comfortable with that. I have a couple of questions though. First, I want to verify that that is correct, that Phalanx would be able to continue to access that tranche of forgiveness with this reverter change.
So that is not my interpretation. The interpretation that I have is to allow them to sublease, but any jobs that are created would not go as a credit against the $200,000 for forgiveness. Those jobs have to be created by Phalanx, not by any sublessee.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification, because that is an important one to make. So then, naturally, I think my next question is naturally follows that, which is, I have a great appreciation for Phalanx to go out and hire a firm to go out and market this. I have no due diligence on Avanti Bio. That is a really great promise that they've made, and it sounds wonderful, and I'm not opposed to them moving to Gainesville. I need a little bit more diligence before I allow a firm to sublet them into the building. So for me, that is an outstanding question. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Saka?
Mayor, so going down a similar path to Commissioner Ariola. So we're not forgiving. They will no longer have access to loan forgiveness, correct?
They could still achieve loan forgiveness if they come back to the property and create the jobs that are indicated within that period of time, which I think is a 10-year period, which has not expired yet. So they would not, I don't think they would be able to get full loan forgiveness. But again, those jobs would have to be Phalanx's jobs, not any other lessee of the property.
So just to make sure I understand, is the whole building being leased out to Avanti, or would Phalanx keep any portion of it? Because it says they will continue consultations and design here, but I'm not sure how much space they'll occupy.
So Avanti Bio being one of the companies that's approached us, they are looking to lease out the entire building, ideally. But we've had conversations to where Phalanx can remain operational in a small portion of the building.
Has Avanti specified the length of time they would like to have that lease for?
Yes, 10 years.
Okay. So if they get the whole building, there's no way for Phalanx to ever come back and do that.
I'm sorry, say
So
that.
if Avanti gets that 10-year lease for the whole building,
Yep.
there is no practical way for Phalanx to return to the property to create those jobs.
So the lease would be, Phalanx would be leasing the property to Avanti or somebody else on there. If Avanti defaulted on their lease, then Phalanx could reoccupy the space, right? So there's always a way to get back.
And just to be clear, we're not looking necessarily to get forgiveness per se. We're looking to have the latitude, because right now they are forced to be in that portion of the building in some operational capacity. We're asking that be waived more so than the forgiveness, just to give us more latitude for companies like Avanti Bio who have approached us.
That part I understood. I think it was how do you get loan forgiveness if you've leased out the whole building?
Right.
But there is a way.
And if I could just clarify something Mr. Hurst said during his presentation too. I believe he mentioned the reverter clause being eliminated. Our intent would be to modify the reverter clause to permit subleasing of the space. So the reverter clause would still be in there to just, so if there was a default, there was no occupancy, we would still be able to reclaim the property.
Okay, thank you, sir. Oh, Mr. Hurst, no, more questions. So the 100 jobs, that sounds great.
Yeah.
What type of jobs would those be?
I haven't gotten the guidance on those types of jobs, but they are, I would say they're more than just admin level jobs. They are skilled worker jobs. There is some manufacturing, so there will be manufacturing jobs as part of that operation. So as far as the specific nature of the jobs, that's all I have in level of detail.
So part of my concern and what I would need to comfortably vote on giving that latitude
Sure.
is knowing, I guess, the skill level of certain jobs.
Sure.
Because I don't want it to be you need a PhD in chemistry to do these jobs, and like 20 of the jobs will be exclusively for PhDs. So that is my fear, where it's great if you create jobs, but if they're not jobs accessible to the surrounding community, then it doesn't matter.
Yep.
It just imports people that have no ties to Gainesville, might contribute to the economy, but we're not lifting up our own people.
Sure.
So that's my speed bump on the way.
Yeah.
Where I don't, without
No,
knowing
understood,
that,
understood.
I can't comfortably give that. I'm inclined to do it. I just am not 100% comfortable just yet.
Understood. And let me be clear, Avanti Bio is one of the main leading candidates for the building. We have been approached by other individuals who haven't gotten as far along in the process as we have with Avanti Bio, but our intent is to use that building for the good that Phalanx was originally intended to use that building for. So whether it's Avanti Bio, whether it's XYZ Corporation or ABC LLC, our intent, as well as yours, it sounds like, is to create jobs, beneficial jobs, as you mentioned, Commissioner Sacco, for the east side of Gainesville. So whether it's Avanti Bio or not, the reverter clause would give us, removing the reverter clause rather, would give us more latitude to do that, whether it be Avanti Bio or any other company. So I don't want to necessarily focus in on them per se, but have the latitude for companies like Avanti Bio to be in that building.
So what makes me mostly inclined is that there are people
Sure.
lined up to replace that Latham, that there will be an employer there.
Correct.
So I'm good with that, but I don't want to modify the clause prior to having, all but stamped and approved
Understood.
lessee.
Okay.
So until, I don't know how much time and how time intensive it is to kind of vet those folks, or at least say what skill level or types of jobs will you be creating? It's surface level. It doesn't have to be that deep.
Sure.
But having that knowledge of one company versus the other, so long as we know that those will actually be doing it, not just creating jobs in whatever capacity.
Understand.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Michelle, did you want to jump in?
I did, Mayor, thank you. Just to try to make something clear. So in the warranty deed, when the city transferred the property, it says the grantee must continuously occupy the property for 10 years. And if they don't, then you all have the right to purchase the property back. That's really the only decision the commission is here making today, is I think you're hearing that they do not want to occupy the property continuously for 10 years. So it sounds like the question for you today is, do you want to buy the property back? You don't have any decision making in who the tenant is, whether they create jobs or don't create jobs. It is just, do you want to exercise the right to purchase the property or not? Or maybe that decision isn't ripe yet. If they're still occupying the property?
No, they intend to stay until October 2026. It's just that they have those opportunities to use this for some good, which is why they hired us to be able to backfill some of that space once the operations change. If you come and say that we can't remove this reverter clause, they'll remain in there until October 2026 with no problem. So
the question then for you is, do you want to start the process to buy the property today, and that will, or not?
I've heard another suggestion, Ms. Shalley, and so please give us your opinion on this. If we wanted to modify the reverter clause, I assume it would need both parties to agree, but if we wanted to modify the reverter clause to allow for the for Phalanx, who the agreement's with, to sublet some or all of the property.
So you'd be leaving the reverter clause in place, but what would be the next trigger? That's the part that, I don't want to draft documents that are clear as mud.
So if that's the commission's intent, I mean, I think we would ask for you to come up with that language. If it's the commission's ultimate intent that we would want to allow for them to sublet, then that's the direction we need to give to you.
So then, I guess I'm just unclear, what would trigger the right of reverter again? Because reverter is normally, when they're leaving, the city gets the chance to get the property back. So that's the that's the part that's not clear.
Yeah, if I can just jump in, I think it would be our intent that if the property is unoccupied at any point, at that, and not creating any economic activity, that would be the trigger for the reverter clause. So, I mean, there may be a change in tenants for, a few weeks, as one goes in, one comes out, but the intent is to make that property a useful economic generator for the community and the surrounding neighborhoods on there. So the choice is, I see it as you can leave phalanx in there, you could allow for the subletting, or you could exercise the reverter.
Okay. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I think the most important thing is how do we make sure that that building is active and things are happening there and there's jobs out of it. That was the intent of when this was done. There wasn't really much happening at the time in the area when this was done. This was kind of one of the first things happening. I think Phalanx will just they'll have one person working there if they want to, and that would still meet the parameters of it because they'd still be operating out there. That may not be the intent of what we want, but that is, I think, would be allowed under the agreement, and they wouldn't have to get up. That's what I would do if I was them, just have one person working there. If we have an opportunity to have more jobs out of there and actually being able to fully use the 30,000 square feet, we should do that. I think we can make a modification to the reverter, allowing it to be sublet. I think one thing we could add in there is a number of, I don't know what the right number of jobs that have to be using it at a time. So it's not just down to one, but maybe it's 25 or 30. I don't know what the right number of jobs is, but that could be one way of us making sure that it is being used and as the intended person of jobs being in that building. And that's what I support. I worry if we start to throw a bunch of other things into it, like, well, we need to okay who the leasee is. That makes it much more difficult. And also, they are looking at other properties out there, and we want the jobs to be created there. The more roadblocks we have, and you have to get on a commission meeting, it takes a while to have that happen. And I think we should we have an opportunity to create some more jobs in an area in a building that's not being actively used to its full potential right now. And I think that's what we should do. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we have, once again, an opportunity to make something that isn't probably all that complicated, unbelievably complex. And I don't want us to do that. I want us to kind of focus on what the core issues are. And the core issue is, as Commissioner Santos said, technically, and I don't think it's anybody's intent, but technically, I think Phalanx Defense Systems LLC could operate out of that building by getting mail there and keeping the GRU service on and maintain ownership through 2026. I don't think that's what we're looking for. What I hope for is, well, before I even say that, let's think back to before 2016 when this was an essentially unused building. We don't want that again. At least I don't think we want that again. We want economic activity. The worst thing we can have is an empty building that just sits there for years, because that's a neighborhood ruiner. What we've been able to accomplish here is, what the community has been able to accomplish here is not only an improvement, a drastic improvement on a very solid but almost entirely unused building prior, and we've gained as a community a tremendous park surrounding it, which benefits the businesses across the street, it benefits the neighborhood. It's a good thing. It's kind of an anchor. But we don't want to leave an agreement in place that allows it to become essentially an unused building that accrues benefit. That's not what we're trying to accomplish. I also don't think that we ought to be in the position of telling them who they can. I don't think we have a very good legal argument. Look at me like I'm a lawyer. I'm not. To start telling them who they can and can't lease to. They're coming to the complexity of telling them that if you're going to lease, you got to go to the city commission and get on the agenda and go through lots and lots of stuff about who to lease to is going to be essentially untenable. We will get ourselves in a position we don't want to be in, or future commissions in a position they don't want to be in. What we would hope for is that that building is occupied by a business that has actually got people showing up to work and using the building in the parking lot, and hopefully buying stuff from the store across the street and buying lunch at the restaurant across the street, maybe using the city facilities surrounding it and down the street. That's a good thing. That's good for the neighborhood. And I think probably the best case that we can hope for in this. What we would have wanted is for the business who we made the deal with to thrive and do their thing for the course of the lease. That didn't happen. So we then drop back and punt and figure out the best possible thing that we can count on. Not what we think might happen if we went through 79 machinations, but what we can reasonably expect to count on. And I think what we can reasonably expect to count on is that they lease the building to folks who can use it, and that will occupy it and occupy it well. That's what I would hope for, and I would support a change to the existing document that allows them to lease the facility. It's not a sublease because we're not leasing it to Phalanx. They're the owner. I would support us giving them the opportunity to lease space in the building. Whatever, I don't want to tell them, whether that's 10% or 50% or 100%. They can lease space in the building is what I would hope that we could get to. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Before we get to round two, I too support allowing them to bring in another tenant. We need to be removing barriers to economic development in East Gainesville, not erecting new ones. This is a great opportunity to bring in some new employers, and it's I think I was the only one around when we went through the whole. Were you here for the whole process of the armory? Man, that was an impossible sell. I mean, that was an asbestos-filled, dank building that was specifically designed for military use, and it took a lot to find the right fit to get someone to get in there, invest a bunch of money in the building, and then they've been doing a really phenomenal job. I mean, they went out and became part of the neighborhood. They were there every step of the way with what would happen there and what would happen with the park. And then when the pandemic hit, they pivoted immediately to making PPE and other life-saving equipment for people here in our community. They've been an incredible success story. I am saddened by the fact that they are one of many businesses that have been really devastated by this pandemic. I believe their solution that they're bringing is something that is absolutely in the best interest of our community. Let's take a business that's been incubating at the Innovation Hub, and they don't want to go out to Alachua. They don't want to go out to Celebration Point. they want to go to East Gainesville. And so what I am asking myself is, what can we do to help make that happen? How do we fast track this? How do we get as many people in there working and creating a vibrant economic hub in that part of our city? And so, you know, Commissioner Moore is right. Sometimes we really overcomplicate things. All I want to do is add a clause that allows them to sublease the space, and allow there to be continuous economic activity in the area, keep the place from going dark, and I believe that's what's in the best interest of everybody. So I will certainly support any motion that would allow for that to happen. Commissioner Saka, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think getting to Ms. Shelley's point on what is the trigger for if we want to modify and not totally eliminate the reverter clause, I think a palatable trigger would be you're allowed to sublease, you're allowed to lease out the building, but it can't go more than 2 months unoccupied by a tenant. And I think that gets to the heart of the issue, where we want the building occupied and creating jobs, but don't want it to just sit there empty with Phalanx not having anyone in the building, or just having the one person that they hold there. So long as I'm comfortable with that, so long as they get some business to occupy the space, I'm comfortable with that, but I don't want it to, I don't want them to say, like, we need 6 months to find someone. Like, you need to go out and find someone to fill it in, because the purpose was that you bring jobs into this community. So I don't know if that needs to settle on folks, but I think that's my suggestion on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So let me ask a question. I'm reading this reverter clause now. Did someone earlier state, and I really want to make sure that this is very clear. I'm only asking questions. I'm not trying to complicate things. I'm only asking questions to try and better understand what's being put in front of me. So it says that there has to be a calendar date to be provided notice. And if I heard correctly, the point where the building was vacated was far before the actual notice of the reverter. So we are at the point now where, it could have been many times past where we could have decided to ultimately purchase this, and we haven't, because of what has been stated by the mayor and commissioners, which is that we want this to be an occupied space. So I'm there too. I absolutely want to keep the right of reverter. So I think I would subscribe to a similar idea that you had, Raina, which is to allow for them to sublease the property, but it must be continuously subleased, because if we don't have the right to reverter clause to trigger that we can buy it back, essentially they could sublease it for a month. We've changed the contract. They no longer have to continuously occupy it. And that is my concern, which is I want to make sure that we are holding these companies accountable for this. So I'm not trying to make things more complicated. I hear that a lot when I go into some questions, and I'm really not trying to make things more complicated. But when I have one of my officers saying contracts are clear as mud, another officer saying I don't want to write contracts clear as mud, it's like we have to sort this out. We're the governing body. So I'm trying to do my part. So I would be happy to make a motion to allow for the change of the right of reverter number 2, to allow for a sublease, but it must be a continuous sublease with no period of vacancy longer than 2 months. And we're going to keep at the very end of I want to make this clear. We're going to keep at the end of that right of reverter number 2 the last statement, which is that, or the last 2 statements stating that if they don't fulfill that, then we immediately trigger the ability to purchase back in full.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Commissioner Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. First, I'm going to ask you all to be patient with me while I kind of go through my thought process here. One, I think it's curious that a company went out and hired a firm to sublet a space. Sublet is not the right word. To occupy the space when it was clearly in violation of the terms of the agreement. I'm going to put that out there first. Two, I wonder about the precedent that this sets. Three, I wonder how items end up on the agenda. I'm thinking about it in terms of, suppose there was, like the CRA, right? We give loans to help people become homeowners, and they have to occupy that space for 10 years. Now, because if we approve this, is now there the opportunity for homeowners to come to us to do the same thing? So I have a question, once again, I'm the process person, about process, about precedent, and what this means going forward. Even though they're going to be, jobs created, 100 jobs created. Great, I love that. What happens next time? Where does it end? So I need to be clear about that. Attorney Shalley writes the contracts. I'm sure she's good at what she does. Things are in there for a reason. And I don't even know if you can speak to this, Ms. Shalley, like that specific reverter clause, but what do you think the impetus is behind putting something like that in a contract?
Shalley?
Thank you, Mayor. I think that at the time that you all did this deal, you crafted very specific language to achieve the objectives that were intended at that point. And as I explained, and in this deal, it is more complicated because there were certain conditions that were tied to note forgiveness. And, you've heard those, and those aren't being implicated today. As I understand it, at least as of today, there's still a note in the amount of $300,000 that remains due and payable, and it will be the balance, assuming that Phalanx doesn't move back into the property and be able to achieve the job creation. The note is payable to the city in 2026. So the city will receive $300,000 at that point if nothing further changes. Setting that aside, this one also had these occupancy requirements because I think you all wanted Phalanx to be there and occupying and doing what they were doing there. So I don't really think you're creating a precedent necessarily. It's just the question before you now is, when that specific grantee who you chose through a competitive process is not going to be there occupying the property, do you want to purchase it back? That's all that a right of reverter gets you, is the chance to say, hey, we want the property back now, and make another use of it, put it back out onto the market, get someone else in there. What they want to do is have someone, in essence, substitute for their occupancy. So I see now, based on the comments from City Manager Feldman and some of you all, we could, if Phalanx is agreeable, revise right of reverter number 2 to say grantee or their lessee must continuously occupy the property, and that would be defined as a period of vacancy no more than 2 months during the remainder of this 10-year period through 2026. Now, what that's going to do is, if this lease falls through and there's a vacancy, you'll have the chance to buy the property back at that point. Each time there's a lapse of 2 months, you would have the chance to buy the property. That's all it's getting you. Mm-hmm. You're still going to be paid the $300,000 under the note. Mm-hmm. So I think it's up to you all, does this satisfy what the reason this condition was drafted at the time the competitive process was done?
Thank you. This is, there's more to this than I think that meets the eye, and I'm going to speak very plainly. I have expressed my concerns about our relationship with Colliers. The city manager knows it. I think Colliers knows it. I'm very distrustful, and I have reason to be, some of the business practices of Colliers. I've said that to the city manager. I'm saying it out loud. Out of curiosity, how much is Avanti renting the space for?
Are you asking what they proposing to rent the space for? We were advertising for $11 square feet.
Okay.
30,000 square feet.
Okay. Thank you. I don't trust the relationship that we have with Colliers. I don't trust the way that things come to us. And because of that distrust, I'm not going to be able to support this. Because I believe that there's more than this that meets the eye. Thank you.
Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one thing, I don't believe this space has been vacated or okay, so I think, yeah, they're still using it, and I don't think that's ever, they've continued to use it, so we haven't had a chance to purchase it yet. I do have just one, about the 2 months, I think we should have something in there, but it could take longer than 2 months for a build out of a space at times if they are going to do construction and you're usually not in a space that has it in there. So I don't, to the motion maker of how to allow a build out of the space where they may want to, they're doing construction to make sure it fits what they want, that could easily take more than 2 months, and it still would be, I don't know if 3 months, sometimes if they're doing a whole different use, it could be a while. They have to wait for building, like the city permitting process and stuff like that. So I don't, maybe we could, if they're doing build out, that counts. I'm not sure, but I don't want to make I want to make sure they'll build it out to what the best need is. It's more likely they're going to be able to stay there for a long period of time. I don't know if the city attorney or city manager would have, there might be better language that we could use. It's not just a set period of time, but they have to be actively doing a building permit in it, or maybe actively having a building permit counts as a, I don't know if that would meet it, but I guess something to that respect to have some flexibility to allow that. I'm not sure what the correct terminology of that, but if the motioner is okay with something of that.
Any guidance, Ms. Shelley?
I think we could work with the manager. I think an active building permit could be not counting towards the 2 months. So, yeah. And we'll have to bring language back to you because this will require an agreement by both parties.
Sure. Okay. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I initially had a concern about the 2 month issue, but as Ms. Shalley pointed out, what the 2 months would do in this situation, should this pass, is trigger an opportunity for the city to purchase, which would not have to happen instantly. We could call them up and say, hey, is something going on here? We could drive by and look at it and see if something's going on there. We could check and see if they have building permits, et cetera, and choose this commission. Future commissions could then choose to act or not act based on the reality of the given situation, which makes sense to me. I'm comfortable supporting this. I will say that if any of us have got what sound like very serious accusations, then we ought to put them out there. I feel good about this. The question before us is, do we want an empty building, or do we want something that supports the neighborhood around it? I want something that supports the neighborhood around it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, just to clarify, a reverter would give us the first opportunity to purchase. It's not the requirement to purchase it if it were vacant for 2 months. We certainly could say no. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I wasn't here when the original phalanx discussion happened. I was a year after that, so I've read this phalanx contract a lot because they've come before us a lot. So that's why I feel comfortable making this decision today, because I have had a lot of involvement with looking at this particular property, with this particular relationship that we have with phalanx. And Reserve Park is a hit. Every time I go, it's popular. So this area, the work that the city has put into for years and years and years, the investment we put into for years and years and years, is paying great dividends. And that's where I see this decision, is that this decision will pay dividends. I'm happy to make the adjustment to the motion that in that amendment we also include that the period of building permitting and whatnot does not count against the 2-month requirement period. So the seconder agrees.
Seconder is good.
Thank you.
Okay. With that, we will move out to members of the public. Ms. Beatty?
Hello, Joe Beatty one more time. Thank you so much, Commissioner Johnson, for raising the points you do, and I this time have full faith and confidence that you'll maybe listen, you will listen and take into consideration what I have to say. First of all, I would like to know, is Phalanx making any payments monthly now, or are you just waiting till the end of the contract to get $300 and whatever $1,000? Could you answer that quickly?
We'll get it at the end.
Yes?
We'll get it at the end. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I don't get a chance to respond. But thank you so much, Mr. Poe. You really make it easy for citizens to be involved. I'd like to know how much the monthly payments are, if they are making them, which I don't know. Are they getting any tax benefits or any tax waivers for that? One of the things that bothers me, first of all, this is like Groundhog Day. Once again, we're dealing with something, a reverter clause, which the commission is contemplating making changes to keep a partner, somebody in place, and not look at the best for the citizens. I know that Phalanx, Mr. James Coates, goes around town, and one of his badges of honor is how philanthropic he is and how much money he's given to the state and to the children and to philanthropic organizations and his Batmobile and making children happy. I say that that's our money that he is donating because he's not paying us. You gave him a 0% mortgage, and that's not lost on many in the public. If you were to, I also, I don't know to what Ms. Johnson is referring, but I had questions when Mr. Hurst got up here and introduced himself as being with Colliers and having been approached by Phalanx to represent them to find tenants because, as I understand, they're the realtor for the city. I think that you ought to take advantage of the reverter clause if you have the opportunity. You could get $330,000, $300,000 a year in rent. Mr. Hurst just told you that there are a lot of people that are looking for it. We should own it. We gave it. It's the city's, it's the citizens' money. It's not yours. You have very few business people up there that are thinking like business people, but that's what I'd be looking at. You already gave away the, you bought back Peaceful Paths that had a reverter clause.
Thank you, Ms. Beatty.
You've
Appreciate your
wasted
comments.
money on Peoria.
Thank you.
And
I'll get those
please,
questions answered
Ms.
for you
Johnson,
after,
stick
public
up
comment.
for us. Thank you.
All right, next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor Poe, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. So with respect to this, I'm just kind of shaking my head, to be honest. I think Commissioner Johnson raised some really good points. And unfortunately, everything gets obfuscated thereof, including when I speak. I also find it very interesting that Colliers, read the backup information. Whoa, Colliers, right in the middle of this, advocating for the position of phalanx in terms of forgiveness, in terms of the things they asked for before that were denied. And then we're right back again asking for a different variation. It's like a different flavor of ice cream. We're asking for forgiveness or sublet. I mean, there's nothing inherently wrong with sublet, but who's still has the underlying obligation? I think Ms. Shalley made an excellent point that seemed to be lost on the commission in terms of what's the trigger. You know, you still want to make them obligated to the reverter. You want to make sure you're getting the benefit of the bargain on taxpayer money. I also think it's really interesting that despite my attempt to come up and answer a question in response that was given to Commissioner Johnson where I had no ability to respond, boy, Colliers just runs up to this microphone like they own it, just like Jerry Diedenbach does at the county the other night when it got denied. But you don't afford citizens. You say you treat everyone equally. It's not true. You didn't give me 15 seconds. He had minutes, multiple bites at the apple. He's not even on the agenda item. He's just Colliers. What kind of standing does Colliers have over Nathan Scobb, GRU taxpayer? I mean, GRU customer and city taxpayer. He doesn't. He's not better than me. But you won't let me speak to defend myself, defend my professional reputation from a misstatement that was made in response to a question from Commissioner Johnson. So Colliers, that's thorny, and I think Commissioner Johnson hit the nail on the head on that one. Again, what you have here is tantamount to a default. Again, I practice corporate law. Okay, I don't need to talk about reverter clauses or what they mean, what it is. You guys are getting the short end of the stick, just like you got with Peoria. And now Colliers is coming in to the equation to try and use Jedi mind tricks to get you to do what you want to do, which is against the public interest. I mean, certainly if you want to sublet it, but they entered a lease, they have an obligation, and hold them legally accountable. Peoria, we lost our shirt because the city commission wasn't diligent. You guys just make excuse after excuse, and this is why public-private partnerships are not good, because basically they're up in South Carolina doing their business according to the narrative, which is puzzling to read in itself, and we're left holding the bag to just give away what they want. Say no, commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. One second, Mr. Grundy Gomez. One moment.
Sorry, I keep doing that. Sorry.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Armando Grundy Gomez. I guess I'm noticing a theme. Commissioner Ariola will raise a question, make a motion, and somehow y'all end up going with that direction anyway. Y'all should just follow Commissioner Ariola with his question when he makes the motion. I'm just teasing you, I'm goading you a little bit, Mr. Mayor. Smile. It's all right. Anyway, I don't want to conflate two things. First off, I do want to address Mr. Coates. I think highly of Mr. Coates. I appreciate his philanthropic work. I appreciate him offering jobs to members of this community who traditionally would not otherwise get opportunities to have a job. I cannot believe I'm going to say this. Second part, I actually agree with Commissioner Sacco in saying that she brings up questions about who will be offered jobs. I appreciate that questioning. The other thing I appreciate is Commissioner Johnson, Mr. Mayor's point of discussing what needs to be discussed is the elephant in the room. We have somebody that is the real estate agent for the client or for Phalanx, and is also the real estate, is a member of the real estate agent for this city, which is Colliers. And one of the commissioners said, well, if you have something, let's put it out there. We all know, Mr. Mayor, that if we put that out there, it's going to be hushed, and we're not going to talk about it. What needs to happen is probably if we need to talk about those kind of things, that needs to be its own agenda item. Maybe Commissioner Johnson might want to entertain that, but it is the elephant in the room. We can't pretend that we didn't see the paper. We can't pretend that we didn't see the news media. We're not here to address those things out, but unless we're living in an echo chamber and we're going to say, hey, stick our heads in the sand like ostriches to say, Colliers? No, they're perfect little angels. That's not the case here, folks. But I don't want to conflate that. What is before us is that what you said, Mr. Mayor. We want to address, is Phalanx going to provide jobs? I think the manager made some good points of if they're going to create the jobs, but I agree with Ms. Shalley in pointing out what is the trigger, and I still don't think that that's really clearly, truly addressed until Commissioner Ariola made his motion. So I'm okay with it as long as they're doing what they need to do and they're there fulfilling and they continue to make their payments and fulfill all those duties, fiduciary responsibilities of the taxpayers. That said, for Commissioner Johnson, I'm in full agreement and would like to have a real discussion on Colliers as our real estate agent for the city, the structure and how things come before us. I think it is prudent, it is important that we have that transparency and how things come forward, and not just let's take pop shots passive aggressively at your colleagues on the other side. Remember, we're going to have discretion. Discretion and decorum is not just from us on this side. It goes for you commissioners. Sometimes you all get to say things that are really rude and crude and just sometimes downright nasty. So, Mr. Mayor, I hope sometimes decorum, you would enforce that with your colleagues on that side of the aisle, too.
Thank you. Bethany, do you have any callers on the line?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We do have one caller waiting to speak. Tana Silva is on the line. Tana, when you're ready, you may begin your comments.
Thank you again. I want to say first that Phalanx already was not fulfilling the criteria of its agreement with the city. The city, I remember when this came before the city, and I think the other contender for the building was going to be 55 plus affordable housing or something like that. Anyway, Phalanx started out as a tenant of the city, paying the city money, got the property. Already at that point, the city was well beyond having to give away anything, really. And I think the city still is not getting good deals. And there needs to be a full accounting for incentives, measurement of what has resulted from it. As other people have pointed out, Peoria didn't turn out very well. Oxon and Mine Tree left the Innovation District. I believe Colliers may be getting some kind of incentive to have moved from 43rd Street to the Innovation District, for all I know. But anyway, a question that I have is, would Phalanx make the rent money off of the other company, whichever company comes in and subleases? And how would that be fair if they're already not meeting the criteria? And already, the city has forgiven the amount that they put into, I believe, the restoration of the building. And it seems like that would be rewarding a company that didn't meet the agreement that it had with the city. I just failed to see how changing the reverter clause to benefit Phalanx, which hasn't met its obligations, is a good deal for the city. And then I strongly agree with Commissioner Johnson's point about Colliers double dipping and the entire relationship with Colliers that Mr. Feldman brought with him. And he told the GCRA board in, I believe it was February of 2020, soon after he took the job here, that's what he intended to do, was to get in an agreement with, make Colliers the city's real estate agent. And that's on the record. You can look it up yourself. So that's, and here they are double dipping, bringing something to the city, asking for a private company to get more benefits than it's already gotten, and perhaps to get the least money out of continuing to keep a little toehold in the city until 2026. So those are my points, and I hope you vote absolutely not. Thank you.
Hey, Bethany, anybody else?
No additional callers at this time.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Manager, do you have the information on the monthly payment and any tax benefits? I'm assuming city tax benefits, we don't have any control over what the state or feds do.
So there are no monthly payments that are made because this is a note that is due payable in 2026, a balloon payment. There are no city tax incentives on this property.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we got a motion on the floor to amend the reverter clause that to allow leasing of the property for it to not be vacant for a period of more than 2 months, and that would allow for active building permits to count towards being occupied. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? No. That motion passes 5-2 with Johnson and Duncan Walker in dissent. We will go ahead and take a recess and reconvene at 7 o'clock. Good evening and welcome back. We are going to reconvene this meeting, and our first order of business tonight is the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you're willing and able, please stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated.
Our first item this evening is a proclamation recognizing Parks, Recreation, and Culture Month, July 2021.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and we're glad that you're all with us tonight. Whereas Parks, Recreation, and Culture are an integral part of communities throughout this country, including Gainesville, Florida. And whereas our parks, recreation, and cultural activities are vitally important to establishing and maintaining the quality of life in our communities, ensuring the health of all citizens, and contributing to the economic and environmental well-being of a community and region. And whereas our parks, recreation, and cultural programs play an important role in eliminating racial disparities in our community and provide a welcoming space for all. And whereas parks, recreation, and cultural programs build vibrant, healthy, active communities that aid in the preservation of chronic disease, provide therapeutic recreation services for those who are mentally or physically disabled, and also improve the mental and emotional health of all citizens. And whereas parks, recreation, and cultural programs increase a community's economic prosperity through increased property values, expansion of the local tax base, increased tourism, the attraction and retention of businesses, and crime reduction. And whereas parks and natural recreation areas are fundamental to the environmental well-being of our community. And whereas our parks and natural recreation areas improve water quality, protect groundwater, prevent flooding, improve the quality of the air we breathe, provide vegetative buffers to development, and produce habitat for wildlife. And whereas our parks, recreation, and areas and arts facilities serve to generate imaginative, inspirational, and productive resources for sustaining the creative fabric of our community. And whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month, and Gainesville, Florida recognizes the benefits derived from our parks, recreation, and cultural resources. Now therefore, I, Lauren Poe, by the authority vested in me as the mayor of the city of Gainesville, do hereby proclaim July 2021 as Parks, Recreation, and Culture Month in the city of Gainesville, and invite all of our citizens to join me in celebrating, supporting, and promoting this observance and to take advantage of the many benefits that our parks, recreation, and cultural programs and facilities provide. In witness whereof, I have here to set my hand and cause to be affixed the official seal of the city of Gainesville, Florida, this 30th day of June, 2021. Thank you and congratulations.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Commissioners. I'm Linda Demetropoulos. I'm the Nature Manager, and I'm actually standing in for Grace Crummer, the Vice Chair of the Nature Centers Commission, who was here to accept this proclamation, but she had to leave to take care of her children. And I'm sure I won't say this as well as Grace was going to, but I just wanted to let everyone know that our nature parks were so important during the pandemic. We stayed open. Sweetwater Wetlands was open the whole time, never closed. And we got so many comments from people about how important our nature parks were to their mental and physical well-being. And so, you know, I ask for your continued support of our nature parks because I think there's a renewed recognition of how important those nature areas are. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Demetropoulos.
Hello, everyone. I'm Don Neben from the Cultural Affairs Board. I just want to say it's an honor serving on the board. We're very proud of what the Cultural Affairs Department has been able to accomplish in our year off, and I think they are to be applauded for their efforts. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If we'll just wait, we're trying to clean it in between speakers. Thanks. Thank you, Ms. Malden.
Good evening, Billy Markinsell, Recreation Manager, here to happily accept the proclamation on behalf of the Public Recreation and Parks Board. Their chair, Sean Johnson, was unable to be here this evening, but I know the board is very appreciative of all the recreational opportunities the city has and the support that the commission has for the board and the community. Thank you.
All right, thank you all for your advocacy and support. Appreciate it. Okay, this is our second opportunity for early public comment, and so if you'd like to speak to any items on our agenda later this evening, but do not want to stay around for when that item comes up, you may speak now. You can speak on one item and receive 3 minutes, or more than one item and up to 5 minutes. And you cannot have spoken at earlier public comment at the beginning of the meeting. So this is just for anybody who hasn't spoken yet that wants to speak to items on our evening agenda that would like to get that out of the way now and then forego their ability to speak later when that item comes up. Anybody in chambers here to speak to early public comment for any of items coming on the agenda tonight? Okay, there's none in the chamber. Bethany, who do we have? Oh, we have Adam. Hello, Adam. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, and good evening, Commission. There's nobody on the line at this time.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Adam. So, Madam Clerk, we'll move on with our business.
Okay. Our first item this evening is Resolution 210082, Settlement of State Opioid Litigation. A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Gainesville, Florida, authorizing the City of Gainesville to join with the State of Florida, Alachua County, and other local governmental units in a resolution of pending opioid litigation as a participant in the Florida Memorandum of Understanding and formal agreements implementing a unified plan, with the recommendation that the City Commission adopt the proposed resolution.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Ms. Shelley, any guidance or words on this item?
No, Mayor, this is just the follow-up to the discussion that we had with you on June 17th, wherein you all indicated that you were generally supportive of a unified plan. So this resolution just signals that, and a copy will go to the Florida League of Cities and to the Attorney General's office. But it does make very clear that when the final Florida plan is negotiated, that will come back to you for your final approval.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Shelley. Commissioner Ariola?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. After hearing that, I'm prepared to move resolution number 210082.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Ariola, second by Commissioner Soccer to adopt the proposed resolution. Any members of the public in the chamber wish to speak to the motion? Okay, nobody here. Adam, do you have anybody to speak to this item?
No, Mr. Mayor, there's nobody on the line at this time.
Okay, then we'll move back to the commission for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Duncan Walker? Aye. Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
All right, that motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
Next item is Resolution 210116, setting the amount of the general fund transfer with, Resolution of the City Commission of the City of Gainesville, Florida, setting the amount of the general fund transfer from Gainesville Regional Utilities Funds to the General Government Fund through fiscal year 2027, providing an immediate effective date, with a recommendation that the Commission adopt the proposed resolution.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll start with Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of questions about not necessarily about the resolution, but about a part in the resolution. I want to find out when the assistance programs and funding is going to come back to the commission.
That's probably a general government question.
Okay.
I'm not sure it is, Mayor. I think the assistance programs were for utility assistance. We're going to be run through GRU.
So
this is the general manager. As far as we cannot make an income-based assistance program. So that was intended at, I think, Commission can correct me if I'm wrong, but that was intended at general government side.
Okay, when is it coming back?
I know that what I'm proposing is coming back when ARP stuff comes back. That's when the programs that I'm suggesting will be included.
I don't think that was the motion. I think the motion was for it to come back to the commission, and I was very clear that I was not going to be voting in favor of an increase until those programs came back to us. So when is it coming back to us?
Well, Commissioner, again, I wasn't aware that that was a general government function, so I'm not,
So
I'm
maybe
going
we
to have
should-
to.
Nobody followed up on it?
Well, again, I thought that the motion pertained to a GRU item, and we have a dichotomy here of responsibility on that. Nobody contacted our office regarding that. I will go back and see what we can do. I'm not aware of a mechanism either where general government can just subsidize accounts on there. There are some federal programs that we could use for utility assistance on.
We had an entire, okay.
I was here, I heard the conversation, again, Commissioner, and maybe it was my error, but I did not realize that that was an activity or function that was being directed back to general government.
Thank you.
Thank you, yeah. And again, I have a couple ways to address that. I guess on the 19th is when we're going to hear that. Commissioner A. Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to, this is item of the setting the amount of the general fund transfer, is that correct?
Correct.
I'd like to get an idea of what the impacts are to the general fund and our bonding and other aspects that I haven't heard that yet. I don't know if city manager could address that.
I can. So as we showed you on the meeting on the 13th, on there is a negative revenue impact on general fund that starts at 2 million, then 4 million, 6 million, 8 million, up to 12 million for a cumulative total over 6 years of about $42 million. Those dollars will need to be made up. It does have a potential, well, it does have a definitive impact on our ability to borrow. It will reduce our bonding capability by about $85 million. And Jay Glover from PFM is here. He can talk a little bit more about that. And if the commission does adopt a policy through resolution, we will disclose that as we have to the rating agencies. And we would anticipate that at least a negative outlook, if not a downgrade in the general government's rating would occur. And Jay could talk more about that if you would like.
So I have serious concerns about just trading one problem for another. We kind of just picked the whatever, 6 years or 7 years, 6 years. That's what GRU was asking for. I don't think it was. I think we need to look broadly at what it impacts on the whole city in total. We had an independent expert come in that was hired by GRU and general government. I know GRU didn't agree with what came out of that, but I think this is a significant hit to our general fund. And now, if we are going to be paying for utility subsidies out of the general fund as well, I don't know how we keep this up, especially if this is for 6 years. I think we can do a shorter period of, I would support a 3-year period, and then we can reassess at that time. That gives us the ability to be able to look at things and see where we're at instead of committing to a 6-year commitment that most likely probably will result in a downgrade. I think 3 years is that good middle ground that lowers the general fund transfer but doesn't cripple our city, and I think this would. So I hope that we can move towards just a 3-year reduction so that we don't have significant issues in the future, and 3 years the commission at a time can reassess. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I hear your concerns. It's not a great position that we are in, but the reason why I am comfortable with this very difficult decision is not only the years of experience I've had in making these difficult decisions since I got on the commission, but every year GRU is paying more to the general fund transfer to the tune of about 11 to 12 million dollars every single year. And so we are stepping down from that rather than jumping off the cliff, which is sort of where the conversation started, at least with my initial comment. We are incrementally taking that down. And mind you, any commission from this, after this commission, can make alterations to this resolution. I would hope that they don't. I think this is a path towards debt defeasance, but they still have that ability. So I don't want us, who we all came to an agreement tentatively with these step downs for the next 6 fiscal years, including the utility assistance programs that we asked for. That was the tentative agreement. So it's okay that we want to, like I said, I hear your concerns. It is a concern for the general fund. It is. But when you have to weigh that with the difficulties that the utility is facing, I am comfortable with this prolonged approach that we're taking. And it is difficult, but utilities are sort of having to deal with this reality. And I know that other utilities, private utilities, are applying for massive rate increases themselves to the tune of 20% in a shorter time frame than what we're suggesting. So, the narrative that this is out of the ordinary is not entirely accurate. But at the end of the day, we have to give the utility an argument to those creditors that we are looking to pay down in principle the debt that we've accrued. We are doing that. We refinanced so we could do that. We are running out of refinancing options. And since we are the governors of both sides of the House, we naturally have to have the debate about funding on the general government side and funding on the GRU side. And so I'm absolutely open to hearing some of the difficulties that naturally our general government will have to go through in terms of communicating to rating agencies what the difference in our general fund will be going forward. But this is for the health of the overall organization, both sides of the House. I think this is a healthy choice. It's a difficult choice, but a lot of healthy choices are difficult ones. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, no, I'd like to move that we adopt the resolution.
Motion and a second. Second was Ward that we adopt the proposed resolution. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a point of clarity. I witnessed an exchange that I was not particularly comfortable with just a few moments ago. So am I understanding that Commissioner Johnson requested that certain information come back prior to this decision being made?
The body did, because the entire body voted on it.
The entire body voted? Okay. And we're just kind of moving on past that as though that were not the issue? Because I'm uncomfortable with that. I need a point of clarity because it's escaping my memory at this point. And what I believe we cannot do is to not just be that unclear, but it feels disingenuous and disrespectful, frankly. And I'm hoping that when those types of directions are given, those types of requests are made, the staff doesn't just blow off what the commission directs them to do. So Lee, can you speak to what happened there a little bit, please?
Absolutely, Commissioner. As I said, this was a GRU item. I did not take away from the motion, and I'd have to go back and look at the actual wording on the motion, because a lot of times the commission uses staff as the term. GRU is your staff too. And if this was an expectation, again, I may have missed it. It wasn't my intent that it was directed to general government that we didn't fulfill it. But this item was presented. We had about 2 weeks notice that the GFT, or 3 weeks notice that GFT resolution was coming on. If this was something that was directed and it was part of GRU and it was our function and and it wasn't included as part of the item, I would expect, you know, somebody to pick up the phone and say, hey guys, where are you with this? This is our item and you're missing something. So I will accept some responsibility, but I won't accept all the responsibility for it. If it was my agenda item, I would have had the items, you know, there. But this is not, you know, you have multiple charters that have responsibility. This is a GRU item. And so I'm, you know.
So I would like to move that we continue this item until the proper people, whoever can get the
So
information.
Commissioner,
that we need.
unfortunately, there's already a motion on the floor, so we've got to dispense with that motion until before we can pick up another motion. Only one motion can be on the floor at a time. So you can state your intention that you would like to do that, but you can't make that motion until the other motion.
That's okay. I would like to make a motion following this one.
Okay, thank you. I know there's a lot of lights. I'm gonna add my recollection to the best of my ability. First of all, this is about the general fund transfer. That discussion was made in relation to rates and the budget. We can talk about it now. I think it's probably more related to the next item in setting the rates. But again, that's a finer point. This has come up a few times where there's been lack of clarity over who is responsible. And what I found on the commission, you know, over the past, you know, fill in the blank sort of year, is that there are some things that we are very specific with, like we want the Equal Opportunity Office to develop a framework for evaluating American Rescue Plan dollars. And then there are other items where we are just more general, like we would like to see some information come back about, you know, helping lower income residents with their bills. And so we can help our staff by being more explicit in our motions and letting them know what we expect of each particular charter. Because when I heard that, and again, I have to go back and look at the tape, when I heard that, I expected that information to come back to us before the budget hearings in September. Because what I heard was before we adopt the budget, we would like some information on what this would look like. And that to me is September. And so if that wasn't made explicit either, you know, that's something that we can work on. So, I mean, certainly we can have that discussion. I mean, I think the fact of the matter, I'm very interested in a utility assistance program. It's a big part of my proposed allocation of ARP dollars. And so that's when I expected to discuss it. I think all of you might have had some other variation of that in mind. But we're here now. I think the simple facts are staff has not put that together to this point tonight. So, you know, we can talk about whether we wish there was something that had been completely developed and presented to us. It hasn't been. We can be more explicit tonight in what we expect to come back and who we expect to do that work and when we expect to have it presented to us. And I think that would be very helpful. You know, we certainly can continue these items. I think, you know, we need to find out whether the majority supports both the reduction in the general fund transfer plan and the proposed rates that we already in principle have approved at a previous meeting. And then if both of those pass and we still would like that additional information on you know, a utility assistance program, we can, you know, I think put that in a motion as well. So, you know, I think that is a path forward on all three of those, you know, important decisions. With that, I'm going to go over to Commissioner Sacco.
Mr. Mayor. So I will own up to the fact that, at least I'll speak for myself, that we might have overcorrected in our desire to remedy the GRU downgrade situation and the budgeting issues that were presented to us. That said, I don't think at the time that we discussed that it was communicated as clearly that general government could also potentially suffer a downgrade or have issues with our bonds and our borrowing power. I don't think that was communicated very clearly, at least I don't remember it. So I think what Commissioner Santos said earlier makes sense. You don't want to trade one problem for another. I'm speaking.
Yeah, it's difficult when we have crosstalk in the chamber.
So that said, I do want to, I would prefer to look at something like a 3-year plan and thereafter reevaluate how it's gone, but it does communicate that we will reduce to a certain amount. And I think Ms. Claudia is on the phone, on Zoom, so I do want to ask, and it's okay if you don't have this ready. I believe that there was one of the mini charts you made for us. One of them showed, I think, at a point where we recover and then start being able to pay on principal, if I'm remembering the chart correctly.
So the conversations with the commission over quite some time, goodness, I think it's been about 2.5 years, was how to get to a place to actually stabilize the utility financially, but also, as one of the other commissioners mentioned, be able to start to bring down the debt levels and the leverage levels. If you remember, we have just over 1.6 billion in debt, and that's projected to be about 3 billion by 2030, and that's just for the normal utility infrastructure needs. So the debt is going up. So at that point, that inflection point that you're referring to, it allows the utility to generate enough cash through the GFT change and the rate resolution change to start to use more funds for the capital infrastructure, like our own cash, and issue less debt and or defease debt. So really the question is, what do you want GRU to be in the future? Because this is kind of that point in time where the decisions that are made today impact us 2 or 3 years down. But you're right, there is an inflection point, and that inflection point is to start to deleverage the utility.
So do you know at what number that would be, or what year? So hypothetically, this moves along, we do all 6 years. What is the inflection point on that scale?
So I don't like doing math at the podium. I think I've used this before, because really it's predicated on the commission making these decisions. And then we come back to the commission with, this is where we're projecting our inflection point to be.
Okay, that's fair.
Okay.
So the way I look at this is the motion at the moment is to just accept it as is. I would feel more comfortable accepting at 3 years to reevaluate, given that on the next item, we will agree to the series of rate increases over the years. I think that would put us in a different financial situation, and 3 years down the road, I will still be making that decision at least. We can look to see what's changed, if we've been able to remedy that situation, if we still need to continue it further, but it doesn't commit us or really future commissions to go through the motions of passing another resolution to repeal this one. So I think doing it in 2 parts, if need be, would be better, and save trouble down the road, and it still commits us towards lowering the GFT, but not to a point that it impacts the future of general government. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I've supported this all along. I continue to. I do want to say that it's important for us to consider what do we want the future of the utility to be, but at the same time, it's our job to consider the future of general government as well. We, 7 of us, are charged with the fiscal health of the larger organization. And the larger organization includes both sides of the house. I'm going to continue to support this because I do believe it is the direction we need to go, with the understanding that next year or the year after, throughout the 6-year process, through the 5 remaining years of the process, it could be changed by any commission. Because we can't bind the future commissions to make the same decisions, even though we say this is the intent by resolution. I really hope, and I'm not singling anybody out with this, but I really, really hope, as I have reiterated over and over and over, that leadership in both general government and GRU can start thinking about the city of Gainesville and not each side of the house. That's how this has to work. It is too often, not only when I've been up here, but even before that, a zero-sum sort of game. And that's not healthy for the people of Gainesville. It's not. We have to think differently about that. And that's a real, given our system and the fact that we have a charter responsible for each, it's really hard. I understand that it's really hard for that to happen. But that's what's necessary for future commissions to be as successful as they can be, no matter who they are, no matter who's elected. We need all the charters to be thinking City of Gainesville, not general government and GRU. And I say this every year, and here we are. Regardless, I continue to support this $2 million a year, understanding that it is a very serious challenge for general government to meet. I'm also going to remind everyone that we sent to the research staff a while back the idea that we need a framework for how we might bring in management consultants for both GRU and general government to help us understand, help us be sure that we are serving the people as well as we can with the resources that we're spending. So I expect that to be coming back at some point in the not too distant future through the research staff, and I look forward to that. We haven't done that to my understanding. Without audits, audits are not the same thing as a review of how we might improve. Other governments have done this with great success. I think we can as well, and I look forward to that kind of part and parcel of this. Thank you.
Commissioner Santos. Thank you, Mayor. If we did a 3-year step down, it would, and then over that 6 years, it would be a $30 million decrease, which is still significant versus the $42 million, but I think it allows general government to not fall as far. Also, by doing this and by lowering the transfer by so much, we are transferring the cost of the utility and us moving towards 100% renewable energy from the whole GRU service area to just city residents, because we will have to increase the millage. We are taking a broader pool of people and we're shrinking that down to just the residents that we represent, and I have issues with that. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Ariola.
Mr. Mayor, so the UAB unanimously supported this plan because it works, because it's the right one, not because half measures or half Cs are going to do. This is the only plan that's going to work. This can has been kicked far enough down the road since before I got on the commission. So I just don't think half measures are going to do us any good here. But you're welcome to continue making that argument this year, and when we amend the budget next year. And every commission is welcome to continue making that argument that they can reduce the measures that we're trying to employ here. Having said that, I really, really, really want this to pass. So I want to know what I can do to add to this motion that will give confidence to my colleagues who've expressed concern with the item not being discussed, which is the utility payment assistance. I believe that was it. I can add very explicit direction to give direction to very specific officers so that they can't be the whole whose responsibility was what game, which would playing for 4 years between general government and GRU. That's a system thing. But I would like to add to my motion that we specifically direct the general government staff to return with a utility assistance program, and that GRU participate in the framework of that. And I'd like to add that to the motion. Commissioner Ward, would you be comfortable with that? Okay.
Okay. Do you conclude? Commissioner Johnson?
Thanks, Mayor. I appreciate you adding that language, David. The reason why I brought it up is because in the language in the resolution, it says the commission will consider assistance programs. And we've been down this path ever since I've been on the commission, that we have made promises that we are going to figure out how to mitigate the impacts of raises on the most vulnerable people in our community, and we have not followed through. So it's my expectation that by the time we pass the budget, that we also will have utility assistance programs in place. And the motion wasn't just one program. It was because there was policy research that was done on this. So we had the research team come to us and give a presentation, and it was very clear that GRU could not be the steward of this or the owner of this project. It was in the report. We saw it. To speak to what you said, Mayor Poe, earlier about when we direct staff, that sometimes we're very unclear. There have been multiple times that I've been clear about who should do what, and it's been directed to me multiple times. Just say staff, and they will figure it out. Multiple times. And I'm also letting you all know that this is me practicing an incredible amount of restraint right now, because it is not lost on me. You all don't recognize it, but it is not lost on me how often I am the one that makes motions that never get followed up on, or they do it differently, or somehow it gets twisted, or something just doesn't come back to us the right. Multiple times this has happened. And I know that you all don't realize it. I do, because I'm the one that's making these motions. And it is not my job to tell you all how to do your job. It is not lost on me that many of you can make motions on this commission, and the work gets done the right way. So this is yet another example, and I'm pointing it out to you all very clearly. And I'm saying it, and I'm going to continue to point it out. That was me being restrained. I'm done.
Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Feldman, is there, because I know you'll have to have this discussion following up with, I'm forgetting the term, folks who handle our bonds. You are going to have follow-up discussions with folks who lent us money, where our bonds are. You will have those talks. Is there anything we can add to the resolution as it is now that will mitigate some of the damage? Is there anything we could do at this point that would mitigate potential damage if it passes how it's written?
So I would have to refer that to our financial advisor. I mean, the bottom line is you're indicating that there's going to be a $2 million reduction. Since 2016, the lowest amount of GFT we've had is $35 million. We're taking that down to 34 and then 32 million in the next budget. This will, drop it ultimately down I think to 28 million, if I remember correctly. We will just need to be able to explain to the rating agencies where that revenue will be made up. As we showed you on the 13th, the likelihood is that it will come from increased property taxes because we don't really have new revenues that we could substitute for this. And we'll communicate that to the rating agencies that that's what we've told you, and that that the commission did pass a maximum millage rate this time of 5.5 on there, and that we just expect that to be the trend. But you can't commit to future tax increases on there. The reduction in our bonding capacity comes from the fact that there will be less non-ad valorem revenue to pledge, and that 12 million represents about $85 million worth of borrowing capacity that we'll seize. Now, will we use that borrowing capacity? Probably not, but we don't know how we're going to fund certain things like fire station improvements and so forth. We could go out for general obligation bonds, which will not be non-ad valorem, but be ad valorem based borrowings, but that requires a referendum to accomplish. So I'm not sure there's language you can add into the resolution. We'll just explain the situation, what we believe the commission will likely do.
But the damage will be there.
I'm sorry?
But the damage will be done. Like there, as much as you explained, it will more than likely result in issues for us.
Yeah, I'd rather defer to.
I am speaking, and the person who actually won their election is asking a question.
Yeah, let me handle, I apologize, but we just need to run all this through the chair. If you're being distracted, I'm happy to deal with it. I didn't notice it, but I'm happy to address that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So I would defer to Jay Glover, who's on the call, to talk about how the rating agencies will perceive this.
Mr. Glover?
Mr. Glover, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Mayor, Commissioners, Jay Glover from PFM, the city's financial advisor. It's virtually impossible to say one definitive action can result in an upgrade or downgrade because there's many factors that go into a credit rating. What I expressed, I think, is most important in any credit rating for the city is your reserve levels, so your amount of general fund balance. And when the city potentially runs into issues is when there's a mismatch between revenues and expenditures that would require drawdowns in fund balance over time, which would diminish your fund balance and your financial flexibility. I think that's when you're going to run into issues with the credit rating agencies. It won't be a day one issue, but absent subsequent action to either increase other revenues or decrease expenditures so you can maintain kind of structural balance within your general fund, it could have negative pressure on your credit ratings, if that makes sense. There's just going to have to be subsequent action to deal with this on the general fund side to avoid any potential rating action moving forward.
So in your opinion, you said there wouldn't be issues day one. It sounds weird. I can't ask you for a timeline of when we will start running into those issues.
Yeah, because I want to be clear, it will all involve what other subsequent action happens moving forward. As was mentioned, if property values grow such that this revenue gets replaced, then that helps diminish the impact. So it's really a lot of future action and future revenues and expenditures that will impact how the ratings potentially move over time.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Mr. Feldman. I'm done, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Volarski, did you want to jump in?
Yeah, have all the commissioners had a chance to have a go? And I don't want to speak without the commissioners.
No, there's still some hands. I'll come back to you at the end of commission deliberation.
Okay.
Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you. That was valuable to hear, but I realize that we have the same counsel for both sides of the house. I understand that. So that's very good. Here's the big difference that hasn't been mentioned. GRU does not have an increase in customer base. Does not. And that's the focal point of of revenue in. The city of Gainesville and Alachua County has had steady increases in property values. That's why the county is able to do their rollback millage, because the set property values is worth more this year than it was last year because of the increase in property values. That's happening for both the city and for the county. I'm not saying we count on that because one economic downturn can change that, but GRU is not, there is no basis for us to believe that we will have an increase in customer, in registered customers with GRU, but we do have, I think, evidence to believe that the city will keep growing in terms of tax-based revenue. So that's one thing that I had to state. Secondly, I'm going to go back to what I said earlier. I really want this to pass. I think I need one more commissioner to support, because I've lost two over here. So I really, really need someone to step in here. I am fully committed. To your point, Commissioner, I am fully committed to seeing that program come through to fruition by the time we receive. I mean, all of these votes are tentative because you still have to vote for the final budget, right? I'm trying to get us past this hurdle without us cutting in half what is already a difficult decision. So I really, really am just asking to get us past tonight, get this resolution passed. We're going to go and deal with the rates next, but you know, I give you all my word, because I've gone through some of that difficulty and frustration that you were mentioning earlier, Commissioner. I've gone through that, but I'm telling you that I'm committed to seeing that program come to fruition. I heard it from the mayor. It's in ARP proposals, so I believe there's reason to believe that this commission will see that through. And I'm asking you to believe in that. I'm asking you to vote for this motion. I think this is the right thing. When I first got on the commission, that a week before I sat, they were taking votes to make the biggest purchase in the city of Gainesville's history. I came on and joined them in that decision because it was the right decision for the utility. It was the right decision for this government. And I stand by this decision. I stand by this resolution. The bond council just said themselves that it is all predicated on decisions later made. But it, you know, what I just pointed out, there's empirical evidence to believe that we may not have to make those decisions. Thank you.
Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioner Johnson, I hear you, and I hear your frustration. I do want to let you know that you're not alone in that happening. Just last week, there was a motion that I was talking to Mr. Blarski about the utility service areas that the commission unanimously voted on months and months ago. And he didn't realize that a portion of that motion that he had to be doing and working on coming back. I think it's an issue with our system that doesn't work that well. And I make a lot of motions, and a lot of them don't move forward. I know you make a lot of motions too. And it's incredibly frustrating, and I hear you. But I want you to know that you're not alone in that happening across the board. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Johnson?
I'll support the motion.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, I'm going to support the motion. I know the pressures that this puts on general government. I knew those going into this. This was a big decision. I mean, this was a generational decision for our city. Is a generational decision. But for a while now, GRU's levers have been shrinking, and general government is generally quite strong. We, over the past couple years, have strengthened our reserve policy. We have a very strong reserve ratio right now, as good as I'm guessing just about any city in the state. We have multiple levers within the city that we can use that just don't exist on the GRU side, and I'm more comfortable finding a way that best serves our neighbors using those multiple levers. We can have a serious discussion about programmatic cuts. We can have that discussion. We haven't, really. I think a lot of us, well, every program, every part of the city has a constituency. that will fight for it. There's no doubt about that. But it doesn't mean that what we've always done is what we should continue to do. And we can have those discussions. And I think these kind of decisions can make those discussions more likely and more fruitful. And then, finally, we do need to deliver more scrutiny to the GRU budget, especially with operations. That's something that, I think we've heard for a while, and we always have much more heavily scrutinized general government budget than GRU, to the penny. I had a colleague that used to say we approve without so much deliberation millions, but we'll fight over hundreds. And we really get down to minutia with general government budget, and that's not a bad thing. It really increases accountability, makes sure that there's a need for what we're approving. But that I want GRU senior staff to hear that with this, what I consider major concession to the benefit of GRU and its customers, and adding significant challenges to general government and the people who receive those services, to expect an added level of sort of scrutiny that hasn't necessarily been there continuously in the past. But I'll still support the resolution. I think it's the right way forward for the financial health of the utility. The bond rating agencies and their analysts certainly were receptive towards this move, we're encouraged by this, and I think we can have some very frank conversations with those same agencies on how this may or may not impact the metrics for general government side, and I think it's a positive conversation in the end. So with that, we have a motion on the floor to adopt the resolution, including for general government staff in consultation with GRU staff to develop a utility assistance program and bring that back to the commission for consideration. With that, we will open it up to members of the public, and I'll try to do a better job of going between virtual and in person. We'll start with Mr. Scott.
Good evening, Commissioners. Nathan Scott. So with respect to some of the comments in this discussion and the motion, Commissioner Johnson was spot on. The motion was made. I was here. Mr. Bilarski has repeatedly told this commission, as I have, that a utility under Florida law cannot engage in discriminatory rate making and setting different rates and subsidizing rates. That's exactly why, and it was unequivocally clear to anyone that was listening in the room, the motion that was made, along with Mr. Bilarski's comments, my comments, other member of the public's comments, this had to be done on the general government side. And now they feign ignorance. Now, the reason for the subsidies is because you guys are about to poised to increase the largest multi-year unjustified rate increases in GRU's history on top of people that are at least able to afford it and can't afford it. So your solution to everything is subsidizing it. But you never considered to cut your spending and stop expanding government. So getting back to the GFT part of this, certainly you guys make it seem like this is like moving a mountain, $2 million a year for stop spending. It's simple. This wouldn't take a second of intelligent thought in the real business world, folks. These decisions are made like that because they're intuitive. You guys think, oh, we got to make excuse after excuse after excuse. Yes, you need to listen to your general manager, but he also told you unequivocally, if you don't enact this after it's been represented to the credit rating agencies, which helped you avoid yet another debt downgrade from Moody's and Fitch, that you're going to have to go back to them and explain yourself. So while I would have done it differently, I would have made a more substantial reduction to the GFT. This is a consolation prize, but it reflects poorly on this commission's ability to act in a fiscally responsible manner. You make excuses about, well, we have to do this and the county doesn't have to do that. Those are all excuses. I mean, Mayor Poe, you rewrote history tonight to fit a convenient narrative. The only problem is it's not true. And I hate to have to say that, but you guys have the luxury of sitting up there and you know, just saying whatever you want to say, and the truth really doesn't matter. But you should listen to your general manager, because he and I agree on this issue. I would have made the cuts more substantial. But he and I and Commissioner Johnson also agree. We were all here. We heard the motion that was made. And for the city manager to say, oh, wasn't me, that's, you know, only Shaggy can say that. So, you know, I just want to keep it real and hold you guys accountable. But if you guys can't find $2 million in cuts to make, stop expanding government, stop spending money you don't have. Thank you.
Okay, Adam, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have one caller on the line right now, Ms. Debbie Martinez. Ms. Martinez, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you for taking my call. Can you hear me okay?
We sure can.
Okay, thank you so much, Debbie Martinez. It appears to me that some members on this commission are trying to make it sound like GRU has an independent governing board. They don't. The city commissioners are the board of directors for GRU. It's the city commission that drove our utility into the ground. It's the city commission, well, Poe's the only one on it now, who championed a multi-billion-dollar biomass contract to burn trees, wood for electricity for more than 4 times the market rate for power we did not need, the worst utility contract in the country. And instead of cutting your budget to pay for your mistake, you continually to put it on the backs of lower income people and local businesses. And you talk about increments like it's some foreign word. Increments is just another word for your pet projects. And I'm not saying they're not worthy, but you blew the bank. You gambled with GRU customers' money and lost, and now you want us to pay for your mistakes. So you really need to make a strong effort to cut your increments. You can't do it all at once because you gambled with our money and lost. We're $2 billion in debt, and you want to blame poor people. Just cut your budget. That's how you prevent more poverty and more suffering. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. Next speaker
Thank
in
you.
chambers, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Armando Grundy Gomez. So for one, I think Commissioner Duncan Walker's point was very well made when she was talking about some level of uncomfort that she was having in some of the discussion that was up there and how something was perceived. Then those of us that watched the videotape and watched that motion that was made, there was no misunderstanding. There was not a lack of clarity. And it just seems to me that we all want to have revisionist history. Well, it wasn't quite clear. Why is it it's clear to one general manager, Mr. Bolarski was clear. We can have a public records request and watch an email exchange between him and Mr. Feldman and saying, hey, this is my budget proposal to the city commission. These are my decrements. And one of your charter officers says, hey, maybe you need to pull this back and not present this. We're not ready. But then when you all make a proposal, the Commissioner Johnson makes a motion and says, hey, I want this added to be considered. Well, I'm not quite clear. I don't know. We're not paying you $336,000 and $255,000 to make these kinds of mistakes. When you're this level of a professional, you don't make those kinds of mistakes. And to Commissioner Desmond Duncan Walker's point was, you should have some level of comfort. It's uncomfortable for me to watch Commissioner Johnson be that uncomfortable and you all just be dismissive, or some people on one end of the aisle are just whatever. And it doesn't happen. It happens far too much and far too often. And you should be uncomfortable because it didn't happen. It wasn't ever directed to GRU. General government was asked to bring back $2 million in decrements. It didn't. It brought forth new increases. I'm not ready yet. We're not prepared. We're not there. Gee, yes, golly, I don't know. And then when you look, Commissioner Duncan Walker, to the mayor, I forgot I got to talk to you, Mr. Mayor. I apologize. Follow process. I mean, I'm glad our commissioner is saying something. I hate to see one of our at-large commissioner who actually represents all of us to be uncomfortable like that. And then see some of you all just dismiss it like it doesn't matter. And then, I mean, to the point of some of you, when we have a structural budget deficiency, explain to me, if you understand what that is, how you can only target one side of the house but not the other. Help me square that circle. Some of you understand economics very well. We have a structural budget deficiency. Your funding mechanisms, for those of you that want to do a lot of the projects that you want to have going forward, you need to fix this now so that you're able to do things you want to do later. And I'm not coming in, I'm just trying to help me understand. Help me understand how you're just focusing on just GRU. It's all Mr. Bilarski, but there's no onus on the general government side of the house. One person doesn't want to own it. That's not leadership. So the first level of a manager in leadership should say, you know what, I dropped the ball. Because guess what, he did. It wasn't a GRU thing.
Appreciate that. Take the next speaker in one moment.
We do have another caller on the lines here, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead, Adam.
All righty, Darlene Pafalo. Ms. Pafalo, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Commissioners, Mayor. I probably won't take all 3 minutes because I'm listening to what the last two speakers, especially Mr. Nathan Scott. If Mr. Bilarski is the person that's in charge of GRU, which I'm assuming that was his job when he was hired and continues to be his job, usually when you hire people that are experts on what they do, you should listen to them. It's amazing to listen to this. I look at the commission, and Mayor, you've been on there a long time. You just aren't the mayor for the last 2 years. You've been on this probably 10, 12 years now. So you've been on this from the beginning when GRU started the bagoggle that they did, that everybody agreed to except one person. But here's what it looks like to me. As a realtor, I talk to a lot of first-time home buyers. And they go and they look at these beautiful homes that they can't afford it, but they want it because even though they can't afford it. And the reason they can't afford it is because like your GRU account is like a credit card. And it's just like people that are first-time home buyers. They get all these credit cards and pile them up to the maximum. And then they wonder why. Guess what? I can't afford a house. Well, you as a commission there and the mayor can't afford, your credit cards are full. You should have, everything should be no from now on until your credit cards are less than they are right now because you're spending too much money of taxpayers' money. Please stop, stop, stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pafalo.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Anybody else in chamber? Okay, Adam, you have anybody else?
No, sir, that was the last caller on the line.
Okay, Mr. Bilarski, I forgot to come back to you after commissioners. Did you want to jump in or are you good?
You know, Mayor, I appreciate you getting back to me, but there were, I think you all know the situation very well. And so I've heard some of the things that I was going to expressed by one or two or three of all of you. So it's in your hands.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you. Before we vote, I'd just like to state for the record, this resolution will reflect the largest annual cuts in GRU spending in my recent memory. So facts are stubborn things, as they say.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move to a roll call vote, Madam Clerk. The motion is to adopt the resolution along with the direction of general government working with the general manager to develop a utility assistance program.
Commissioner Sacco?
No.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos,
No.
Commissioner Johnson,
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker,
Aye.
and Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes 5-2 with Hayes Santos and Sacco in dissent. Next item, please.
Our next item is Resolution 210125, establish rates for electric and wastewater through fiscal year 2027, resolving to establish utility rate assistance programs. A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Gainesville, Florida, resolving to establish rates for electric and wastewater through fiscal year 2027, resolving to establish utility rate assistance programs, providing an immediate effective date.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bolarski.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. At the June 7th meeting, the City Commission voted to direct staff to bring back a resolution to stabilize the revenue needs of the utility by providing a 3% base rate increase on the electric system and a 5% base rate increase on the wastewater system from the years 2023 to 2027. The City Attorney's Office has drafted the resolution that's in front of you in accordance with that direction, and we're available to answer any questions that you might have with any of that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So similar to the last resolution, this is a multi-year plan to put GRU on a path to pay down principal and to be able to take care of our already planned capital expenditures without having to use other financial tools. And just like the last one, the City Commission can reassess these actions every year. I think that the intention of this commission is to set that plan forward, and for each year, for each commission to realize the benefits of the plan to the health of the overall organization. And so I hope that that's where we get to. And seeing no lights, Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to move resolution 210125.
Is there a second? Motion by Commissioner Ariola, seconded by Commissioner, I think, Hayes Santos, to adopt a proposed resolution that includes the rate as well as Commission considering a utility assistance program to mitigate financial impacts. Any further discussion? We'll move to public comment.
Good evening, Commissioners. Nathan Scott. So getting back to the revisionist history, if we'd like to consult the video and the agenda from about 2 years ago, the same proposal was put forth to the Commission, and it was adopted, but you didn't implement it. So it's almost like identical, multi-year rate increases. Google my name and you'll hear me talk about it years ago. So this is a ramification of, you talked about worried about harm to general government. You've destroyed the financial health of the utility under your failed leadership, Mayor Poe, as evidenced by 5 GRU debt downgrades since 2012. That's not even a decade. Okay, you narrowly avoided 2 additional debt downgrades by reducing the GFT, and this is the corollary. And that's the only bargaining chip you have, is to implement the largest unjustified multi-year rate increases in GRU's history. There's no other than just saying we think we need this, we think we need that. This is just pie in the sky. This is not how rates are set under well-established principles of utility rate making. It's not. Revenue requirement drives rates. I did this at the state level for 4 years. I know all about revenue requirement. This shocks the conscience that it's so arbitrary and capricious. I understand why, because it's a function of the financial distress and financial harm that you've caused the utility and GRU customers. And low-income households have every right to be upset because what you've just approved or poised to approve will represent a 22% increase on electric rates spanning the next 5 years, as well as a 25% increase in wastewater. I mean, if it's unaffordable now, and you've got collections totaling $1.5 million per year, then you've only got about half of that. They exceeded already year to date what they were last year. How are people going to pay for that, Mayor Poe? That's on you, because you continue to run GRU in the ground, and you don't defer capital expenditures, AMI. You could have avoided a rate increase in FY '22 alone by deferring AMI for 1 or 2 years. It's a terrible investment, $81 million, no return on investment over 22 years. But you won't listen to reason. You won't listen to a former state utility regulator. You won't listen to your general manager half the time. You won't listen to the public, but you claim you do. You want to hear from us, but you don't. So, I mean, I don't know any other way to say it other than, again, I'm just shocked. It's the largest unjustified multi-year GRU rate increases in GRU's history. And that's a fact, and I guess I'm out of time, so I'll stop before you admonish me.
Thank you. Adam, over to you.
Mr. Mayor, there's nobody on the line at this time.
Okay. You good? Anybody else in chamber? Adam, I'll check with you one more time.
No, sir, still nobody here.
Okay, Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And all I'd like to say is what I said earlier in the meeting, which is that Florida Power and Light is seeking a 20% rate increase in a shorter time period than what this resolution is calling for. So make sure that that is included in your thinking as people review this decision, because that doesn't happen in the sunshine like this does.
You conclude? You're done? Okay. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm not looking forward to this. I don't want to pay it myself. I believe it's necessary. We had a caller remind us that we hired professionals and we should listen to them, and that's where we are. But I want to point out that one of the reasons we are where we are cost-wise is that the people of Gainesville have consistently said that we want renewable energy. And that predates everybody up here. Well, one of the ways we do that is by having a biomass plant, a renewable energy plant. GRU produces between 30 and 40% of our energy, month in, month out, year in, year out, is renewable. We have a promise to do a whole lot better than that. The statewide average for renewable energy production is 4%. We don't talk about that very much, and I'm disappointed that we don't talk about that very much, but that's the truth. The people of Gainesville consistently say they want renewable energy. We deliver renewable energy. Not as much as we hope to, but renewable energy is not as cheap as, say, coal. We said we didn't want to do mountaintop coal before I ever joined the commission. Well, that comes at a cost. We said we want renewable energy. That comes at a cost. That's why we are where we are. And we all need to be aware of that, but we also need to celebrate that because, again, the statewide average is 4% for renewable energy production, and we're at about 10 times that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, we'll move to roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Yay.
Commissioner Johnson.
No.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
All right, that motion passes 5-2 with Duncan Walker and Johnson in dissent. Next item, please.
Our next item is Resolution 210060, resolution for amendment to the traffic signal maintenance and compensation agreement with FDOT, with a recommendation that the commission adopt the resolution for the amendment to the traffic signal maintenance and compensation agreement with FDOT and authorize the city manager to execute all necessary documents subject to review and approval by the city attorney as to form and legality.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move resolution 210060.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Santos, seconded by Commissioner Sacco. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually had a question about the remainder of the agenda, if we could. I'm willing to wait until we're done to address that if you want, but, or we can talk about it now. It's up to you.
Okay, let's dispense with this item at least.
Okay.
Anybody from the public who speak to the motion? Adam?
No, sir. There's nobody on the line at this time.
Okay, Madam Clerk, roll call vote.
Commissioner Ariola. Absent. Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker? Commissioner Ward? Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye. That motion passes unanimously. Commissioner Ward, what do you want to suggest?
So, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm curious, knowing that we're gonna get late fast, the last two items, do we have to address those tonight?
Well, let's just take it. If we run out of steam, we can continue those, but, yeah, let's just keep going. And
Okay.
land use things, I don't, well, we'll see. I'm not thinking they're gonna take a long time, but we'll see. Okay, Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Our next item is the public hearing. Public hearing for the cluster subdivision review, item 210105, Terra Serena, to create 120 lots on 10.7 acres with a recommendation that the commission approve the design plat for Terra Serena cluster subdivision, design plat with all conditions included in the staff report, plus the additional conditions submitted by the applicant.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Feldman, I think I see Mr. Calderon up there.
Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, good evening. Lawrence Calderon with Department of Sustainable Development. This petition is a design plat to allow two parcels to be developed into 120 lots on 10.77 acres. And it's located at 2300 Northwest 53rd Avenue, Zone RMF 7. As you can see on the map here, we have Northwest 34th Street. Walmart is shown on the north side of the development, the senior center, the city park, 441. And on the bottom, you have Northwest 53rd Avenue, 55th Boulevard, and the subject property is shown here. You can see the adjacent surrounding subdivisions and the platted lots. I thought it would be helpful for you to briefly talk about the subdivision process and where that is. The process includes 4 steps: design plat, construction drawing, final plat, and recording. At this stage, you are design plat. And what you're doing is you're authorizing the development to proceed as a preliminary development so that they can move to the next step of the development. This is a general location of the subject property, and you can see a close-up. And what you can actually see here is the adjacent subdivision to the west, Peaceful Paths, which is the applicant submitting the development and its relationship to 53rd Avenue and 53rd Boulevard, as well as developments on the northern side of the property. On the west side is a general utility easement buffering the area from the existing development. And this is the proposed layout of the subdivision. It's actually an infill development, and what better way to have infill but then this type of development within the city limits. A close-up of the development shows some of the adjacent surrounding development in closer proximity. And again, you see the layout of the subdivision within there. The surrounding developments are mainly consistent with what is proposed, single family surrounding it in most cases, with the exception of this, which is also a residential type development. And on the north side, they're also a residential development. The land use and zoning, as you can see, and the proposed development is consistent with the land use and zoning. So the applicant is proposing a cluster subdivision, and what a cluster subdivision really is an opportunity for a development to take advantage of some of the unique qualities of their proposed design, which would not be applicable to regular subdivisions. So in this case, they're proposing an infill type of cluster subdivision, which allows them to request some modifications. And this is the intent of the cluster subdivision. And as you can see, we have an environmental section and an infill section. And this petition is more of an infill type of development. General location, again, as you can see, a scrubby area, an old wetland, which no longer acts as or functions as a wetland. It's a degraded area because of a lot of draining that occurred, and there are 2 main trees on the property which are scheduled to be removed. So here are the standards for the RMF 7. The development is required to comply with these, but the proposal is to, for the minimum lot size, it's none, but they're keeping it at 2,000. They're requesting a reduction in the minimum lot width from 40 to 20. The lot depth is going to be greater than what is required, and they are requesting a modification from the required front and the side setbacks, side and street setbacks from 10 feet to 0 feet and 15 feet to 0 feet. They are meeting the requirements for the front and the side and the rear setbacks. Also, a cluster subdivision requires that garage facing doors meet a 20-foot setback, and the applicant is meeting that requirement. So here we have one other issue on this development is that they're meeting the requirements of the 50-foot right-of-way, typical for local street development, but their proposal is to have 10-foot wide driving aisles, which we typically have no problems issuing. So they do have a 10-foot, 8-foot landscape and a 5-foot sidewalk on either side. So this is the right-of-way limits and the roadway area and the properties on either side of the development. So as you can see, 55th Boulevard, Northwest 55th and 53rd Avenue, the development is located in here. The development has a very functional layout of sidewalks within it, providing opportunities for pedestrians to move throughout the block. And this is a very positive thing for an infill type of development. The same thing occurs on the west side of the development. So these streets are lined with sidewalks, all of these, as well as the main street on the north and the main street on the street on the south side. The development has, on the west side, there are a string of blocks, but we are not asking for any modifications. These blocks are 6-unit blocks, and there are areas where the utility easement on the west and the drainage basins can be accessed to be maintained. And one of the conditions we have is that the applicant during construction drawing clarifies that to staff's and code satisfaction, so that will be done. So these are the typical kind of spacing between the buildings, and each one has 6 units. The same thing occurs with the remainder of the development. You see there are 10-foot separation between the buildings. And within those areas, we have requested sidewalks. So these will be additional sidewalks to make the development more functional and user-friendly. So this is just a close-up of what is proposed for the development. As you can see, this is one block of 6 units here and another one. And what they're requesting is the front setback remain as is in the code. The rear setback, they're meeting the setbacks. But so the actual buildings, the 0 setback would be within this area. So you would have a block of buildings here and another block of units within here. On the other side, as an example, what they're requesting, you can see the front and rear, but they are requesting 0 setbacks, in this case, between the lots and as well as along the street. So it's from 15 feet from this side to 0 and 10 feet to 0 on the interior setbacks. So what happens is that each of these represent the corridors between those blocks of buildings. So what you have is some sort of space in that area here, so that the buildings are not all the way back to back. And the reason I'm bringing this out is that we had one neighbor who called thinking that these were back-to-back buildings, but they actually blocks of buildings in this area and in this area separated by sidewalks. So we have conditions which are applicable to the development. I will not go through all of them, but they are listed here. And the last one I would mention is that the applicant requested one additional condition which staff included here. And with that, our recommendation is that you adopt the DRB's recommendation and approve the cluster subdivision with all of the conditions as listed in the staff report and in the presentation. Okay. We had one letter from a neighbor, and this is it here, with the requirements, 4 requirements concerning issues with the subdivision, fencing, and these are here. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Calderon. Anybody from the commission have questions, or is there a motion? Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I would move petition DB 21-5 and the other conditions of the design.
Oh. Thank you, Ms. Shalley. Your light's enough to like snap me back into
I take back my motion.
doing my job properly. Thank you, yeah. They've been with us all evening. They have both a right and probably an ambition to present the applicant present their presentation as well. So we'll invite them up to do so. Anything else, Michelle?
I did have one other point. The additional condition that's been requested, I believe it's in conflict with the land development code, but I would ask the staff to speak to that.
Okay, so Andrew, yeah, when after the applicant presents, if you'll address that point, and then we'll be able to make a decision.
Great.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Clay Swager with EDA. I'd just like to give a very brief presentation. I am going to use the top camera, I think.
Okay.
I think next month we'll be able to get back to the old presentation style. Should I move or is he going to move? Let's see. There we go. I'm really honored to be here on behalf of Peaceful Paths, who owns this property. This is a infill cluster subdivision that's being proposed, utilizing a section of the code that really promotes innovative design concepts, particularly in properties that are infill in nature. And as you can see on this map, where it's a really it's really hard for me for some reason to do that. It's backwards.
It's all backwards, yeah.
Yeah. So this is really a great infill opportunity. All these activities are within 1/8 of a mile, which is really definitely within walking distance. Beautiful Northside Park, one of the great parks the city has promoted and invested in. RTS service. There's a new senior affordable housing development that the city has approved right here, Deer Creek. And there's an activity center with Super Walmart and some other activities. So this is a really great opportunity for infill development. As I mentioned, this is a design plat, 120 lots. What is really good about this is that it will be platted, it will be sold for home ownership. There'll be attached units, so it'll be essentially townhouses, front yard, backyard, driveways, garages, and really at a price point that is the best you can find because it achieves some density, which I know the commission, we've had some discussions about density. We're at 11 units per acre for this type of product, which is very high. It's about as high as you can get. So we're excited about that. It's going to bring a product online that really just isn't available in any of this part of the city. This is just a summary of the land use and zoning. Again, this RMF 7. This is a multifamily zoning, but it's providing a home ownership, single family product in a multifamily zoning, which is not always that easy to achieve. These are a couple of the provisions in the code regarding infill cluster subdivisions. The code provides for better utilization of land, more efficient use through design, to try to meet the changing market conditions. Obviously, providing a range of housing stock in the city is a high priority. We're just asking for a couple modifications to the setbacks, essentially the side setbacks to become 0. That's the only way you can do attached units, of course. And then the lot width reduction from 40 to 20 to meet that townhouse design style. And these are uses and types that are all allowed in that zoning designation. As Lawrence indicated, this is the design plat. The areas in yellow would be the platted lots. The areas in green are landscaped areas, stormwater. There's a good amount of trails and pedestrian connectivity, sidewalks on the streets, connection, and new sidewalks along 53rd and 55th, access to RTS bus service. So it's really in a great position here. These are some of the criteria that you find in your city code that we have met for infill cluster subdivision. This map just gives you a little more of the context of the area. Single family to the south, to the west, and transitioning to more multifamily to the north, and then a wide range of activities, including the senior center, the park, and commercial, and then of course Peaceful Paths just to the east, who's the current landowner. As your staff indicated, this design plat is consistent with your code and comprehensive plan, and the staff recommends approval. We're in agreement with all the conditions that staff has brought forward. There was a condition that is on the screen that we had proposed at the DRB just to allow a little more time for the validity of the permit and phasing, but it looks like we're going to, the developer will be bringing this forward as one phase and hopefully in a very quick fashion. So if that condition is an issue for city staff, it would be fine with us if it was to be withdrawn. So it would just be the staff recommended conditions. I know Dr. Beachy is here from Peaceful Paths. If you have any questions for her, she and the board directors are very excited to hopefully get this project moving. So I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Swagger, Andrew, did you want, it sounds like they're willing to forego that last condition, so if the applicant's okay with that and staff isn't insisting on it, it seems like the path of least resistance forward. What say you, Mr. Persons?
I just wanted to get up here because it's been a while. Yeah, we're fine with that. I think it was a little bit of a matter of semantics where your code does have a 1-year time limit for design plat. It's not because the expectation is that somebody would go through the entire subdivision process, Mr. Calderon indicated, and construct that subdivision within 1 year. It's that it's intended to provide a time limit if somebody just sort of drops off the face of the planet and we have a design plat sitting out there with no action taken on it in a year. So we're good with the eliminating that condition. So we're all in agreement.
Okay, thank you. Okay, back to Commissioner A. Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank you for the grid-like of your development and how I think will help with walkability. I'd like to move petition DB 21-5 and related staff recommendations, and then we amend the additional condition. How should we amend it?
I think just strike condition 10.
Strike condition 10.
Okay, motion, second by Commissioner Sacco, motion by Commissioner A. Santos. I love this. I would say the zero setbacks, I mean, just walkable, dense, awesome use of a piece of property right next to a lot of amenities. I can really see this being sort of a mixed generation, a lot of first-time home buyers, a lot of seniors. Who knows? We'll see once it gets built, but a lot of opportunity here. So yeah, thanks for bringing a creative solution and a not single-family zoning to the commission for approval. That made me excited. With that, we'll move to public comment. Anybody in chambers?
Yes, good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. So I want to thank the applicant for bringing this forward. Do have a concern about the deviation from the setback, not necessarily for this project, but just in principle. I think anyone that looks at the standard is a striking example of how right on the road that monstrosity of a building is. And, just when we have setbacks for a reason, I mean, certainly they can be deviated upon. But I think in this case, it's at the will of the commission to grant the development, and it appears to add to housing, and it's close to amenities. So again, that would be my only concern, would be the setbacks, particularly on the distance from the front to the back. Thank you.
Okay, Adam, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have 2 callers at the moment, the first of which is Tana Silva. Ms. Silva, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, I mean, we support peaceful path objectives generally. I think a lot of people do. My concern is the interpretation of cluster development. I think there's another one out on Tower Road.
This one, I mean, I just don't want to see a precedent that people can come in and use cluster development to clear cut properties. It looks like this one is going to be go from 10 acres of woods to 9 acres of mostly impervious surface with 3 retention ponds. The zero lot line, eliminates green space, trees, and adds stormwater runoff, among other environmental concerns. And the way that this is being made into a cluster development is it eliminates the requirement for one purpose of a cluster development is to make the best use of the land by leaving open space and green space, which is a public benefit. So that is a concern if, these are going to be taking up the entire property with houses, garages, driveways, and streets other than, stormwater retention ponds. I'd like to know if, I guess I'm a little unclear about 2 things. Access, I thought was only onto 53rd Avenue. It looks like maybe there's access to 55th or whatever's on the north. But the DRB members brought up concerns about connectivity east and west, which, as I understand it, are not within the control of the property buyer or developer. Also, I'd like to be a little clearer about what infill development is. It's 4 miles from downtown. The one out on Tower Road is even farther away. So I guess the main concern is about there's no size limit, and that's how the staff is interpreting the ability for the developer to eliminate the requirement for open space. Other than, I think there's another possibility for infill development. But if you cut the width down in half from 40 feet to 20 feet, although there may not be like a 2,000 square foot limit for property size, isn't that still the same thing? Sorry if these are kind of getting into the weeds, but those are my concerns, and I don't want to see it set a precedent. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Silva.
Go ahead, Adam.
Okay, we do have one more speaker, Candace Chambers. Ms. Chambers, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, hi, thank you for taking my call. I have similar concerns as the last caller. I know that in the notations or the presentation that was shown, there was a question about green spaces within the development for kids to play in and how the setbacks would affect that. And I didn't get the opportunity to read it, and I wasn't sure if other people had read it. So I would love to know what the answer to that is, since it looks like there wouldn't be yards or any kind of playgrounds or anything. I know Northside Park is close, but nothing for small children who need to stay close to home to play in this family community. So I'm a little concerned about that, as well as the mitigation for the environmental impacts of cutting down 10 acres of trees. So those are really just my comments.
Thanks, Ms. Chambers. Mr. Mayor, that was our last caller.
Okay, anybody else in chamber? Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Dr. Teresa Beachy, Executive Director of Peaceful Paths. I just want to say again, thank you for considering this particular development. We are very excited as an organization to have this particular infill as our neighbor. It's taken us a long time to find an appropriate neighbor for this particular spot, in part because of the confidential nature of the work, and also because we wanted to make sure that we were bringing something that would enhance the community. So we really feel like this is a great fit on all sides. One of the things that we talked with the developer about was the green space and making sure that there was plenty of buffer between us and them. There will be yards, the sites that we've seen, and I know this developer is doing other projects around the community that I've seen very similar to this. They all have yards, they have porches, they're lovely units. I feel that that's going to be a great enhancement here. We're also really excited because it will improve some of the things that our clients use as part of our campus, better sidewalks, sidewalks. We're hoping there'll be an improved bus stop. All of the things that right now we look forward to seeing as part of the development as it moves on. So again, thank you so much for the support. We're really excited about bringing this to the community and what it will do for our long-term agency's financial health as well.
Right.
And I'll take any questions if you have them.
Thank you, Dr. Beachy. I think we're good. And I think I can answer the access question Ms. Silver brought up. It appears there's access on both, I don't know if that's 53rd or 55th Avenue, sort of when they come together, and then also 55th Boulevard, correct? 2 points of access, but per our regulations, so yeah. Okay, so let's move back to the commission, and this will be a roll call vote.
Commissioner Duncan Walker. Commissioner Ward. Aye. Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola. Aye. Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
We have the adoption reading of ordinance 200883, land use change, 0.99 acres of property located at 2020 West University Avenue. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the future land use map of the comprehensive plan by changing the land use category of approximately 0.99 acres of property generally located at 2020 West University Avenue is more specifically described in this ordinance, from residential low density to mixed use office residential, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Okay, thank you. Take it away, Juan.
Well, good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Juan Castillo. I am a planner here at the Department of Sustainable Development, and I'll be presenting item number 200883 for you this evening. Very quickly, this item is a request for an amendment to the future land use map, and it's the first of two related petitions, the second being the rezoning, which you will hear a little bit later. So the subject property is 0.99 acres in size piece of land, and it's located north of the University of Florida campus, right across the Ben Hill Griffith Stadium, across West University Avenue. Currently, the property is improved with the University of Florida's Hillel Jewish Student Center and has a land use of residential low density, which allows for 15 dwelling units per acre. The proposal before you this evening is to change the existing land use to mixed-use office/residential, which would allow for a density of up to 20 dwelling units per acre. Staff has reviewed the request before you and has found that it meets the review criteria stated in our land development code. This includes consistency with the comprehensive plan, compatibility with surrounding land uses, support for urban infill and redevelopment, and the full list is found in your report. This item came before the City Plan Board on February 25th and was approved with a 5-0 vote. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Castillo. We'll invite the applicant up for their presentation.
Good, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Clay Swigger, the EDA. Onelia Lazari is in the virtual world. I think wants to give you a very brief presentation.
All right,
acceptable.
Very good. Ms. Lazari, welcome back.
At least I hope she is.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. I'm trying to get my camera to work for you. Thank you. This is, as Mr. Castillo pointed out, a small-scale land use amendment for the UF Hillel Student Jewish Center. I have with me this evening Rabbi Jonah Zinn, and he will be speaking very briefly also about the application. The Hillel Center intends to stay at this location. The reason that this land use change and rezoning are being brought up this evening is to add some flexibility at this site for the Hillel Center. The PD that was adopted for this was done 20 years ago, and much has changed, especially in that area, in that time period. I'm going to share my screen with you very briefly and just try to give you a little bit of an introduction to this. Mr. Mayor, I would like to ask if you can see my screen at this point.
We sure can.
Oh, thank you.
As Mr. Castillo pointed out, the property is immediately across the street from the UF campus and serves the Jewish community at the university. It guides students to amplify their voice and find their place in the Jewish community. There are fellowships and internships that are offered, and it provides Jewish students with a community and connection place. The maximum density on the site would be increased from 15 units per acre to up to 20 units per acre. And there would be added non-residential uses such as office and service uses. We do want to point out that the mixed-use office residential land use category limits the height to 3 stories. Basically, it is the intention, as we've stated, that the Hillel Center will remain at the site and that the proposed land use will add flexibility for Hillel. As I pointed out earlier, the original PD that is associated with this property was adopted in 2001, 20 years ago, and it allowed for a place of religious assembly with accessory student center that may include food service, civic meeting spaces, a library, computer facilities, and study areas. And back in 2001, when it was originally adopted, this was a new concept for moving onto this site. And the UF Hillel Center has proved to be a good neighbor in this area. And again, they just need additional flexibility. Mr. Castillo covered the 11 items that are needed for support for a land use amendment. I won't cover those also, but if there are any questions about them, I will be happy to answer them. And I would like to allow Rabbi Zinn to speak for a minute.
Thank you, Ms. Lazari.
Thank you, Ornelia.
Rabbi, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. It's an honor to be here, and I appreciate your hearing our request. As Ornelia mentioned, we are very pleased with our current location and our facility. We have no intention of moving, and this is about giving us additional flexibility, recognizing that the world has changed a tremendous amount in 20 years, including how people utilize space and how students gather. 20 years ago, no one had heard of social media, and look at where we are today. As a result, our program has needed to evolve, and this request will enable our program to continue to evolve, to better utilize our space in a way that enables us to fulfill our mission to serve the Jewish student body at the University of Florida. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have, and I'm grateful for your time.
Thank you, Rabbi Zinn.
Mr. Mayor, we've asked for your support to approve the petition and to approve the ordinance.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Lazari. Okay, back to the commission. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate you all trying to get rid of a PD. Also, I think there should be a higher density since it's across from the University of Florida and right on University Avenue, but I think we should still move forward with this. I would like to move the petition and ordinance 200883.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Santos, second by Commissioner Ariola to adopt the proposed ordinance on adoption reading. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just have I understand that it's granting Hillel more opportunities and flexibility. Are there any plans for the immediate future to make use of this allowance? Anyone can answer.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to ask Rabbi Zinn to respond to that.
Yeah, I think that we're interested in look, we need the zoning and land use change in order to fully pursue these opportunities, but we're interested, for example, in exploring the possibility of renting some underutilized space on our second floor to another nonprofit or educational institution potentially, or another tenant. We're interested in exploring the possibility of adding a little bit of additional parking, things like that, and all of that is predicated on eliminating the PD and moving to a more traditional zoning.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr.
Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good to see you, Rabbi. This is great. I remember before the pandemic, I would occasionally join for Sabbath dinners. So glad to see you're still going to continue to invite the community into Hillel, and of course, any opportunity where we get to allow for more community uses, particularly at a place where it's maybe not always known that the wider community is welcome to Hillel and to take part in some of the activities, but happy to support the motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll turn it over to members of the public. Anybody in the chambers? Adam, over to you.
Mr. Mayor, there's nobody on the line at this time.
Okay, very good. Then we'll move back to a roll call vote.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariolo? Commissioner Duncan Walker? Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward? Commissioner Hayes Santos? And Mayor Poe.
That motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
First reading of ordinance 200884, quasi-judicial rezoning of .99 acres of property located at 2020 West University Avenue. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the zoning map atlas by rezoning approximately .99 acres of property generally located at 2020 West University Avenue is more specifically described in this ordinance from plan development to urban 4, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Castillo?
Good evening again. Quickly for the record, again, Juan Castillo, planner for the Department of Sustainable Development. The item before you is the rezoning portion of the land use change, and currently the property has a planned development zoning with conditions intended to mitigate and steer the impact and design of the University of Florida Hillel Jewish Center. This PD was adopted on February 26 of 2001, as was mentioned earlier, and reflects conditions appropriate for characteristics of the area at that time. Since then, however, the area has had an introduction of transit zones, changing the characteristics of the and overall intent of the area to a more dense and urban form. The proposal before you this evening is to change the existing PD to transit urban 4. And this zoning is more consistent with the intent of urbanization in the area, and with the existing transit zones is more compatible. If approved, the existing PD will be eliminated, and U4 will be adopted along with a change in uses and mitigatory regulations, which includes added frontage requirements, design standards, and sidewalk requirements. I just realized I didn't change that slide earlier. Staff has reviewed the request before you and has found that it meets the review criteria stated in our land development code for rezoning. This includes compatibility of permitted uses, allowed intensities with existing developments, the proposed zoning district in relation to surrounding properties, and the character of the district and suitability of for particular uses. The full list and account of how each review criteria is met can be found on your report. Again, this item came before the City Plan Board on February 25th and was approved with a 5-0 vote. Thank you, and I am here for any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you very much. Invite the applicant to make their presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is the implementing zoning for the small-scale land use amendment that you just approved. As Mr. Castillo pointed out, in 2017, the transect zoning was introduced along West University Avenue in this area, and this is a step-down transition between the U7 transect that's to the east and the U2 transect that is to the west of the property. It will allow flexibility for Hillel, and as we pointed out, or as Mr. Castillo pointed out, in 2001, when this PD was first adopted, I think there was great concern in the neighborhood about the introduction of this use, and the facility was constructed in 2004 and has been an excellent neighbor in the area. And so this is again to help them stay in the area financially and flexibly to meet their needs. If Rabbi Zinn would like to say anything additional, I would turn it over to him.
I don't have very much to add other than the change that we're requesting is about enabling us to continue to be a good neighbor and stay at our current location and better utilize our physical space to serve the entire community, the student community, which is obviously our primary mission, but a broader community as well through more flexible use. And I'm happy to take any questions that you may have.
All right, thank you both. We will then turn back to the commission and recognize Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move ordinance number 200884 on first reading by title only.
Okay, motion, second by Sacco. Any members of the public who speak to the motion? I'll start with anybody in chambers. Okay, Adam, over to you.
No one is in the virtual room. The
Okay.
floor is yours.
Back to the commission, roll call vote.
Commissioner Johnson? Aye. Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward? Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker is absent, and Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously with Duncan Walker absent. Next item, please.
First reading of ordinance 210005, amending the open container ordinance. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending sections 4-1 and 4-4 of the City Code of Ordinances relating to the sale, dispensing, possession, and consumption of alcohol, amending section 18-20 of the City Code of Ordinances relating to the purchase of or sale, of alcohol in parks, and section 2-339 of the City Code of Ordinances relating to civil citation for the possession or consumption of an open container of an alcoholic beverage, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Members of the commission, you've previously heard and discussed the open container ordinance, and this was drafted and brought back to you as a result of that. I do want to point out at that meeting, you did ask us to come back with some suggestions for other ordinances or tools that are needed to address large crowds. You have a two-page PowerPoint that's attached as backup that was prepared by GPD with 3 recommendations. 1, to adopt a revised noise ordinance for vehicles traveling on our roadways that is consistent with our current noise ordinance. There are several jurisdictions around the state that have now done that. Second is to develop a hookah lounge ordinance, which would determine the use of their facilities in a consistent and fair manner, very similar to how we have regulated in the past the rave parties through dance halls. And then finally, a business accountability ordinance, very similar to an ordinance in Daytona Beach, which would address businesses that are responsible for multiple calls occurring on their property, either because of loitering or shoplifting or incidents that cause an excessive use of GPD resources. So those would be the 3 recommendations that GPD has made for the commission to consider giving us direction on.
Okay, thank you. So just to clarify then, if the commission chooses to move forward with these 3 recommendations from GPD, then staff would work on language for that and bring those back when they're ready to the commission for our consideration.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Feldman. We'll start with Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. On the first recommendation, I think we should go beyond just loud stereos, but the loud exhaust, which 11 8th Avenue, loud exhaust is kind of a little worse than stereos many times. But I would like to move ordinance 210005 on first reading and title only, and that we also direct the city manager to come back with to work on the 3 recommendations from GPD.
Is there a second? Okay, second by Sacco. Okay, Commissioner Ariola.
Okay, thank you. I just want to clarify, because I like where this is going. I just want to clarify that we're adopting the ordinance as presented. Well, the ordinance was repealed, rather. So we're adopting this new ordinance, and at a later date when these policies have been worked out, we'll then adopt them into this final ordinance.
Or alongside. They'll each be dealt with separately.
Okay. Well, this has always been about that for me. So as long as we're moving in that direction to deal with the crowd management solutions, then I've stated to this commission before, I'm happy to support permanence, because most people are responsible. It's the select that are not that we have to mitigate. So happy to support the motion with these adjustments. I want to thank the police department for addressing these. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Excuse me while I take a moment, Mayor. I cannot stand in support of this ordinance, and there are a number of reasons why. One is driving me to a place of emotion right now that is challenging for me to control. In the wake of the increase in gun violence, particularly throughout District 1 and other parts of this community, and understanding how alcohol can exacerbate that problem and that issue. I just got some news that there was another shooting in my district just a few moments ago. Last night I was at dinner, and I got the word that 6 people with 1 fatality just blocks away from where I live. I have to grapple with the reality that it's not so much about responsibility, Commissioner Ariola, as the difference in the way that alcohol consumption affects different people. And there are statistics that support that. I'm looking at that impact in my community. I'm seeing the disparity, and I am cut tonight. And while I think I understand the original intent behind this, given where we are as a city, given the fact that we're not winning this battle with gun violence, I can't put my stamp of support on something that statistics show will exacerbate violent behaviors. I got a phone call this morning, as I believe a few of you did, from Representative Henson about the problem. The fact that it has existed for a very, very long time. And there are some very specific things that I think that we can target. I've spoken with Manager Feldman and Chief Jones and Assistant Chief last night and today. They have a plan. Looks great. They're going to start implementing it. But there's work that we have to do on this end. And towards the end of the meeting, I'll share something that I hope that we do. But as far as this ordinance is concerned, it won't contribute to anything that is good in certain communities. And I hope we consider that its impact is different in different places.
Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm interested in this, the business accountability piece of what GPD has brought forward. I would like to see us, as we consider it, expand out from just requiring many police units to respond to deal with any sort of situation, to include large crowds gathering on unattended property, but also what we can do, and this is tangential entirely to the discussion here, but because this is in front of us, I want to address it. To address an issue that I've brought up for several years about overuse of our public safety folks over and over and over and over and over at 4 hotspots around the community for essentially shoplifting. So I hope we can consider that as well as part and parcel of this as we move forward. We'll have more to say about that going forward, but this is an opportunity to address several things on that business accountability item. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Can someone explain to me the hookah lounge ordinance?
Mr. Pillman, I know we have the chief out there as well.
Yeah, I'll ask Assistant Chief Scott to come forward and talk about the issues that we're having with hookah lounges.
Welcome, Chief Scott.
Honorable Mayor, Commissioners. As in regards to hookah lounge, that is a workaround for nighttime activities. They're not guided by the restrictions that are placed on alcohol establishments. So what typically would happen is that the alcohol establishments close at 2 per the state law, and the hookah lounges flourish at that time, and they stay open till 4. And they don't have any restrictions about having folks attend and closing down. So we get a mass of folks from the different bars that concentrate into those areas and become problematic as far as crowd management. And that's the problem. That's the primary problem we have with them. And they are unregulated, and they're not supposed to operate as dance halls. And we've had incidences where they charge folks to get in. They act as a dance hall, and they, quite frankly, skirt the issue as far as.
Are they serving? Can I interrupt you? Are they serving alcohol from 2 to 4?
No, they're not supposed to serve alcohol, but people may be in possession of it. But it's like a bring your own bottle type thing. They don't serve alcohol, not legally.
Do they advertise it as BYOB?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so they're not serving alcohol from 2 to 4, and people are dancing and having fun.
Right.
Oh, okay.
They're not serving alcohol.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to be sarcastic.
Legally, that I'm aware of, but
Okay.
they're different. We've had incidences where we've had to go in and have some conversation with management. A group of folks come in, they have a bottle or something like that. They go in and do their thing. We've had some problems with it, and particularly a couple of hookah lounges. Most of them have modified their behavior, but it's still problematic for us. And we've had a shooting, I don't know if you remember, about a year ago. We had a shooting at one of the hookah lounges, a mass of folks that were at that location, and it's become very problematic for us.
Who's attending the hookah events? Is it mostly Black people?
Say that again.
Who are attending the hookah lounges? Is it mostly Black people?
Mostly, but not exclusive, but mostly.
Yeah.
And the thing is again, they don't serve alcohol legally, so there's no aid. The folks that go there are sometimes younger than they're supposed to be. We've had folks out there 15, 16 years old. I think one of the people that was shot or involved in the shooting, he was a teenager. I mean, so you have a lot of young folks that are in these establishments, and you get that kind of crowd, and it's not just the folks inside the establishment, it's those folks that are outside. And that's where the weapons are. That's where some of the activity and the conflicts are. That's where you have the drive-by situations that escalate.
So the ordinance, can you tell me what your thoughts are about including in the ordinance?
About the current ordinance that you're looking at?
Develop a hookah lounge ordinance to determine the use of the facilities which is consistent and fair.
Yeah, we would like to have that included so that we can really, quite frankly, get them to close down at a proper time and allow us, because what's happening is that all the bars closing at 2, all the folks that are out there, you have thousands of people that come into the streets. You have, realistically, on a good night, we may have 30 officers. On an average night, it could be something less than that, but 30 officers dealing with, several thousand folks, and we're responsible for the entire city. So you get a couple of incidents where you have 10, 15 people that are acting out or causing a disturbance. You're going to take a good share of those folks that are involved to deal with this. It's putting a strain on resources. It puts a strain on really our ability to deal with it, and for the safety, and not just the safety of the citizens of our neighbors, but also the personnel that have to go out there. My officers out there, and sometimes there's 1 or 2 of them on the scene, and there may be 15, 20 people that are actively involved in the fight.
what I'm trying to determine is what is going to be different about this ordinance, that, not what's going to be different about the ordinance, what's different between the hookah lounges, those spaces, as opposed to other bars along, in the downtown area, where other demographics are
Well,
going.
if they close at 2 o'clock, it's not really much of an issue for us. The fact that they're open at 4 and the other folks that are attending, everyone that's downtown that's attending the clubs that close at 2 are looking for a place to go. And they all go there, and you have a young contingency that can't get into the bars that also go there.
Okay, so there's no age restriction for these hookah lounges, it sounds like.
Well, let's put it like this. There are folks that are there that are teenagers that should not be there.
So if that's a problem, how do we get the business owners to enforce that? Because I will tell you, I'm gonna say something unpopular right now. I'm gonna say it. Is that what it feels like to me is that we are policing communities of color differently than we would other communities, because these same problems, from some of the conversations I've had, happen at other places too. But we don't discuss that, we don't hear about it, it's not covered in the news. So I don't want us to set up a situation where we are doing something differently for different people.
I would say that, and I've worked downtown for many years and dealt with all type of crowds. Some was popular and some I weren't popular in. The thing I could say for us is that we concentrate on the behavior. That's our focus, is the behavior, trying to create a safe environment so people can do their thing. They can enjoy themselves. We were young once. We understand that, you want to get out and have a good time. So as far as law enforcement goes, our focus is not necessarily on who's there, it's what's occurring there. We have activities in the parking garages that we have to deal with. That crosses racial lines. So we have to concentrate there as well. We have things that happen in the pool hall. That was a place, and that wasn't a place, quite frankly, that you had a lot of minority folks in. And we've dealt with that and are constantly dealing with that. So it's really the behavior. And as long as there's a safe environment for folks, and that's our primary mission, to let folks, to create an environment where people can go out and enjoy themselves and be safe.
I hear you about the behavior, and I appreciate that, but also we're codifying something at this point when we're saying to write an ordinance. So I want to make sure that we are doing as much as we can to enforce what we have in place right now before we start writing ordinances to continue policing our neighbors potentially in a disparate way.
Yeah.
So whatever we have on the books right now, are we doing that? Are we enforcing that piece of it before we start writing ordinances?
Given the staff that we have, I think we're doing the best we can, but our approach has been that this is not a law enforcement problem, this is a community problem, and that we engage the community in how we can deal with this. And so our efforts, we've been working on the 9th Street and East University Avenue, trying to engage the businesses there to work cooperatively with us and the neighbors and make sure that we can address the issues. And so our focus has been more on working collaboratively and letting them know what our limitations are and what we can do and can't do. We've been looking at the public nuisances ordinances and trying to deal with that as well. So there's some activities that we're putting together, but we're careful that when we do this stuff, that we have to engage the community so that they help identify what the problems are and help us construct a plan of action that's going to be something that they understand and they can appreciate when we're doing things. If we walk into a neighborhood and we never talk with anyone, we just start taking actions, then we are viewed sometimes as invaders and not necessarily as neighbors. And we want folks to realize that we're there to work with them and that we're going to take some of their direction. They review our action plans, the ones that we've been developing 9th Street. The mayor was with us in a meeting last week at the Coca-Cola plant. In that meeting, we sat down and asked them to help us identify what the problems were, and we developed a plan of action, and we send that back out to them for them to review and bless. And then we take the enforcement action. And we're trying to make sure that there's a clear understanding. Miscommunication is where we start to have problems, and we want to make sure that we're on the same page about what we're doing and why we're doing it.
Okay, thank you for answering my questions.
You're welcome.
I also support Commissioner Duncan Walker. We are in a different time. As situations change, we also need to be flexible and change with it. I think it's not a prudent idea to pass this at this time for the reasons that she mentioned, and I'm hoping that we reconsider, because I know there are a lot of people on this commission that have been very supportive of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Osaka?
Mayor, so I hear you, Commissioner Duncan Walker. Alcohol exacerbates violence. I had many clients whose partner would get drunk and it would just intensify the violence in the household. It is very true that alcohol exacerbates it, but I don't believe it causes gun violence. I think the vast majority of people are capable of enjoying a drink or two and not having access to a gun and using it. I think the issue we have is a gun control and gun safety issue, not so much an alcohol issue. I'm going to assume everybody in this room is capable of having a drink and not going to shoot people thereafter, or even have access to a gun. The other part of this is, as an intern, one of the things I learned very early on through Southern Legal was open container laws really punish our homeless neighbors. That throughout the country where you use that, it punishes folks who are poor, who don't have, a home that they can go in and have a drink, or if they just want to have a drink or consume anything else, they are more likely to be stopped by the police because they are doing so in public. I think this is a step in the right direction to get rid of that, frankly, very negative war on poverty, where it's not legal to exist as a homeless individual. That said, I fully support a lot of the measures GPD is proposing to combat the fallout of large congregations of folk. Because I did my ride along, and it was terrifying, and it was only a Friday night. In the summer, I can't imagine what it looks like on a Saturday night once the kids arrive. So I know about the parking garage. I saw the multitude of very different, very diverse demographic bars all collide together. So it's very real for me. I saw it firsthand. I also saw that the amount of resources we had to put out just to keep triangulating between a couple of spots, because that's where people kept going and businesses enjoyed it and were telling folks, yeah, come here, it doesn't matter. So I'm really excited about the business accountability portion. I have no problem with business. I just want you to be responsible and respectful to the rest of your community. Sorry, Chief, to ask you to come back. Could you tell me a little bit more about the noise ordinance or not Dr. Salary, Attorney Shalley? Do you have more on that one, or is it a Mr. Feldman question?
I'll take the stab.
Okay.
So maybe a decade ago, there was a ruling that came out of the district federal court in the Orlando district that basically said playing loud music was an expression of your First Amendment rights on there. And subsequently, cities across at least across the state, basically abandoned the enforcement of noise ordinances that came from rolling vehicles on there. there are several cities that have now adopted new ordinances that apparently can meet the federal standard. We need to do some more exploration on that, and we think that that's one of the cruxes of the issues that we have throughout the city, not only in the evening hours, but even during the daytime hours, where individuals not necessarily play the music so much loud as much as the bass and the vibration that tends to permeate blocks and blocks away. So we'd like to be able to take a look at that, and the direction from the commission was come back with things that basically are affecting large crowds gathering, and the fact that there are vehicles that basically cruise areas where there are large crowds that gather just tend to exacerbate the assemblance.
Thank you, Mr. Feldman. So I appreciate any creative solution we can get to it without outright inhibiting folks' ability to gather. And I think this makes it more respectable for the neighborhoods who, like Miles Hamilton said, like, you just want to be able to enjoy your home and be at home and not wake up to noise or gunshots or something. So I am all for the police accountability portion. I'm very much in favor of the noise ordinance portion to explore further on that. But I don't think being able to drink alcohol is the problem, and that's why I'm still in support of that portion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've been on this commission for a while, and it's not always easy to figure what's going to change my mind, but that statement from the commissioner did it. So, not tonight. I can't vote for this tonight.
Commissioner Duncan Walker.
I did just want to, as a point of clarity, just illuminate the fact that it is statistics, not my opinion, that states that alcohol does play a large role in criminal activities and violence. That is something that we cannot get around. That's not Desmond guessing. That's not conjecture. That's what the stats say. And so when I say that I can't support this, that's where I'm speaking from. Tonight it is emotional for me, just in terms of how overwhelming the level of violence that we're experiencing right now in Gainesville is. But at the core of this are the numbers that some very reputable sources have arrived at. Also, Science Daily notes that African American communities encounter a higher presence of police, which results in more problems with public alcohol consumption. And so I'll once again end by saying that's why this won't get my support.
Commissioner Toppin.
I apologize if I implied it was your opinion, Commissioner Duncan Walker. I do agree, and I recognize that. My point was more that access to a gun is not dependent on alcohol. So if folks already have a gun, if folks want to go and get a gun, access to alcohol is not going to impact being able to go get a gun. That intent is already there. But I do agree, and I recognize that it does very much exacerbate the situation, and the statistics do point to that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Hey, thank you. Thank you all for sharing your thoughts about this with me. It's a tough subject to address and deal with. I do support the change, and here it's pretty simple why. I agree that it's clear that people that use alcohol are more likely to be violent. The correlation is not, though, whether they use it in private or public. And so when we talk about things like predominantly women who are victims of sexual violence, it is much more dangerous for them to be in an environment that is private and enclosed than in public. When we talk about violence against other people, when it's closed off, bars are dangerous places to be. Many sexual assaults happen because of circumstances that happen in this private, closed, chaotic environment versus a public space where people can be away from other folks that could bring them harm. And this will always, for me, go back to the foundational point that these laws were instituted as a means to harass poor people. And they have been used almost exclusively throughout history to do just that. Especially as Commissioner Saka pointed out, our houseless population, they don't have a home, they don't have a private place that they can go enjoy a beverage. Wherever they do it, they are breaking the law. And you know, I've never seen the purpose in these type of laws. It doesn't reduce criminal activity except by making it a criminal activity. And so I am equally outraged about the increase in gun violence. I'm equally outraged against the increase in domestic abuse and sexual violence that we've especially seen over the last 18 months. There are serious problems that require us to think differently about how we address them and what resources we put towards them. Someone being able to have a beer on a sidewalk is not the way to address those problems. We need to take a much more comprehensive and serious look at them if we're going to get to the heart. So I view these laws as discriminatory. I think they do much more harm than good, and therefore believe that it's important that we repeal these open consumption restrictions on city property and public right-of-way. Back to you, Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to ask that one thing, and it'd be provided to us in two ways. One, that we get a memo about it, and that two, if this is going to go to second reading, that it's attached to the agenda item. I'd like to get the data on the houseless neighbors. So can you all let us know how many homeless and houseless neighbors over the past 5 years have been cited and or arrested for alcohol consumption? Thank you.
Okay, who's making the motion?
Let me just clarify.
Yep.
We may not know from the police report whether the individual was houseless or not, because sometimes the address will be given is, last known address. So, and these are citations. But I can tell you that there's only been a handful each year, so we can give you that information. To the best of our ability, we'll try to indicate if they're houseless or not, but we may not be able to get that detail.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. To the best of your ability would be fantastic, because we're trying to solve a problem here. And if the problem is that we are putting this in place to protect the rights of our homeless and houseless neighbors, and that's clearly a problem, then I'd like to see the data on that. So if you can let us know, rather, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Maker of the motion, okay with that? Okay, got a nod of yes, Madam Clerk. So we'll add that to the motion. Okay, let's turn it over to members of the public. We'll start with anybody in the chamber.
Good evening, Mayor Poe, Nathan Scott. So again, I'm opposed to this motion. I think it had its purpose during the pandemic to help our restaurants and bar owners. I think that time has passed. I think there's been unintended consequences, which was the concern all along. I fully agree with Commissioner Johnson and Commissioner Duncan Walker on their concerns. I think it's good to make this a database decision, to get some additional information, but this commission just seems to, I don't know, have its own little clique and do what it wants to do. And you state that, this is a discriminatory law designed to harass the poor. Well, what the heck is your out-of-town solar developer doing to those folks out in Archer? That's discriminatory. That's harassing the poor. You don't seem to have a concern about that, though, Mayor Poe, do you? Spend a lot of time on talking about this, but we look at the violent crime statistics in the city of Gainesville from 2020 to 2021. It's not a good picture. We had a shooting yesterday, fatality, 6 people got shot, one died, close to Desmond Duncan Walker, Commissioner Duncan Walker's house. You saw the people on TV 20, I think Dylan Lyons was there, and people were upset. You can hear them upset in the background. There's a lot of tension when that happens. A lot of violent crime. This commission's not putting its time, effort, and resources into addressing that. You're facilitating it. So, I mean, why don't we prioritize public safety? And I mean, if you want to drink a beer in your front yard, was your rationale for saying why you supported this last time, Mayor Poe. Go drink a beer in your front yard. I don't think Lonnie Scott or any GPD officer is going to roll up in your house and arrest you. Certainly I don't think you're missing out on any beers, but this is just bad policy. It was well intended during the pandemic. It served its time. But now you just want to broaden it, and there's going to be unintended consequences. I mean, it's just bad policy. But it behooves me, not behooves me, it just perplexes me how this commission has just got its priorities. And, I just saw when I walked out to get my phone, 3 GPD cars, just screaming down East University, along with 2 Gainesville Fire Rescues. And I don't know what they're going. Maybe it's a traffic accident, but Lincoln is another shooting. That's what I was going to say. More likely than not, I'd have put a dollar bill on there and said it's probably a shooting. But we got time to talk about open container and not addressing what resources you can give to our dedicated law enforcement officers and more community policing to help stop this violent crime. Thank you.
Okay, Adam, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the moment, we have 3 callers, the first of which is Robert Mounts. Mr. Mounts, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. This is Robert Mounts. As many of you know, I served in the military 25 years, both as an OSI agent for the Air Force and then as a judge advocate, and another 18 years overseas as international relations advisor for our U.S. forces in Korea, dealing with problems involving 18 and 19-year-olds and 20-year-olds and sexual assault. You know the pressure that the military has been in order to do the right thing with sexual assault. But virtually every sexual assault case, not to mention domestic violence, is fueled by alcohol. The statistics clearly showed that over many, many years. And every time the military tries to declamorize alcohol and cuts down on it, usually there's pushback, usually from bar owners. There was one huge incident outside in Itaewon, outside of our big military headquarters there in Seoul, where the commander had to put a curfew from 12 to 5. And it only lasted for 90 days. Why? Because of lobbying from the bar owners. Now, we're not here to serve the bar owners. Yes, during COVID, it was a good idea to let them in a limited space, especially when there's fencing, to have open container. But that period, we hope, at least in Alachua County, is over. Nothing good happens after midnight. That's what we long learned from the military experience, whether it's in the United States or out overseas. So it's sheer folly to do anything that enhances or increases the availability of alcohol, and you want to have traffic safety. You want people walking across the street with a drink in their hand late at night. That's foolishness. Not to mention the impact on the neighborhoods nearby. And if you want to talk about minority disparity on minorities, you should be listening to Commissioner Duncan Walker and Commissioner Johnson, not piously talking about the unfair incidents on poor people.
Thank you, Mr. Mounts.
Okay,
so that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take the next speaker in the chamber. Welcome.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Juanita Miles Hamilton. The store where the shooting was on last night was one of your failed policies. That store was allowed to get a liquor license or alcohol license, even though there was a city building, recreation building across the streets, and a daycare right across the street. So the question that I have, one of the questions that I have, I'd like to know, what is the difference between the gathering when groups leave downtown or wherever they go and go to TB McPherson as opposed to the hookah lounge? They're doing the same thing at both places. One is owned by the city and the other one is owned by a private business. We must push and push very hard for equity and truth and accountability for all people. The open container for all does not mean equity. It does not equal equity. Not equity to anyone. I'm requesting that each of you be accountable for the health and public safety of all the citizens of this city by not supporting anything that deals with open container. Surely we have a homeless situation. Many homeless situations are by choice. They are by choice. We put a lot of money out on 39 to the homeless facility. And guess what? From University Avenue to 12th Street at Walmart, all along the trail that we can't walk anymore, they are in the woods. They are in the woods. So, you know, I mean, come on. The situation will create more pain for the African American community. 75 and 80% of our people are in jail now. And if you're saying drink in the streets, if there is a great difference in a 12 or 13-year-old drinking in the streets and an adult drinking in the streets, or me drinking in the streets. I would hope that I have a lot more common sense by this age. Dr. Martin Luther King stated that we need leaders not in love with money, but in love with justice. Not in love with publicity, but in love with humanity.
Thank you, Ms. Miles Hamilton.
And this is what we need to think about tonight, the human element.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Adam, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next up, we have Tama Silva. Ms. Silva, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. The mayor's earlier words back in May that regulating alcohol consumption targets people with black and brown skin. And then he turns around and says the problem is large gatherings, not alcohol. It's just, you know, to set yourself up as some kind of civil rights champion on issue after issue is just cynical. I can see already another 5-2 vote because you're not paying attention to the two people who should know the most closely the problems that open container alcohol and deregulation of drinking spaces is going to bring. The problem is selective enforcement of all codes, ordinances, and laws over and over again, decade after decade. In 25 years in Pleasant Street, I can tell you that is the problem. And I just saw it this month in another lynching of Emmett Till right here in our so-called justice system. And it's going on every day. Charles Gostin said back in 2015 when he was on the commission that Fletcher's was the only black bar in town. It's gone. And with it is any place that people of color can feel comfortable going to. He has quite an eloquent commentary. about the lack of places that Black people can go and congregate in peace and enjoy themselves. He said if people went to some of the other bars that are not Black owned, GPD would come. People would get uncomfortable. And by deregulating alcohol consumption in the town, and I know, Mayor Poe, you're going to come back and say, well, we still have laws about underage drinking. Well, you're blowing those away. I mean, there's no concern for the pressure on young people of every description and demographic in this city, and the ones who come here from wherever they come from for the first time away from home. There's a huge pressure on all of them to party. And party in this town means drinking, really. And, you know, the new restrictions and laws that you're looking at control exactly the people you say you're trying to prevent discrimination against. And as far as, you know, picking on homeless people, that's the same problem as with picking on Black people. I can tell you that. I mean, GPD has even had blatant TV programs of showing horrifying instances of discriminatory arrest and that thing, and I think some of that is diminished, but the whole idea of just deregulating alcohol consumption in the whole city and calling it equity or non-discrimination is just cynical.
Thank you. Turn back to the chambers. Go ahead, Mr. Grundy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Armando Grundy Gomez. I want to be clear to address the elephant in the room about who this is really targeting. On July 17th in the Gainesville Sun, this is addressing, Carl Watts, the owner of the Underground Kitchen on Northwest 5th Avenue, said Friday that he has mixed feelings about this kind of ordinance because when Fletcher's was open, to Ms. Silva's credit, it was legalized for people to drink there, but now all of a sudden that it's closed, they don't want people selling cups. But this is what happens when we have a gentrifying and changing community when you had predominantly African Americans living there. So I find it rich from commissioners and saying they want to target and saying, well, it focuses on some people, but young people. So somebody said, one of you up there, you said that it targets poor people. Well, what race is it per capita is the most poor? Per capita. For that person that said that. It's Black people. And any self-respecting law enforcement professional, you could probably ask, most law professionals, look at law enforcement throughout Florida, will give you, they say, if you're going to do an ordinance, something like this, give it time parameters. But let's not act like this is not targeting, it's targeting Black people. This is not good policy, commissioners. And I heard Commissioner Areola, but I'm listening to my commissioner, and I'm listening to at least one of my at-large commissioners that actually pays attention to us. Appreciate it. Thank you. Finally, somebody cares about us getting shot up, or my neighbor in Duval, her house getting shot up twice, 23 times, and people doing it around over there. Do y'all care about Miss Miles Hamilton? She's a person. She's here. Tell her you don't care. Or we're working so hard. We're doing great things. Are we? This is the nonsense we're doing? This is the kind of policy we're pushing forward? We could do better than this. This is bad policy. And it's going to have unintended consequences. Commissioner Johnson wasn't making up. It wasn't anecdotal or my emotions were rise high. It had nothing to do with emotions. Statistically speaking, facts, poor people per capita are Black. Per capita. Based on not just population. This is absolutely targeting and will have unintended consequences on one of it. Some of you will go up there and will run for office one day for other future offices, and you'll care then magically. Well, I care about what happens in your district, Commissioner. Every 4 years, it comes around. Hey, we care about what's happening. Well, where's the caring now? You're not running right now. Where's that caring concern? Bang, bang, bang. We just had it while you're sitting here. It's happening until it comes to, Raintree and down there. Then it's going to be a problem because all those white progressives will be coming, oh my God, Commissioner so-and-so, Mr. Mayor, it's happening here. My child was shot. And then it'll be a problem. But right now, it's just a Negro problem. So bottoms up.
Adam, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The last speaker on the line at the moment is Debbie Martinez. Ms. Martinez, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you for taking my call. Mayor, Commissioners, I'm Debbie Martinez. Mr. Poe, this is not about young people having one beer. Assistant Chief Lonnie Scott just told you the problem is far worse than that. Many of these young people are abusing hard liquor. If former District 1 City Commissioner Ed Jennings Sr. was still alive, he would be outraged with you, Mr. Poe, trying to pull off this stunt tonight under the guise of equity. There is nothing equitable about what you are proposing. Residents who can afford to move will be able to escape all the chaos and violent crime they are experiencing with your temporary ordinance that allows young people and others to go outdoors onto our city streets in and around neighborhoods drinking alcohol. This is an activity that appeals to large numbers of young people and teenagers. But many lower income people who cannot afford to move will be stuck and held hostage to all the chaos and violent crime unless this commission votes against making this reckless and irresponsible ordinance permanent. Former District 1 City Commissioner Ed Jennings Sr. would never approve this reckless and irresponsible ordinance. You cannot contain noise pollution, underage drinking, and violent crime outdoors on our city streets. These crimes only be contained indoors, period. There is not one city in the entire state of Florida that allows people to walk around their entire city drinking alcohol. For decades, our city's open container ordinance that prohibited people from walking around the entire city in our neighborhoods drinking alcohol has been one of the most valuable prevention policies we have ever had, saving lives and money. Last September, the majority of the commission voted to lift the open container ordinance on a temporary basis under the guise of reducing the spread of the coronavirus during the pandemic. The pandemic is over, and now some of the members on this commission want to make this public health and public safety nightmare permanent. Former City Gainesville Mayor Dr. Mark Goldstein sent you all an email last week providing you with the data showing you how it would be disastrous for our residents to make this temporary ordinance permanent. Residents living around the downtown bar district and on the east side are suffering the most, and commissioners can put an end to their public health and public safety nightmare by voting against this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Anybody else in chambers? Okay, we'll close public comment on this issue and turn back to the commission. Commissioner Johnson.
Wait. I have one more person, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
All righty. Ms. Darlene Pafalo. Ms. Pafalo, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, commissioners. I just have a question. A main question is, what good is this going to do to have open containers when the police are busy doing other things that are more important? But it sounds like to me, and I probably shouldn't say it, but I will, it sounds like somewhere along the line you're trying to buy votes because any of the commissioners up there go, well, we have to vote them in because they have open containers. That's crazy. Teenagers don't know how to hold their alcohol, and adults don't carry alcohol on the streets. You're asking nothing but trouble, and you're going to hurt our police also. They have enough to do without watching people that are walking around with alcohol in their hands. It's not that important. This is a college town. I know we all know that, but alcohol is the last thing you want them to be walking around the streets with. You want more accidents? You want more people fighting? That's what you'll create when you pass this ordinance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Pafalo. Mr. Mayor, that was our last caller.
Thank you. Commissioner Johnson, go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor. I had some additional thoughts when the callers and people in chambers were talking. We've had how many months of this? Is it 8 about 8 months of the open container. About that. So we have probably some data and or anecdotal evidence about how this is affecting our community. And something that occurred to me while you all were talking is the police resources that we're spending on because of this ordinance. So what does that look like? Like, that looks like the crowds. It looks like, you have a better idea because you're dealing with it on a day-to-day basis, right? So from that standpoint, I would really love, Chief Scott, if you could speak to that, like the difference between 8 months ago and now, because that concerns me too, is that the goal always for me is to reduce the burden on our police department as much as we can and not create more problems. So can you speak to that?
Yes, without having actual statistics, I can give you anecdotally what I believe is the case. Because when we have unorganized parties or we have unorganized events, we have open container, people can stop anywhere and start a party. It gives us more locations to respond to. And we have to deal with that gathering of folks. There's no violation of the law because the ordinance is suspended, so we're there primarily because of noise. So what typically gets us there are noise complaints about what's going on. Once we get the complaints, we respond there, and alcohol is most of the time at the center of it because people are drinking loud, they're doing the music and the whole deal. But from a legal standpoint, we're just there to make sure people do it safely. And we try to resolve the noise issues. Sometimes we can be successful with that, but sometimes we aren't. But it does cause, I would say, the advent of having more alcohol does cause an increase in some of our response needs, and we have to respond to more incidents.
So there's a very real dollar value cost to this. Yeah. I'm interested in what that cost is. I know that you can't give it to me. I don't expect you to. But I think it's an important point to bring up is that passing this ordinance would mean increased burden on and actually proven burden on our police department. What does that look like in a dollar amount? And second question is it worth it? And two, I want to go back to my earlier point, which is why I asked for the information to come back to us, is that best policy comes forward when we are trying to solve a problem. We haven't agreed on what that problem is. I don't think I've heard a really good case for what the problem is for this to be brought forward as a solution. And my feeling is that the data that will come back to us will support that. Thank you.
Commissioner Arreola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can we split the elements of the motion? The first would be the adoption of this ordinance, and the second being the direction to draft those other parallel ordinances. Can we split those two parts up?
Of course.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I don't know where to start, but I'm pretty sure I heard one of our public commenters say that people get raped because other people are drunk. And that is just very offensive. That just eliminates any responsibility from people who brutalize their victims in some of the worst dehumanizing ways. So as a survivor, I find that especially annoying. And I find that especially repugnant. And I hope that person is ashamed and never has to actually meet someone who's gone through that. Just telling them, don't worry, they were drunk. That's what happens when people drink. That is offensive. And moving on. Saying that the issue will be people drinking saying that people drinking on the street will lead to drunkenness, we allow bars, and then they go out into the street, rip-roaring drunk. So I don't see it as an issue of where you're drinking. If you are going to drink to excess, you are going to drink to excess regardless of where you're doing it. If your intent is to down 10 shots and then go drive, you're going to do that. If your intent is to have a beer and walk down the road, you're going to do that. It is not a matter of where you drink. It is a matter of how much you're going to drink and that choice you make. The location doesn't matter. But there are sources. There is the National Coalition for the Homeless that states facially neutral laws like open container laws are especially harmful to homeless populations. And I'm going to give GPD credit on this. I'm going to assume that the reason we don't historically have a lot of citations in this area is because GPD has the compassion to say, you know, you can't drink here, please move along or put it away. And I'm going to bet that's most likely what happens rather than cite people that they know don't have the funds to pay off citations. But we can just eliminate that altogether and pass this ordinance, pass to repeal this ordinance. And that's where I'm coming from, where it takes away the onus from GPDs being like, I have to go tell this guy he can't drink on the sidewalk and tell him to move along. It takes that away. So I've lived in Gainesville for a while now. I lived and had to spend most of my nights near Midtown. If people want to drink and be reckless, they will do that. It doesn't matter if they're doing it inside an overpriced bar or out on the street with the beer they bought themselves. It's going to happen. But I strongly believe that repealing this is a step in the right direction, is a progressive step forward, and is something that nonprofits and legal rights groups have been begging for years, and now we have the opportunity to do it. Thank you.
Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to the, I find it hard that saying that the open container is what's causing a lot of large gatherings, because I grew up here. There was block parties, there was house parties, massive ones, and also the areas where we've seen gatherings. They're the same place they were there before the ordinance was there as well. It's not like they're happening in new places or new things. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. You know, I think the seven of us have put a lot of thought into this. I think we've been very deliberative. I think we've asked good questions. And I think our minds are made up. And that's fine. That's the process, and that's a good thing. I don't like when things are brought into this that are just meant as red herrings. Like, thank you. We make a motion real quick.
Move that we extend the meeting 20 minutes. I'll send 20.
Motion to waive our rules and extend for 20 minutes. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Madam Clerk. This doesn't lower the drinking age limit. So I heard, you know, teens now able to drink. It's still illegal, and it's still, in fact, if they're out in public doing it, it's much easier for us to intervene versus being buried in somebody's house where there's no supervision and no ability to assist if somebody consumes too much or commits an act of violence. I'm very sensitive to predominantly black spaces disappearing where our black neighbors can go and enjoy themselves. If we take our public spaces away as well, that leaves almost nowhere. I'm very sensitive to that. I understand the reasons that folks, including my colleagues here on this dais, are concerned. And I think it's because you've got a huge heart and you care deeply. I have come to the conclusion that this is an important step to take for the same reasons, and I hope that you all recognize that and understand that as well. With that, Madam Clerk, we're going to move to a vote. The first vote will be a roll call vote on the first reading of the ordinance.
Commissioner Sacco? Aye. Commissioner Ward? Aye. Commissioner Ariola?
No.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
No.
Commissioner Duncan Walker?
No.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes 4-3 with Ariola, Johnson, and Duncan Walker in dissent. The second vote will be a voice vote, and it is to ask staff to come back to the commission with some research and suggestions, not an ordinance. That's not what I read in that, but right, Mr. Feldman, you're going to do some research and bring back some findings within those 3 areas.
I think it was also our intent to give you a draft ordinance at the same time.
Okay, if it's draft, if it's not first reading, yeah, I just don't want to
Right.
put an ordinance on the agenda without any further discussion. Okay, so for those 3 areas, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? No. That motion passes, oh my gosh, my math, 5-2, thank you, Madam Clerk, with Johnson and Duncan Walker in dissent. Okay, Madam Clerk, next item.
First reading of ordinance 210066, ordinance amending the Consolidated Police Officers and Firefighters Retirement Plan to amend the earnings definition for firefighters. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the definition of earnings in Section 2-596 of Chapter 2, Article 7, Division 8 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Gainesville, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there any questions, or is there a motion? Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. I move ordinance 210066 on first reading by title only.
Okay, any members of the public to speak to the ordinance, to the motion? Adam, you got anybody? Adam? Yeah, Adam said 10 o'clock.
Adam, where art thou?
You heard anything, Madam Clerk?
Is he on?
Yeah.
I stepped up for 1 second. I'm so sorry. We have nobody on the line.
No, we just thought you were super punctual and said it. The agenda said 10. I know. Good. Do we have anybody on the line for this motion?
No, we don't. As soon as you took up the new issue, I was like, okay, I needed 1 second. My apologies.
We're all good. We're all good. Okay, Madam Clerk, back to the commission for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward? Aye. Commissioner Sacco? Aye. Commissioner Duncan Walker? Aye. Commissioner Johnson? Aye. Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, the motion passes unanimously. Okay, on to commission comment. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got several things. First is a question for the manager, and then I've got a 3-part motion. Mr. Manager, can you fill us in on the details of last Thursday's roof issue and give us some information about when we can expect the roofing to be done?
Commissioner, last Thursday, there was a subcontractor that was doing work which involved a chemical similar to acetone. That chemical was placed near an operating air intake for the 4th and 3rd floors of City Hall. The chemical got dispersed through the air vents in there. It was believed to be an acetone type, which can have some toxic negative effects. So we ultimately evacuated the building, and that conflicted with the commission meeting. So we needed to ask you all to continue it to this time. When will the roof be done? I had 2 new leaks in my office today, so I don't have an answer for you.
When was it supposed to have been done, I guess is the question.
I believe they had a total of 6 months, Phil. I don't recall specifically, but if we haven't passed it, we are pretty close to it.
Mr. Mann.
Mr. Mayor, Phil Mann, Acting Assistant City Manager. They started in February and were supposed to be done in 14 weeks.
Ooh.
So they're a little beyond their time.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Can I just, excuse me,
Mr. Mann?
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry.
No, that's all good. Go ahead.
Is there anything in the contract that addresses if they did not fulfill their end of it?
So the contract that we issued expires December 31st of this year. The 14 weeks is between the prime contractor Garland and the subcontractor Perry Roofing. So we're meeting with the city attorney's office. I think the city manager and myself are meeting with the roofing company tomorrow, and then we've got the city attorney's office working with us on reviewing the contract to see what our rights are.
Excellent.
Okay, thanks.
I have 2 seats in my office that will be where the garbage cans are right now, where the roofers will be sitting, so hopefully it's raining.
They make me very aware of where in the city attorney's office and in the city manager's office is leaking.
Let's
They
keep moving,
visit
y'all.
me very quickly.
Thanks. Keep moving. We got a lot of lights and not much time.
All right, thank you for that. That's good information. I want to do I'm going to do a 3-part motion. They're not super connected, but I want to get them out there. I would like to move that we go ahead and direct the manager to start the process of reopening Northwest 2nd Street, where we had closed it. I love what we're doing on other parts of the streetery, but that one I think it is time to reopen access to Pleasant Street. Second part of the motion would be to direct the manager's office to direct all 6 charters to come back with a plan for how we might make election days, city worker holidays. And the third part would be to direct staff to find us a day to have a commission workshop on GPD. I think we have often strayed too far as a commission from a relationship with our police force. And actually, I don't want to say GPD. I want to say public safety, because I'd like to hear from public safety in general as part of that workshop. And I would like us to move toward, I'm not putting this in the motion, but I would like us to move toward the idea of reinstating a public safety committee. I think those are things that would be necessary for us to better understand and work with our public safety divisions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
They're so unrelated. I want to second half of it, but I don't want to second more meetings.
We can split them.
More workshops.
We can split them.
I can second half of what he motioned.
No, you can second the motion and then we can split the vote.
Okay, fine. That, I will do that.
Okay, motion seconded. Members of the public will speak to the motion.
Absolutely. We're making legislation on the fly at the end of the meeting, so why not? Some of these sound like they should go through the General Policy Committee, frankly, instead of just being made motions. Certainly any commissioner can do what they want to do, but, you know, it's form over substance. What I heard in there, you know, with respect to voting, we have week-long early voting, make it about as convenient as it can be for anyone. So I'm kind of struggling to understand how that should be a city holiday. You know, I think that's just kind of common sense. People have a patriotic duty to vote, and if they choose to vote, it's pretty easy to vote. I mean, it takes about 3 minutes. But to have city holidays for that, I mean, there's more pressing issues. We just had another shooting. My understanding is they actually apprehended some people. So that's good. It's positive. But those are the things we ought to be focusing on. We ought to be focused on solving a problem that you heard from a lot of people today that needs to be solved. But there's not a whole lot of discussion on that either. And that's unfortunate because we talk about equity. We talk about systemic racism. Those people are affected. But it's just priorities. And, I mean, I hate to keep saying this, but you guys are a textbook example. You almost make it too easy. It's that where is the priorities, commissioners? It should be fiscal. It should be, first and foremost, public safety. Fiscal priorities. Not expanding government, creating holidays. I mean, just, I'll leave it at that.
Adam, you got anybody?
Well, first, I'm here. But second, we do not have anybody on the lines at this time. The floor is yours.
Thanks. public safety is obviously a priority. It's more than 50% of our budget, and it's also part of this motion. We're gonna split the motion. Is there one that you, oh, I'm sorry, you wanted to talk to this, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. On Northwest Second Street, let's talk to Flacco as the ones who's using it, before we make a decision. That let's see what they're doing. I mean, it's, to be honest, one of the most vibrant areas of our city at night in downtown. A lot of people enjoying it and using it for a variety of different things. I would ask if let's talk to them, let's have them come talk to us and see what they're thinking before we just kick them off of there. Thank you.
Anybody else want to speak to anything in this motion?
Go ahead.
Can we split all three?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Let's
Okay.
start off because I agree with Adrian.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I agree with the street thing. I'd much rather see people on streets instead of cars. So I want to have a bigger conversation about that. But anyway, first thing we'll vote for is the public safety workshop. All in favor of that, say aye. Aye. All opposed?
No.
That motion passes 5-2 with Sacco and Areola in dissent. Second will be for the street reopening. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? No.
That's a 4 against.
4-3. You voted against, okay, so that motion fails. It was Johnson, Ward, and Duncan Walker in the affirmative, Madam Clerk. And then the third part,
To come up with a plan for making election day at City Hall.
Election Day City Holiday. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? No. That motion passes 5-2. Okay, on to Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll try to be brief. Our firefighters backtracking. I'm very excited that we are addressing the issue at, I believe, 15th and 14th, and are rerouting our roads so that they are one way and therefore safer. However, more than a few firefighters contacted me and said that it makes their job and response time a lot harder, given that they go to the standard a couple times a day, and they now can't go up the street that they normally do. So I think my one ask here on their behalf is, as we move forward with a lot of these plans, to at least offer them a seat at the table, at least a cursory opinion on how it's happening, and how it will impact their services to our community.
Okay, thank you.
I had another one, sorry.
Go ahead.
And the second one is, I talked to a couple nonprofits, and it comes down to ARP money, and I'm sure we will have a more robust conversation on it at some point, because we have to. But they brought up the topic of they are burning through money to pay people's utility bills, while the county dawdles on giving rent and utility assistance. That they have paid out rent, they have paid out utilities especially, they have receipts for all of the times and all the accounts they have paid utilities for, and they're excited that a couple of us are interested in setting aside ARP money to pay off those payment plans. But until we solidify something, they are still burning through money that they will not get back. And the fear is that a lot of those nonprofits, one, won't get reimbursed, and two, won't be around down the road having burned through the next couple of years of funding to get through this year for the people they serve. So my idea was, if we could, if the commission is amenable to it, set aside, because I think Mr. Bolarski has already provided that the amount that it is just on those payment plans, to set aside that amount from the 32 million, to set aside whatever that amount is, and agree with GRU to pay out those accounts instead of waiting further. It's a matter of time of people burning through money that they just can't afford to make two payments, and that nonprofits are struggling to help them with, and that they won't recover from. So that was something I wanted us to discuss eventually, or to at least think about it and talk about it at some later point. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hard night, particularly given everything that's happening in our communities. And I wanted to just circle back. and see what my colleagues' temperature is with regards to doing something that's more formal and much more dedicated that would show our commitment to addressing the issue of gun violence. Citizens and, well, neighbors and organizations, churches, etc., have all started to coalesce around this issue. They've been meeting, they have been trying to come up with plans and ways to address an issue that really is very old. But in Gainesville, we're seeing an alarming uptick. And as I had a conversation earlier today with the chief, he agreed with me that we are in a crisis. And so, since we're in a crisis, I'd like to make a motion that the commission direct and work with staff to come up with language for a resolution expressing our commitment to standing against gun violence, and that we convene a special meeting in the future, quite possibly August 2nd, to discuss policy and the designation of funds to include ARP funds intended to protect our neighbors and make our communities safer.
Okay, the motion was seconded. Go ahead, Commissioner Ward. It's on this point, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, continue that up.
Thank you, Commissioner Walker. Could that meeting be the same? Could we do the same work that we just passed that other motion for?
I don't mind as long as we just allot the necessary time for us to have meaningful conversation about it.
That's where I want us to be. That's what I want us to talk about. And I am for whatever we can do about gun violence. We are still in the process of suing the state of Florida for the preemptions that have been made about what we can do about specifically about gun violence. So just a heads up on that.
I'm familiar.
So yeah, any other ideas we have that we can address gun violence, buybacks, whatever we can do that are real things that the city can do, I'm all about. Thank you.
The wonderful thing is that there are communities, there are individual organizations that have already started this work. They need our support.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to add to that meeting that's already been requested. I'm going to suggest that be a special meeting and not a workshop then, commissioners, and to address gun violence, and also Commissioner Walker with non-binding resolutions. Usually you work with community groups to come up with the language, and then you can forward that to the clerk's office, and that can get on an agenda. So we'll leave that to you to work on the language for that. On this point?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to ask that GPD come prepared with information that I would like, which is how we can go about closing establishments for repeated nuisance and offenses. I understand that is an extreme step, but we are in a crisis, and we need that information on how we could proceed with that legally.
Okay, thank you. God, we're in a tough spot here.
If I may move to extend
well,
our
we
meeting.
can't because we have a motion on the floor. Quickly, public comment on this motion.
Yes, I have one speaker on the line, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Debbie Martinez. Ms. Martinez, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you so much for taking my call. I support the motion, but I think it's important to add a little bit to the motion that we monitor the amount of gun violence. And if we see that there's a substantial increase in the gun violence, to consider reversing this ordinance that you just passed. And I think it's very important to talk with the people in the neighborhoods and where they feel safe and they won't have to worry about being retaliated against and people slitting their tires because they're being honest about the violence in their neighborhoods with the alcohol. So we need to evaluate that, and if it gets worse, we need to get rid of this ordinance that you just passed tonight that's going to continue to allow people to walk around our neighborhoods drinking alcohol. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Mr. Mayor, that was our last caller. The floor is yours.
Ms. Shelley, I have a problem. Technically, our meeting's over. We're in the middle of public comment. It was extended till 10:20. I can't get another motion on right now to extend.
Yeah, I don't know why you all wouldn't be able to do a motion to extend. I mean, can you table the motion that you have for right now?
Can you just withdraw your motion, Commissioner, until we do this? Okay, motion's withdrawn. Anybody?
Motion to waive the rules and extend the meeting 15 minutes.
Can we just give a time?
10:35.
10:35, okay. Motion is second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, that motion passes. Okay, you want to introduce your motion?
I move that I'll change it now. I work with community organizations and come up with language for a resolution expressing our commitment to standing against gun violence, and that we convene a special meeting to discuss policy and the designation of funds to include ARP funds intended to protect our neighbors and make our communities safer.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Green.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I still think there's something missing out of the motion, and I would ask Commissioner Duncan Walker to not just talk to community groups, but we're still not wanting to address elephants in the room. We're talking to community groups, but still not offering tangible solutions of things that are actually happening. For example, again, we keep talking about it, but everybody wants to dismiss it, is we have shoot 'em up Sundays, which some people call peaceful Sundays, but nobody's addressing that, and it needs to happen, and it's been a problem for public safety, and nobody wants to address it. But we're talking about community organizations and groups, or 2 or 3s or 4s or 5s. Those are great. Those are fantastic. But people that live in our district are dealing with that problem, and it's an ongoing problem. Ms. Miles Hamilton can attest to that. We all know that. But we're not addressing that either. The other thing that I would also encourage us to do, talking to, again, community groups, is we're not having the most important group in the room that we're forgetting to talk about are young people. We could talk about gun violence, gun buybacks, but why are young people having these situations that we're having? And we need to get to the root of the problem by having the conversation at the levels of where we need to have them, not up here, but bringing them down to here, and having those conversations in a meaningful and effective way, other than tangential, well, it's gun violence, well, it's gun buybacks, or we need to over-police it. So I'm happy to talk anecdotally about these groups or that group, which I don't know what those groups are. There may be plenty of them, and we should all be transparent about who they are. Let's give them a name and not just say these groups. And being inclusive, and maybe including the school board, Dr. Simon, because this is affecting the young people in a big way, and it's happening, and nobody's talking to them. So I wish we would address it, because we keep coming to you all, and it just seems like it's crickets, or we're just talking to ourselves in the mirror. I have a dog, Princess, I could go talk to, and it seems sometimes like I get better results talking to Princess than I would get talking to some members of the commission sometimes. So the issue of shoot 'em up Sundays is a real issue. I know Ms. Miles Hamilton has talked to the city manager, has talked to some of you got back to her, some of you didn't, whatever. But I know I've talked to Commissioner Duncan Walker, I know Commissioner Johnson and I have talked, Commissioner Ariola's talked to me, and I appreciate those conversations, but I want us to bring them down here to where they're having an effect. They are having an effect. That shooting tonight was down the road from my house. So it may not affect you, and maybe you don't care, but my family cares, and I care. And I care about those people that I don't know, and it's every day, it's constant. So I appreciate the groups, but we're not addressing TB McPherson, because it's that park that's like over and yonder, but it's near my neighborhood. It's near my home. It's near my friends, near my real neighbors, not just pretend neighbors. No, they're people that live around me. And that extends. It's not just TB McPherson. It also goes into Duval and everywhere else, Highland Court Manor. And maybe it'll start coming to affect you all too. So I digress with that, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Did we lose Ms. Malden? I guess we did. Oh, we got Mr. Mann. Could you please give us a second to clean the area? We're in extra time.
Ms. Malden had a family emergency, so.
Oh, no. I'm sorry to hear that.
Good evening again, lady commissioners. I just have a quick comment and a quick request of you, and that is to ask you to stop using black and homeless folk to justify your actions for the young white university and Santa Fe students.
Next speaker, please. Just for the record, that's not what I am doing ever.
I was gonna get the last word.
Yeah, absolutely, I do.
Yeah, but we don't get to respond, so. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. So I wasn't going to talk, but I think two things that need to be said, and I think it's ironic that the county commission can have a hearing that goes well past midnight with a hurricane coming, which would have never happened here because you would have canceled it before we even got to that. But they seem to want to hear from the people. I'm not worried about going home at 10 o'clock. They're worried about doing the people's business. But with respect to this motion, I'm in full support of it. I think that more resources ought to be given to our first responders, our dedicated law enforcement officers that are at ground zero with dealing with the senseless gun violence. But when I hear things about virtue signaling with preemption and the city being in the lawsuit, has nothing to do with the problem. Other than you guys are going to try and ban guns from everyone or something like that. It's just ridiculous. It's like a non sequitur, purely political, has nothing to do with the issue. I'm a law-abiding gun owner, as many people are, but that's not the problem. The problem is there's stolen guns, there's kids with guns that don't belong to have guns, there's convicted felons with guns that shouldn't have guns, and they're running around shooting everyone up in town. And so, Mayor Poe, I see you on Facebook, and you talk about things about other towns that have nothing to do with Gainesville, but you're slow to really kind of respond to these shootings that happen here, all this violent crime in your city. And it might be helpful if you led a community-wide discussion and took an interest in what can we do to reach out to our community, to reach out to parents, to reach out to a bunch of people and provide additional resources, up to and including additional resources for law enforcement, because we don't have a big police presence in Gainesville, contrary to what you guys think. I mean, we've got a lot of people that are really tied up in certain areas at certain times of the week, but police presence deters crime. And if we through that and community policing and community engagement, we didn't have these problems when I grew up. I mean, we drove around neighborhood just like Gainesville on a 10-speed with a shotgun. No one cared about it. We went hunting in the afternoon after school. It wasn't out there in a rural area. It was, just like this. But we had parenting back then. We had discipline back then. We had healthy respect for the law back then. We didn't have violent video games, emulating violence, encouraging violence. And, if you didn't behave, you get your butt beat. But they don't even do that now in school. So I know, because I went to the dean's office. He was a baseball coach many times. So anyway, I don't know what the answer is, but it's certainly not taking jabs at the legislature. I didn't see you guys have any concerns with the preemption bill that preempted home rule on solar zoning. Thank you.
We actually have a standing order with our lobbyists that we oppose all preemption bills that take away home rule, period. So we did definitely stand up against that. Okay, let's everyone move to a vote on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No motions from me today. I just want to congratulate everybody on the hard work that was done today. Very good work. We touched on three things that I was going to speak to, so I won't be redundant. But as far as the ARP, I am very proud with how the city is handling our our rescue plan money. I have heard some really awful stories of other cities who will remain unnamed of how they are handling their money. It is not a transparent process in some cities. And, I don't mean to take a cheap shot at Alachua County, but they just announced top down how they were going to spend all their money. And we are having a really robust conversation about how we're going to use our money with the community and asking for their input. It's going to be difficult to come to a final decision, which is why I want to encourage all of you to think about the idea of having a commission master list that all the charter officers will refer to when looking at what projects we're going to spend money on when we get to that. The roofing issue, when I first got here as a commissioner, I won't say who, but a member of staff told me about the bucket they had in their office to collect water. That was 4 years ago. So maybe it's time to revisit the idea that we had a couple of years ago of having a completely redone complex and plaza, because that was a great idea and it kind of just disappeared with the last administration, and I'd really prefer to resurrect that rather than waste more money on this roof, which doesn't apparently want to be fixed.
Mr. Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. I had 4 different things, but I'll do the other 3 another time, and the one now to the building. The county and the school board are talking about building a joint building. I have a discussion with some county commissioners and some school board members too about joint building. In my discussion with the chair, he said that if have the city say that we want to reach out and at least start those discussions. I think we should have those discussions about a joint building, because we all have space needs. So I'll just move that portion. That I would move that we have our city manager reach out and discuss, at least and bring back some information on a joint building with the county and the school board.
Can we get that information back without objection?
Without objection.
Yeah, I don't think we need a motion. I've had that conversation with the city manager and the county chair in the same room. There's no barrier. Anyway, I'm not.
I think we take affirmative stance. I think the county, at least the chair wanted us to see it take an affirmative stance in support of those discussions.
Okay.
You can do it by.
There's no second for that. So without objection, Mr. Manager, you can move forward with. We'll have that discussion. I'm happy to have that with you. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Mr. Mayor, I'll make this quick. I just wanted to illuminate the fact that in my meeting with Chief Jones and Assistant Chief Lonnie Scott, as well as with the city manager earlier today, they have outlined a very strategic idea for the direction that they would like the department to go in terms of at least addressing gun violence for now, understanding that it's a huge issue that there's no magic bullet for. But there's several different points to it, and I want to thank them for that publicly, because I really appreciate you literally in the clutch coming up with this that appear to be some pretty decent ideas to help mitigate circumstances in the immediate time. It also outlines their desire for us to reprioritize funding from the American Rescue Plan. So as we move forward into this this special meeting, that is a request, and I'm assuming that the chief, he's not here, is he? Is he gone?
I believe he's gone, but we are talking about what that would look like and what the funding levels would be.
Absolutely. So I'm sure that we'll hear back from you, as well as the chief, in terms of what those specific requests will be. And to speak to an earlier comment, I totally agree with Mr. Gomez in terms of the audience. One of the reasons that I canceled my town hall meeting that was scheduled for the 29th was because I know for a fact the people that we need to be talking to are the youth. And so now we're scheduling a town hall and some roundtable discussions with the people who are most impacted by this issue, because it makes absolutely no sense for us to project what we think the problems are when the people who are directly impacted by them are the ones who should be telling us, A, what the problems are, and B, how we can best serve them. So that's the next step from my side of the table, and I'm really, really looking forward to that and all of your participation in that.
Okay, Commissioner, if you want to make your comments, you're going to first need to make a motion to waive our rules and extend.
Motion to waive rules and extend until 10:45.
Motion and second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? That motion passes.
Thanks, Mayor. First, I want to say, Commissioner Duncan Walker, what I heard you say is really refreshing, that it's really important for us to involve the people that are most impacted and get what their solutions are, because they know the best. So thank you for that. Two, I'd like to get some clarification about how we are moving forward with making decisions about the ARP funding. I've had multiple, and I'm sure you all have also had many community organizations and individuals come to me and say, how can I apply for some of this funding? And I think there needs to be a process for that. So how do you, what are the next steps for the ARP funding, like the meetings, what we're going to be discussing, how decisions are going to be made, et cetera?
My understanding is that the Office of Equity and Inclusion was going to present their thoughts after reviewing all the commission submissions and looking at the final guidance coming from Treasury at the meeting on August 19th.
August 19th, okay. I will say that I am, at least in my proposals, one of my proposals was to set aside a certain amount of funding. I think my request was $2 million specifically for nonprofits to be able to apply for some of that funding. So I don't know how, I know that we got some, that some proposals from the community were considered in the first round with the equity office, but I think that there needs to be a more robust and transparent process so that organizations can apply for some of this funding. That's just a thought. I'm not making a motion, but I think that's going to be really important going forward. Two, another crisis that's happening in our community is, and this is why I had the general policy meeting where we discussed this, about many complexes in town that will either be losing tax credit funding, or in the case of Pine Ridge, they are increasing the rent and displacing people while also renovating some of these spaces. I don't have any solutions right now, but I think it's important that we, one, voice that, recognize it, and figure out. I have a couple of ideas I'm not ready to present right now, so specifically about the crisis in Pine Ridge, but I want us to be aware that these situations are happening. They're going to be occurring more and more. Somebody was reticent to say this when I invited them to speak, but there are out-of-town developers literally going around town and finding information out so that they can buy these properties, like weekly. It's a huge problem, and it's going to become even bigger. So that's something for all of us to continue to be aware of as we address our affordable housing crisis in Gainesville. And Pine Ridge is just another example. Thank you.
Thanks. I just so you know that we're kind of on the same wavelength. In my proposals, put 2.5 aside for nonprofits. My thought was to run it through the community foundation with certain parameters, like so they could figure out who, and just like we did with some of the CARES money, they can serve a group of neighbors that we not necessarily can, and so I put like people exiting incarceration, people in extremely low, very low income brackets. So I think there's a way to do that. If we try to take every single nonprofit entity that's come to us and asked for money, we would need 15x what we got, and then we wouldn't be able to do all the other things that are also priorities. So, we're gonna have to be realistic, but I agree that that's that they don't have that same access that governments do, and can make it go a long way. And I think it gets to some of the stuff that Commissioner Sacco, I don't know, it was a long time ago, mentioned. All right, we have reached the end of our business today, and so this meeting is adjourned.
Wait. Mr. Mayor, we do have one public commenter for general public comment that was on the agenda.
There is no general public comment.
Okay, my apologies.
Thank you.